What is going on, gamers or programmers, whatever you are? How y'all doing? Y'all welcome here. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've done a programming stream. I think the last one I did was actually in May. And that was a screwing around stream. The last HedgeLib stream I did was a long time ago. I don't even know when it was. So, yeah, I felt like I should do another one. I felt like that for a little while now. But beyond that, tonight is interesting. I'm kind of strange, right? So hear me out. Well, obviously, but here's another reason why I'm strange. Hear me out on this one. For some reason, right? I feel like a lot of people, this part's normal, right? A lot of people have this thing where some nights you know, they're in the mood to just play games, and that's all they want to do, right? They just want to play games. They don't really want to do much else. And I get that. That's like pretty much everyone feels that way some days, right? I have that, but then other days, I have the reverse problem. There are days where I'm like, I don't want to have fun and play video games. I want to get my work. Looks like my mic died. Good. Good. Thanks everyone for letting me know. Yeah, it seems like what happened there was somehow the cable got freaking unplugged. Like, not entirely, but just slightly. Ever so slightly, it got pulled out a little bit. And that was enough to kill it completely. Good! I don't know how the frick... I'm so sorry. When did it get cut off? I don't know what sentence I got. Well... Very briefly, what I said was just, I'm weird. There's some days where I'm in the mood to just do nothing but like play games, essentially. But that's normal. I think pretty much everyone feels that way. I have the reverse problem. There's some days where I don't feel like doing anything but getting work done. It's really freaking weird. So today's one of those days. I just wanted to say I apologize. Oh, okay. I said I want to get work done. Then it died. Okay. Thank you, Neverson. Yeah. So today we're gonna do that. Hopefully. What else? What the frick else did I say? Oh yeah, just, I was gonna stream something else. I was gonna stream, there were a few games I was thinking of that I could try. But straight up, I was just like, man, I'm not in the mood tonight, I don't know why. So I'm sorry about that. I know it's really weird. That's definitely, like, my problem. But I was just, like, thinking, like, if I stream this, I'm gonna have to force myself to do it, and it's not gonna be enjoyable to watch, right? Because it'll be, like, you know, if I have to force myself to do something, that's probably not gonna be fun. I don't know, so that was my thought process. I do apologize if anyone wanted to see something else tonight. I'll stream that stuff again soon, I swear. But in any case, we're gonna do Progress 2, so let's go. Yeah, Seals, the whole Riders of Gravity OST is way better than it has any right to be honest. It's freaking amazing. It's gonna be like the Halloween Game Jam where you didn't realize nobody could use mic. Did that really wait, did that happen? I don't remember that. I believe you, I completely forgot about that. That's amazing. Yeah, there's been several times where no one could freaking hear my mic because I'm an idiot and something went wrong. Thanks for letting me know about it. Well, anyway, it looks like it's working now. So yeah, we're gonna jump right into this. Let me, I'll tab here, give me a second. Alright. So, oh wow, that was a seamless freaking transition, holy frick. Because I forgot I took the screenshot literally of like where I was at. Anyway, yeah, so, here's the deal, right? Here's the thing that's gonna be a bit strange. I've mentioned this before. For a long time I've had this issue where with my code I'm not like happy with it, right? Like I write something and it just, immediately after I'm like, that's not any good. And that's been something I've struggled for a very long time now. I thought it was just something that changed my mentality, and to an extent I think it was, but another big part of it was actually freaking C++. I don't think it's a bad language. I still stand by it. Actually, it's very powerful and it can be amazing if you use it right. But I feel like it's hard to use it right. There's so many ways you could use the language where it just produces something that isn't great. And I feel like I'm always writing code that's gonna have to be rewritten later when I write in C++, right? It's so hard to get it to actually be like quality. So I think most people would agree with me on that. Here's the part that people are gonna disagree on. I noticed I like C. I don't know why the frick I like C. I really like. Well, I kind of do. I've thought about it a lot, and it's to me it honestly just feels like it's. I'm gonna tick people off with this one. I feel like it's better designed in some ways. It doesn't. It obviously has a lot less features, but I feel like the features that it does have are very well thought out for the most part. There's a few exceptions, of course, but a lot of it is like really well thought out stuff. You just basically write code, and then it just works. That's it. You don't have to think about how to design your code for 30 hours before you design it. You know what I mean? And I really like that. And there's so much power you have with it and everything too, right? I don't know. I dig C. However, I know that's kind of a controversial. I don't know. There's definitely people who agree with me on that, but there's also definitely a lot of people who would disagree. So with that said, I was writing in C for a bit. Once I noticed that I liked it, I started writing in it more, and I realized that issue where I felt like my code was bad and I had to rewrite it completely freaking disappeared. Like I literally just would write stuff and I'd be like, hey, this isn't bad. This is all right, dude. This is pretty good. And then I'd like keep going, and I just never stopped. I got a lot done. Like I actually started being productive again, and that was neat. So I started doing that for several months with different projects just to see. Right, if it was a temporary thing or if this really was the secret, you know, and for me anyway. And yeah, dude, I've been getting so much more done since I've been using C than when I was using Google+, and I've just been happier as well. So I went to work on HedgeLib again, right? And since it was in C++, and I kept telling myself, no, no, you're not gonna freaking do it again. You've done it too many times. Just write it and see if it'll be okay. And I forced myself to do it, and I just kept working on it. But man, I was so unhappy to work on HedgeLib every time I had to do it. I really had to like pull myself and force myself to work on it. And I was like, that's not good. That's not okay. I would be a lot happier if this wasn't C. I know that's weird, but yeah. So that's what I did. Okay, I did. Freaking. I swear I'm gonna stop doing that. I know, but anyway, it's in C. And I'm very happy actually with how it's coming along this time. Like, this is the best version of it I've done by far. Like, I don't feel like I'm ever gonna have to rewrite this. This is genuinely like, I'm really happy about it. That said though, as with every time I freaking do this, it's, there's some things that I need to re-implement. So, it's in a weird state again. A lot of it's there, but not all of it is yet, and, that's why I haven't committed in 800 years. Because I'm scared to do it. I know that when I hit... Well, I have actually committed, I just haven't pushed it. When I hit push, people are gonna go, "You did it again?" and they're right. They're totally right to react like that. But, yeah, I'm gonna tick off some people, I know. So, I'm like scared to push until I know that it's like on par with what I had before, right? And then I'm gonna feel comfortable pushing it. So that's just what I've been doing, and that's why it's taking me so long. I'm sorry, I know I'm really weird with my everything, but I'm gonna get it out soon. With that said though, I am happy with what I have so far. This is, what you're looking at, this is a temporary file, this file here. So if you're looking, if this looks like a mess to you, that's why. It is a mess. It's designed to be temporary. Let me show you really fast what I have set up, and then we're gonna get into actually working on this. So, here's how it's set up now. It's actually pretty simple. So you still have pre-make and everything like before. It's organized pretty much the same way it was before. You have a folder called HedgeLib, which of course has the source for everything in it. It's all C this time. And you have an include folder, which has a HedgeLib folder inside of it, so that you can just add this to your include directory, and then you can just say, you know, #include HedgeLib / whatever, instead of #include and then, you know, whatever. They're also all prefixed with HL though, so I guess it doesn't matter either way. But anyway, and yeah, it's what you expect. And then there's a hedge tools folder, and here's hedge arcpack and hedge offsets, and I'm gonna be working on them here. Hedge offsets is already a lot further along than it was. You can double click on it, and on Windows at least, it's a Windows specific check, but it'll check to see basically if you started it from the command line or from double clicking the exe. And if you started it from the exe, then it'll pause at the end, it'll say press enter to continue, right? Otherwise, if you started it from the command line, then it'll just, it won't do that, right? Which is fantastic because it works well no matter what you're going for, and I'm really happy about that. Anyway, so you can drag a file onto it and it'll print out all the offsets, right? That's what it does. and it tells you information about it as well. This is NN for Xbox version 1. Here's all the offsets in it, here's their values and everything. It's all in hex, but it computes it all for you, so you don't have to do that, and it just helps a little bit with cracking files. So far it supports every version of NN. That's a bit loud, actually. Hold up. Is it loud on your end? I think it might be. Turn it down slightly. Let me know how the music volume is, by the way. Oh, it still seems a bit loud? Okay, hold up. Sorry about that, guys. Is that better? Yeah, some of them are just loud songs, but this one was really loud. And I'll read the chat some more in a moment as well. I'm sorry I'm not doing that. I'm trying to fast, show you what I've done, and then I'm gonna get into actually working on it. So there's also HedgeLib Pack, which is right now in a state where it doesn't really do much yet. That'll be changed real soon. I'm working on archive stuff, and I already have Gen's archive stuff re-implemented. I have reload and save methods, all functions. That's all done, and I have a streaming thing as well. So Skype can stop asking me about it. No, I'm just kidding. Skype's right. He's right. I definitely need to have streaming. Let me turn this up a little bit more. How's the audio now? Is that good? Is that too quiet? You like the in-between? Okay. I think I had it at that. Was that good? Let me know if that's too quiet or loud. And hey everyone, how y'all doing? I'm sorry, again, I will read the chat again in a moment. But yeah, so I'm trying to add streaming support as well. The way I'm doing it is kind of weird. I'll explain that in a moment. But yeah, anyway, that's the thing that's going to happen. So I also have this program called Hedge Test, and I'm actually doing some like code test with this. It's not just temporary stuff. It's like a I don't know how to. I forgot how to English for a second. What's the frick? What's it called? Like automated code checking, basically, right? It's that crap, which is not extremely helpful actually for a library about loading formats, because you need to test it on formats, right? And I don't want to include copyrighted data in HedgeLib. Like I don't want to actually have on the HedgeLib repository like XNO files and stuff that are from Sonic games, because I mean, Sega wouldn't care, but like I don't want to do that. So what I'm doing instead is a little weird. I have generic tests and then I have temporary tests. So here's how this works. There's a main.c file, which is just all the code that runs the test and everything, right? It's actually not much. And then there's a test.h header, which includes all these other headers. So then the way this works is there's a simple macro. So you have like, let's look at the memory test one. This tests out like memory allocation and deallocation functions, right? So the way it works is you have a macro called test, and then you have the name of the test followed by all the code for the test. So it's like a function, right? And that's all you got to do. If you literally just add that to one of these headers and then compile the code, and it'll run that test for you, like when you run the program, which is great. The downside is, what if you want to test something that's like temporary that you don't actually want to push into the repository, right? Like what if I want to just try something real fast and I don't want to commit it? What I came up with is basically the premic file generates. The premic file generates this temp test.h header, and by default it's just like a comment that says something like add test here if you want, or something like that. And this file is in the git ignore, right? So it's not actually there in the repository ever, but premic generates it for you, and then you put whatever code you want here. And so anything you put here will not be added to the repository. It's all temporary, which is nice. There's also a temp test depends, which gets generated by premic as well, and you put includes here that are needed by this. So it's all very nice, very flexible. You can do a lot of crap with this. There's also, in the root folder here, there's a data folder, which is where any of the tests that actually get committed to the repository, like any data that they need, is stored here. So there's one test that like loads a file and makes sure that what it loaded was correct, and that's here. And then there's like temp and out folders, and this is a mess. Temp is not included in the repository either. This is where you dump stuff that you need for the temp test. Anyway, I'm really elaborating that, but yeah, you can do a lot of crap with this, and it's really nice. It's quick and easy to test stuff. So one more thing, and then I'll actually start working on something new. Where it fixes audio settings for 7 hours of stream. It was better before. That's perfect. Much better. Okay, I'm seeing most people saying much better. Is it still much better, or was that from before? C is superior. Oh my goodness. So I have to say plus and not plus plus C. Yeah, that's funny. People just code in C, but then they use basic plus compilers. I have noticed a lot of people do that. Yeah. Well, or they code too much in C++, and then I think it messes up. I don't know. I don't have anything against C++ really. It's just it tends to be a language that gets in my way a lot. I don't know why. Anyway, sorry. So I'm gonna very briefly touch on how some of this works, and then I'm actually gonna get something done. So the one main problem that I had with my design before, that was happening due to Sigma Plus stuff that the language encourages me to do, right? Like, especially object orientation and all that, was basically I was just having trouble reasoning about how to do certain things. So the big problem I had was the entire reason I did I went away from C# in the first place was I wanted to do direct memory loading, right? I wanted to load these files straight into memory, and then I wanted to like do stuff with them, and that's it. And that's what the actual Sonic games do most of the time, right? And you know, so I thought that would be nice to do too. It makes it a lot faster, and it can actually be easier in some cases. And it's just good overall. There's a problem with that though. The problem is direct loading is actually really easy. Like straight up, like just direct loading a file is not hard to do. It's super fast. It's super easy. It's great. But saving a file, now that's where it gets hard, because when you've direct loaded some data, that data is like in a very format specific. I don't know how to put it, but it's laid out in exactly how it actually is in the file, right? So now say that you want to make your own file. Like, okay, whatever. Say you direct load a Sega NN model, right? But now instead of that, you want to generate a brand new Sega NN model from scratch, right? How do you do that? Traditionally, in like programming with like APIs, and you know, the way you would design it is you would have like a model structure or whatever, and you would like make that yourself, and it would be easy to like put in all the parameters, right? You would just say like, oh, okay, make a model, and then here's the pointer to the vertices, and then the vertices are like this, and here's the faces, all right, and then call save on that, right? It's something you do something like that, and it's simple and easy. But if you're doing direct loading, it's not, obviously, because now you have like 32-bit offsets, and you have all this crap. You don't want the user of the API to have to freaking do all that manually, because that defeats the whole. What's even the point of the freaking API then? They're doing everything manually, right? So the problem was I was trying to come up with a way that would allow me to basically direct load and also direct write. And I've said this before. There is no such thing really as direct writing. I was trying to do something that was basically impossible, right? You don't do that. The way I should have been thinking was, you can direct load, or you can serialize, right? You can load like that. And that's a little bit slower, just ever so slightly, but that's like it's more powerful, it lets you do more, it's more flexible, and it's easier. And direct loading is faster. So basically you make a trade-off. You can do both. Do you want the speed, or do you want the rest? It depends on what you're doing with your project, right? But you can do both, and it's not hard to do that. Anyway, I'm kind of going all around here, but so that's how I have things set up now. So I have this NN model header, for example. You know, a better one would actually probably be motions. Let me show you this. So this is a big file, just very big header. This defines everything that is in a Sega NN motion file. So it's like an animation. It can be a camera animation, a light animation, a morph animation, or a material animation, or a skeletal animation, right? They all use basically the same format, but they have slightly different properties. And yeah, so direct loading them, all you need to direct load them is you need all these structs. So it's a lot of stuff, but you know, all this stuff up here, right? Holy frick, it's a lot. But yeah, all you need is these structs. You just need to tell you just need to tell the language how the data is laid out, and then you just need to load the data and then use it like that, right? That's all that needs to be done. There's also, well, actually that's not true. There's also offset fixing and stuff, but that's really easy. You can just do that with a single function call in here. So that's just really easy. The hard part is, what if I want to make a motion, right? What if I want to make my own animation? The way I've come up with now, that's really simple, and I should have been doing from the beginning, but actually just makes it is just much better than what I was doing before. It's very simple. You have, there's all this code here, but there's basically, at the end of the day, there's an HO animation struct, all right? And it's actually pretty similar to the NN motion struct, if you notice. It has very similar elements to it, but it's a lot more flexible. It's like you can do stuff that isn't NN specific with this, right? And the idea is, this is a struct that can hold any type of animation. Any type. It can be skeletal, it can be material, it can be camera, whatever, and it can be for any game. So not just Sega NN, it can also be HedgeLib engine, it can also be, you know, Sakura Wars, it can be Havoc stuff, I guess. It can be whatever, right? It's supposed to be as generic as possible. And so you have these functions that allow you to direct load data, and then you can just use these structs as is. Or you can load the data, and then instead of just using it as is, you can pass it into this function here, NN model read. And this, sorry, I'm in the wrong freaking header. and then motion read, and this will serialize that, right? And it'll generate an HO animation struct for you, which is the generic one that I showed you earlier. And so then you get a pointer to that, and you can just use it now. And what's super great about that and super powerful about that is you can just straight up load up an animation, and then you can say, for example, whatever, just save that as a hedge engine animation, or a Havoc animation, whatever, right? And you can just do that. And so porting is extremely easy because you don't actually have to think about like converting stuff. You just load it into a generic format, and then the generic format can just be saved as whatever you want. And that's just a much simpler way of doing it than I was doing before. And I'm really proud of this. It's like a good system because there's a lot of power with that. You could literally totally automate ports if you wanted to once this is like, done, which is cool. Beyond just saving it as other formats, you can also export it to JSON, and you can import it from JSON as well. So you remember how before in C# HedgeEdit you had like an export XML button, and you could like export set data to that or whatever. I liked that concept, but I wanted to take that further. And also XML is kind of a nightmare actually. Like straight up, like my gosh, it's not in C# so much because C# has excellent XML stuff. C does not. Obviously, it doesn't have anything built in. So in C, when you're doing everything by hand, it's like XML is a nightmare. Why would I ever use XML? Like my gosh, Jason's better in this case. But anyway, I don't remember why I think I even have that. But anyway, oh yeah, the difference is this one imports it from a file and exports it to a file, and these take it from a blob instead. Anyway, so you can take, so this is really powerful because you can like load up an animation and then export it to JSON, and then you can make your changes in the JSON file, whatever you want to do, right? Because it's just text. And then you can import it back and then save it as like a Havoc animation or whatever, or save it as an animation again, or whatever the frick you want to do. It's like really flexible and really powerful, so I'm really happy with this setup. I'm trying to apply this to everything, and for some things it's definitely a lot harder than other things, because to make a truly generic struct that's also fairly easy to use and understand is a feat. There's a lot that you have to do there to get it all right. So I'm still working on some stuff and still trying to make sure it all works nicely, but so far I'm actually pretty proud of what I've come up with. So with that said, cool. It seems like the audio is fine. It's nice. Let me show you a few things it does real fast, and then I'll get into actually doing something. So, I've mentioned I have this program called HedgeTest, and I have this temp test header, which just runs a bunch of tests, right? So it has this X and M one, which just reads up this file from secret rings, and then it saves it again. And the point is just to show that it can load and save properly, and also to show something that's pretty neat. I'm actually going to pull up my old X editor here just to show you something, because I don't know how to do that in 0.10 yet. Yeah, I have that test. I have one that loads up this file from Sega Superstars on the PS2, and then it saves it as a JSON file, so you can see JSON exporting in motion. I have one that generates an animation from scratch. So this is obviously a lot of code. It's very drawn out, and if you're looking at this, you're going, "That's a nightmare." But take it apart a bit, and you actually see it's simpler than you might think. You just say, "Hi, you are a material animation. You go at 60 FPS. You start at frame 0, of course, and you end at frame 100. You have 2 key groups, and here they are. So the first one consists of this, right? And anyway, in the first key group, you're going to animate things as a float. You're basically going to animate RGB color, right? And you interpolate linearly. You have constant repetition, right? So you just set all the flags you want here, and then you just have the keyframes. So keyframe 1 is, keyframe 0 and keyframe 1 and all. Anyway, you set up all the keyframes and everything, and you can make this a lot easier with your own functions and stuff. But yeah, then you just save it, and it works. Here's one that loads up a model and then exports as an object file. I don't have FBX support yet, and I want to try to do that in this stream, if I can shut up soon. We'll see what happens. And then finally I have one that loads up a generations archive, which is actually consists of 9 different splits. Well, 10 I guess. It's 0 index. And it's about 91 megabytes. And it loads that up and it extracts it all to an out folder called fig000, right? And that's all it does. So yeah, I'm gonna compile this real fast. I don't think oh yeah, we're good. Okay. And we're gonna run it just to show you how this works. If I can find my window, there we go. Okay. Alright, so when I run this, it's going to run all of those tests I just showed you. So everything in this file, it's going to load up the archive and extract it. It's going to load up the models and extract it, export that as object. It's going to do everything, alright? So watch how fast this runs. You ready? Nope. I knew that would freaking happen. There we go. And it actually got stuck at the end there for a second. That took longer than it usually does. But that last part was it running the archive test. So yeah, so it did all that crap that quickly. So it still is obviously very speed focused. And I can show you what it just did here. Here's the archive that it just extracted. Everything here is from that 91 megabyte archive. And yeah, it's still, I mean, you can look at the size. It's all there, it all worked fine. So that's cool. This is another one I extracted earlier. That's Sonic, as you can tell by the name. Here it loaded up this SNV file, so it took, hang on, sorry. It took Cha G Water, that's Chow Garden Water Bee. It's from Sega Superstars, they have Chow stuff in there. It took that, this one. No, wait, no, it was SMD, wasn't it? Yeah, sorry. This one. This is a, basically a UV animation. It's like a material animation, right? And this is in the Sega NN format. It loaded this up, and it spit out a JSON file. Here it is. And if I actually open that up, here's what it generated. So this is the JSON output. It's not beautiful yet, but it does work. Yeah, you can see everything you need to know about the files right here. It says it's a material animation. It repeats. It actually goes at 2 FPS apparently. Okay, Sonic Team, sure. It has 36 frames in it. You know, here's the key groups, and then it has the keyframes, and you can see there's just 2 frames in this apparently, and I guess it happens once per second as well, or I don't know. No, I'm sorry, I'm being dumb. There's 36. Yeah, frame 36 is the second one. Anyway. This is something related to water, so I guess probably the waves, right? I exported that. It also exported the object, and I just got this working the other day. Hold up. Chow G Water C. Yeah, this one. It just generated this. Give me a second. So if you import that real fast. Did I copy the name of the model, or no, I didn't? Good. I was smart. So here's the water model that I just imported from Sega Superstars on the PS2. So I got that mostly figured out, that format. It's also Sega NN thing. You might notice it looks weird. You might be going, what the frick, that looks wrong. It looks like you did something incorrectly. Actually, I don't believe so. If you look at the vertices, it makes more sense. Hi, neighbors. Notice how they're all rigid and they're kind of bouncing around? I think it's supposed to look like waves, right? Because here's the thing. There's another 2 of them. There's Chow G Water B and Chow G Water A. Can you do this? I don't know if you can do that, actually. I don't think so. No, you can't. Alright, Blender, that would be a nice thing to add. Anyway. Here's Water B, and you can see it looks almost exactly the same, but you know, it bends in a different way. And same thing with Water A. The Water A, I think, is in a different position. For some odd reason. But this one you can see it's definitely like water, right? You can see it's like ripples on the edges. So I think the game swaps between A, B, and C, right? It just like swaps between them to make it look like it's like animating water. I don't know anything about Sega Superstars, to be honest with you. I've only seen like one clip of gameplay that was like 5 minutes long once. So I don't know where this is. Apparently it's using the Chow Garden, okay? I don't even know where that's at in the game. So I don't know if that's correct or not, but it looks correct to me. So that's cool. Time to make a pull request. Yeah, it'll happen real soon. I already have some stuff committed. I just want to finish up a few more things before I do. You didn't even notice the delay. Oh, thank you. It's funny too. I also tested all this on Linux. It compiles there, and on Mac. I tested it on both. Actually on Linux, if you can believe it, it's even faster than that. As when you first run the program, the moment you hit enter, all 9 tests are already completed, and that includes the one where it loads and extracts the 91 megabyte archive. It's freaking excellent. The only reason it stirs at all is because of Windows. So I'm really proud of this. But yeah, what I'm more proud of than that, because like the speed is obviously something I like. I like speed. But what I'm more proud of is actually just the fact that this isn't. I'm not even doing this in the fastest way possible. I'm doing this in a way that produces like somewhat clean code. Like this is the way that you load an archive. You just say gens archive load. You give it the file path. It also asks if you want tilde splits, which I do, and you have a pointer to the archive. So I give it this, right? And that's what it loads into. And then you just extract it. That's freaking it. You just load and you extract. It's so clean, right? But yeah, but it does stuff in a very very fast way, so I'm happy with this. Anyway, yeah, so that's where we're at right now. Sorry for how long that took. I just wanted to give an update because I know it's been a long time since I've done a HedgeLib anything really publicly, and I felt like I should update. Oh, one more thing. I didn't show one of these tests. Yeah, this is the one that generates a file from scratch. So this one generates an animation completely from scratch. Like 100%, every frame, as you can see here, is just hard-coded in. And I know there's a lot of code there. It looks ugly. You can make this look a lot cleaner in your own code if you know, because you wouldn't usually hard-code it like this, right? If you wanted to actually make an animation like this, what you would really want to do is you would want to make a JSON file, and you would write it all on that, and you would import the JSON file, right? And then export it as an N or whatever. That's how you would really do it. This is just a test, okay? So that's why it looks like that. But with that said, you can see here, like, I just open up a file, I say create this file here, and then start writing. Now write the motion, like the animation to the file, and then finish writing, and then close the file, right? So that's what that does. There's several steps involved, but this way gives you a lot more control over how you do things. Because you can, for example, open up this file, and then write the motion to it, and then also, so you can start writing, you can write the motion to it, and then before you finish, you can write something else. So you can instead write another animation, or you can write a model, or whatever, right? And the NN format lets you do that. It lets you have chunks like that. So this is a pretty simple way to allow you to take advantage of that, and that's pretty cool. But anyway, yeah, you can do that, and then you finish writing. And this part right here, you might be wondering why the file name is included twice. There's a reason for that. In NN, there's an optional file name chunk that you can write. It's optional. You don't need it. But the official tools that Sega uses usually does that. So basically, the file name is just written into the file somewhere. It's in one of the chunks. And so if you want to do that yourself, you can specify the file name here when you say finish write. If you don't, you can just say null, and then it just won't write that chunk, and it'll work out fine. Both ways will run correctly in the game. But anyway, so this is the file that I generated, right? And just to really prove that it is auto-generated, I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to run that again. Oh, whoops, this is the release build. Whatever, it'll still work. It's just going to be weird. Yeah, there's all these breakpoints it's going to hit. I have all these breakpoints I put here for testing purposes. Yeah, let me run it through the command line again, because that'll be faster. Oh, frick, I failed a test. Wait, what? Oh, it's because I had this open up and... Sorry. There we go. And yeah, here we go. There's the file. It was just generated now, 7:43 p.m. Well, it's now 7:44, but it just became 7:44. Anyway, here's the file. And this was all just generated from it, right? And yeah, you can actually put this in the game if you want to. I might do it real fast. I don't know how long this will take. I know you all believe me, but was it in test? Oh frick, where did I put it? Well, maybe this isn't worth it, I don't think. Sorry, I'm wasting this much time on this. Somewhere, oh yeah, it's in one of the one files and everything. That's a mess. I'm not gonna deal with that. But anyway, this is a dash pad animation for Secret Rings, and here's the accompanying, here's the JSON equivalent of what that data is. So you can see it just has like it has these two keyframes. One of them is at frame 0, one's at frame 10, and it just takes the dash pad and it says start at 0 and then go to 1. So it like pulls the texture up, so it makes the like arrow move, right? That's what that does. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up now. Sorry. No, there is one more thing, and then I actually will get to work. There's just one more thing, I swear. Like for real, this is it. Notice here how I load up stage skies, or this one from Secret Rings, and then I save it again? Well, last I checked anyway, hopefully I didn't break anything. It's byte for byte exact. I'm quite proud of. So here's the original file from Secret Rings, and I hope that's the right one. Should be. And here's the new file that HedgeLib generated. Alright, watch this, I make a fool of myself. Let's go! Nope, good, it's my provided exact. No difference was found. So they're exactly the freaking same, which I'm quite proud of. That means that anything that you generate with HedgeLib should be exactly the same as how their tools actually did it. So it's good stuff. And yeah, you can change the platform really easily too. If you wanted to port this file to 06, for example, you just say platform Xbox instead of GameCube, and obviously you can change that in all the calls. But yeah, that's it. And then when you write this, write it as an XMV, and that should now load up on the Xbox. So it'll do all the conversion for you. Like it automatically figures out based on the platform that you pass in what chunk IDs to use and what endianness to use. So when it writes the data, it'll write it with the endianness and everything that's correct. So all you need to do is specify that. It's so, like, everything is so good. I'm so proud of this. Sorry, involuntary clap. So yeah, I just wanted to show you all the current state of it. I'm really hyped about it. I hope people are as well. I'm sorry if that was boring or whatever, and I'm sorry for how long it's taken me to freaking commit this. It's coming up soon, I swear. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. So, yeet. With that said, I'm gonna get into this now. I think support will be a game changer, but don't worry if you don't get to it tonight. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know if I will. We're gonna try. The thing that's might make it so I don't get to it tonight is, well, it's FBX. Very mini rant on that. Model formats, right? There's a lot of them to pick from, but I swear none of them are good. The three big ones that everyone thinks of are Object, DAE, and FBX, right? And people think of it like Object is bad, DAE is okay, I guess, but it's big. FBX is good. That's what people think. Here's the deal, right? Object isn't bad, it's just extremely freaking simple. It's literally text, right? So an object file was literally just, if the soul... Oh, I forgot that freaking Visual Studio has a built-in model previewer that takes 9 years to load. Well, there's the model, goody. That's from 06, that's the one that shows the little exclamation mark above an NPC in the town. Anyway, what I meant to do was open this in a text editor. Oh, whoops, it's up, this was right there. Yeah, this is an object file, right? It's literally just text. You have like the vertices, and you have like the faces, and that's basically it. It's dead simple. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's fine. It's just that it doesn't support anything much more complicated than this. You want to have vertex colors? Well, too bad. Right? You want to have proper materials and stuff? Too bad. Object doesn't really support all that much. So that's the big problem with it. But if you really just want this, it's fine. FBX is actually really good. Yeah, people write about that. But it's proprietary. It's totally proprietary. Autodesk doesn't release any specification on how the format works. There's a text version for some freaking reason, and there's also a binary version, which is actually good. But both of them they don't have any specification on, so you have to figure it all out yourself. Blender... please don't, okay, good. I'm always freaking paranoid that, somehow it's gonna be like, Blender object specification? I don't know what that is. Oh, did you mean this McDonald's that's in your area? Let me show you how to get to this McDonald's. Just go here. You live right here, right? It freaking, because that happens. Anyway, well, this actually isn't what I was looking for at all. Hold up. Why did I type object? I'm brain dead. I'm so sorry. I meant to type FBX. Here it is. Sorry, FBX is really good, but it's proprietary. So the Blender Foundation actually reverse engineered it, and they wrote a spec here that they published on their website, which is very helpful. But it doesn't explain everything about the format, as you can tell by the fact that it's not that long. It only explains the basics of it, but it's enough to get you going, which is cool. I've imported FBXs before by hand. But it was a long time ago. I don't remember anything about it really. So I'm gonna look into that. There is an FBX SDK, which is official, that is by Autodesk, that you can use. However, if you use the FBX SDK, if I recall correctly at least, using that requires you to agree to this license that's not great. I don't remember it being terrible, it's just, you know what, this might actually be fine. But I seem to recall the FBX SDK being, like, something I don't want to use. There was a reason why I looked into it and I was like, this isn't great. So that leaves me with a set importer, you know, the one that has the weirdest freaking name you've ever seen in your life. This one. This one. This is what libgens uses, and so I could use that. That supports a huge variety of formats. But then again, it's like another license. I have to include another dependency. Let me say something more faster. I'm trying to keep HedgeLib dependencies as limited as I can, right? Because have you ever tried to compile libgens? Like, I like libgens. Love Dario. He's great. All right, he's really cool. So no shade intended towards libgens or Dario whatsoever. All right, like I have nothing but respect for him and his library. It's like genuinely, it without him, modding would not be anywhere where it is today. You know, so no shade intended. That said, have you ever tried to compile libgens? Okay, no disrespect intended, but it's a freaking nightmare. I'm sorry. There's so many dependencies. You gotta get this. You gotta get the FBX SDK. You gotta get the Havoc SDK, and you gotta get a specific version of it. It only works on Windows because the dependencies only work on Windows, and you have to get everything else in the right directories and all that crap. You are definitely going to try to compile it, and you're gonna get a million errors. It's gonna happen, and then you're gonna have to go like, why is this happening? And you're gonna have to go through it and break it down. Even if you're experienced with C++, it's gonna take you a little bit of time to get it to compile. Like, just straight up, it will, because there's so much that you have to like. There's so much that can go wrong, essentially, right? And that's like a problem with C++ in general. Like, dependencies are not great. It's always like a nightmare to manage all that stuff. So, in general, when I write code, I try to keep my dependencies to a minimum. I'm not stupid about it, all right? I'm not gonna write my own freaking GUI library entirely from scratch just because I feel like it. Like, I'm gonna use Qt, right? I'm not gonna write my own 3D graphics engine. You know, I'm gonna use DirectX, whatever, right? I'm not insane, but if it's feasible for me to actually write what I need without having to use a dependency, I try my best to do that, because that way it just compiles and you don't have to think about it. You can literally just write make or hit Control-B or whatever, and it just freaking works, right? On everything, and you don't have to think about it. It's easy, and I like that. That's what I want my code to be like. So with that said, for FBX, I'm probably gonna try to write my own stuff for that. Actually, I'm gonna try to write my own FBX importer and exporter stuff, and I don't know how that'll go. It's definitely not going to support all of FBX, okay? There's going to be functionality that's just not going to, like, because Autodesk, oh, it's really raining hard all of a sudden, holy frick, sorry if you can hear that. Autodesk has all this functionality that no one ever freaking uses. So, yeah. But basic functionality I'm going to try to do myself. I'm just going to try to get at least vertices. I'm going to try to get, you know, all the different vertex colors. I want that supported. I want materials to work. That's a big thing. I want to make sure that, like, normal maps and specular maps actually are supported, right? So you can actually import a model that has that, and then it'll just go, oh, okay, here's the materials, and it'll actually work. Unlike, you know, existing tools where they don't understand that stuff. You have to edit the materials manually. That's a nightmare. So I want to make sure I have all that supported, but I don't. I'm gonna try to do it myself because I don't want to like rely on a million different dependencies that are all points of failure. Oh, that is really freaking raining, bro. Do you hear that? Oh, it's dying down a little bit now that I said that. Have you heard about NuGet? I have. NuGet's fantastic. But yeah, NuGet's very .NET oriented. It's very C# oriented. If you're using C# and you're not using NuGet, freaking, what are you doing? Use NuGet. Like, seriously, you are just shooting yourself in the foot if you're not using NuGet and you're using C#. Like, it's specifically designed for you to use it, and it's so great. There's no reason not to use it. It's seriously fantastic. If you're using C or C++, though, NuGet is a thing for C++, I believe, but it's really not the same. It's like a Microsoft-specific thing, kinda. I'm pretty sure you can get it on other platforms as well, but it's definitely thought of as a Microsoft specific thing. Like, if you went up to the Linux guys and you were like, "Hi, I have this project that uses NuGet," they'd be like, "Get out of here," you know. Like it's one of those things where that's just not the way that it's typically done with C++ projects. So people don't really understand it. Usually you use like CMake or whatever and use it in a combination with like something, right? So like whatever, you have some code that like pulls the dependencies you need for you or whatever, right? Something like that. I think CMake's a nightmare though. So instead I use Premake. Because Premake's nice and simple. I mean, like, it's Lua. You just write functions and you just say stuff like, "I want to have a project," right? Like, this is the file that makes the HedgeLib project. There's a lot of comment of that stuff for now, but you say the language, you know, project name, you say what, you know, include files and stuff, and you say how you want to compile it, basically, and that's basically it. I mean, it's really simple. I like that. And it works on everything. So yeah, I like Premake. But anyway, if I was using C# I would use NuGet for sure. Music is overwhelmingly loud. Okay, let me turn it down a bit then. Is that better? Sorry about that, guys. I keep trying to get the audio right, and I keep hearing conflicting things on whether it's good or not. So clean, you should be proud. Thank you. I really appreciate it. People think Object is bad. Oh, I feel Object is the best and so easy to read. Well, I don't know if people think Object's bad, but it seems like whenever I mention the object format, people were like, "Ugh," you know, they kind of sigh. And I get it, because it really doesn't support a lot of stuff. But I think people are thinking purely in terms of, when I go to Blender and I hit File Export Object and then I hit File Import Object, I lose a lot of stuff. Bad format. That's what they think, right? But it's like, no, but you don't get it. The point of Object is that it's simple, right? The point is that it doesn't support all that stuff. So like, if you need to support that stuff, don't use Object, right? It's like saying hammers are bad because they don't let me screw in screws, right? It's like, well, no, you're using the wrong tool. But anyway, would you possibly be able to release your importer as a standard library when you finish? I don't know, possibly. I think it's going to be very HedgeLib specific because it's going to be importing them straight into the HedgeLib model struct, which looks like this, by the way. It's based on the Hedgehog Engine model stuff, but it's a little different. Basically, you have like a name if you want that, it's optional. You have mesh groups, and then you have vertex formats. Vertex formats are what you think. They have like vertex elements in them, and each vertex element is like, it describes how something goes. So these are all the things you can put into a vertex element, right? You'll say like, oh, this is a float, and it represents the whatever. It's a three-dimensional float that represents the XYZ position, right? Or you can say it's a four-dimensional float that represents the color, or whatever. You can mix and match these attributes as you need. And then, yeah, you just list those out. And then you have mesh groups, and those are just, see, this is the Hedgehog Engine stuff. They have like solid, transparent, Boolean, and special. They have slots, right? And then the slots have meshes. And finally, the meshes have materials, and they have an index to the vertex format that they use, as well as the vertices and the faces. And they don't currently have this. I'm gonna work on that. But yeah, so it's more Hedgehog Engine specific than anything else, but it's generic enough to where it works for basically anything. And right now I have it importing. Let me show you real fast. I'm sorry. I know I said I would get. I actually will start. This is the last freaking thing I'll do. Hold up. Let's grab a random model from Sonic 06. No, wait, it's the Xenon folder, right? I always forget. I think in it. No, actually, I don't know. Whatever. We'll see. There's an object folder. Okay. Wait, did I go in the right folder? Where the frick is this? Okay. Did I accidentally freaking delete all of my archives somehow? Wait, I don't remember this. Oh, no, I'm just being an idiot. Thank goodness. I'm so happy that I was a moron. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna use the previous... There we go. Check back for that. So here's all the... Wrong arc. Okay. Is under Sonic? The 06 file system confuses me to this day, I swear. Every time I think it... Oh, that's still my playlist, okay. Every time I think it makes sense, it doesn't. Okay, let's get Blaze. Best girl, let's get Blaze. Let's grab the Blaze head and the Blazer. Okay, so I don't know. I don't remember why I was showing this, but there was a reason for this. Oh yeah. I just wanted to prove that it works. It's stupid. I already kind of did, but here's that. Let's export it as this. Let me get rid of the breakpoints here, because I was testing something, that's why I have breakpoints. Did I use this? Oh, apparently I did. Well, that's great, but we're not doing that now. Yep. Get rid of all the breakpoints. Yes. Freaking... Holy frick. I don't want to get rid of every one of them in a project, I just want to get rid of these. Okay, there we go. Good. And then that exported it as object, so I can just... There she is. She has no head, because that's in another model in 06, as you probably saw there. I don't know if... anyone who's modded 06 knows that, but anyone who hasn't, this might be news to you. Yeah, 06 has a separate head model, and like the head model was different from the... That took a second, but it's different from the rest of the body for some reason. So there's the head. There we go. And that worked. So yeah, you can see it already takes NN models and it imports them into these generic HL model structs. Like it generates one of these and then it'll spit that out, right? Like if you see here in the code, like I say NN model read and I just get the model and then I just say export that, and it's an HL model, right? So you could also save it as a HedgeLib engine model. And that's pretty cool. All right, anyway, let me shut up. So it's got. I'm glad to hear. Nice analogy. Thank you. What song is this? Okay, I see the song. It's cool. You heard the hammer engine is a curse? Aha. It's a good joke. Hey, Fabian Lopez, how you doing? Should give Spectrum the proper supersonic final boss? That'd be cool. That'd be a cool idea, actually. We talk how janky the 6 models looks, mostly Sonic Knuckles, Tails and Knuckles. Yeah, they all look very strange. You can tell they were figuring stuff out. But it only supports one version of FBX, at least the old version did. Yeah, I think it's better now with that, but it's definitely interesting. Blender recently changed the blend format, trying to put a new version model on Unity 22 to animal. Oof. The blend format, I don't even know if it's really totally a format. It's just kind of like a memory dump. From what I understand, the blend format is just kind of like, it just dumps Blender's memory to a file. And then it can load it up again later. So it's kind of funny. All right, anyway. Yeah, so it definitely changes from version to version. So let me shut up and do something. So we're gonna start with I want to add support for HedgeLib engine models. So yeah, let's get to that. All right, so we're gonna go make a header. HH model. HH stands for HedgeLib engine. More specifically, it stands for hedgehog. Like capitalize the first and second H's in that word. That's what HH stands for. It's not my abbreviation, believe it or not. It's Sonic Team's. Also, you might notice how nice it looks sitting right next to the NN stuff. You have HH and NN, right? Both are just nice 2-character abbreviations. Yeah, they're both ones I didn't come up with. I swear, the HedgeLib engine was like definitely based on some of their NN stuff. Like some of the stuff they came up with here was like inspired HedgeLib engine stuff. I swear, because a lot of it just feels really similar to me. All right, and we're gonna write. By the way, for anyone who doesn't know, here's how you compile HedgeLib. Like once you pull it from the repository, here's how you compile it. You open up a command prompt in the folder that HedgeLib's in. You say premake 5 VS 2019 because you're generating a file for Visual Studio 2019, right? And then you just get a solution and you open that up in VS, and you're done. That's it, and you can just compile now. And that is how I like it. That's much like for me. That's how it should always be with code. You should be able to jump in that quickly. All right, that's a lot of H's. All right, so we're just gonna wing this. So we're gonna start off Now that we're actually doing work, it feels weird. I'm going to start off by adding support for hedging engine models into this new version, which has the new version of HedgeLib, right? And then when I do that, I'm also going to add support for the new version, the new variant of the format. Tokyo 2020, oops, I'm sorry. Tokyo 2020 and Sakura Wars, sorry, my mind shut off for a second there. And I'm sure the next mainline Sonic game as well, all have or are going to have this new variant of the hedging engine model format. It's exactly the same, but with one difference, one big difference. They have a different way of storing the primitives. Previously in the hedging engine, they always used triangle strips. They always used those. From Unleashed to Generations, Lost World to Forces Even, they always use triangle strips. But with this new format, they have an optional thing they can specify that says instead of using triangle strips, use triangle list. And there's several reasons why they might do that. I'm not entirely sure why they did that. It seems like it's mainly for performance, especially on the Switch. The Switch, I assume, works better with triangle indices than it does strips. I'm not sure if that's true, but that's what I've heard. So that's the only reason I can theorize why they do it, performance. Also, what was I gonna say? Oh, also just because I've heard that there's some weirdness with triangle strips these days. I don't know how true it is, but supposedly some GPU drivers are trash, and it's easier for you to get random bugs and stuff if you use triangle strips. Apparently. I don't know how that's true at all. That's what I heard, okay? So take that with a major grain of salt. But anyway. Alright, so we're going to, so I'm going to show you how you actually add a set support for a new format actually while I do this. Oh, by the way, you might notice I have 010 open. I like it. I'm not totally sold on it yet. There's a few things about it that are very weird to me. The main one is... one of them that really I have trouble getting used to is just like the UI and just like the fact that there's no like syntax coloring. There are templates, and that's the whole draw of 010. But honestly, the fact that everything's just gray like this bothers the heck out of me. I'm sure you can change that in options, I just don't know how. But anyway, I'm making a template for NN. So you can see this is what it does so far. It shows you all the chunks. It has a header chunk, and it tells you the signature and everything, and all the information inside the chunk. And it shows you all the data chunks, and then it also shows you the data within the chunks. So the NSTL chunk means the texture list. So here's all the text files inside the texture list. And you can see here's the file name for that text file, and the min and mag filters, the global index and bank indices, and all that good stuff. It's all there. Also models. This is one I've just barely started working on, but it prints all this information about models as well. So yeah, I don't know if I'll finish this or not, because this template is actually, there's a lot of work involved in this, and I don't know. I feel like it would be helpful, but I don't know how helpful it would be actually, because ideally you would just have tools that are good enough to where you don't ever even really need to look at the binary, because you can just use the tools and they just work and you don't even have to think about it, right? Ideally you wouldn't have to have this template, because you wouldn't have to, like, you know, if you do for some reason have to look at the binary, then you should already know how to do it without needing the template, right? So, I don't know, but I can see it being helpful, so I probably will put it. We'll see. It depends on how much people want me to do this. Yo, hey Zoni, and Eminem, how you doing? They also apparently changed how the bone rigging stuff is done. Oh, interesting. And you found models that don't work with my unbroken tool. Oh, frick. Alright, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, that tool, believe it or not, I gave a disclaimer when I released it, I think. I can't remember, but yeah, that tool I recall assembling in like a day on a stream, like a couple of hours. It was really quickly hacked together. And there's a part, I don't remember exactly what it is, but there's something about it that like was straight up not finished. Like if it encounters a file in a certain way, which it absolutely would, like it wasn't a rare thing, it would just screw up. And I was aware of that, but all the files I tested it on miraculously didn't screw up. I don't know, I was like, how is it working? Okay, whatever, I'll release it, I guess, privately to anyone who wants it. Not publicly, because it's not freaking done. But yeah, so it doesn't surprise me that it breaks in some Sakura models. I'm honestly surprised that it didn't break on most models. Like, it really should have. But anyway, I'll make a better tool that actually properly, you know, does it sometime. But yeah, interesting that they changed the rigging. I gotta look into that. To be honest, I really don't even totally understand how it works in normal hedging engine. I've hardly ever looked at skeletal stuff, so this will be a fun learning experience. Why are you using header guards when there's basically no compilers that don't support Pragma once? I'm doing C89 because I'm insane, I know. But I really like knowing that it compiles on freaking everything. It's really cool because you could do look, okay, I like doing cursed stuff that nobody would ever actually want to do except for me. But I really love freaking, like, whatever, running code I wrote on, like, a jailbroken iPhone, or like freaking a Raspberry Pi, or a smart fridge, whatever, right? I love cursed crap. And the fact that I can just bring my code with me everywhere and it just works, I don't have to think about it, is great. So I'm trying my best to follow the standards to an extent that I don't even have to, right? Because like you said, Pragma wants to support on basically everything, right? But that's why. I mean, the way I see it, it's one extra, like, I guess 2 extra lines, you have to write the NF as well, but like, it's really not much more typing. If something is a lot more typing and it's not worth it, then I don't do it. But for the most part, I try to be standards compliant. Might even work on your PDA. That's fair enough. Thank you. Yeah, I love that crap. Like being able to compile it for, like, yeah, calculators. it's stupid, but it's great. Terrain cards break with a certain triangle strip generator, if you recall. Yeah, that makes sense. The one using the LG level, you believe. Also, Rukas might be in the middle of Musashi and Rings. Oh, gotcha. You believe some pack files don't even work with Toolbox? Guy thinks this might be uncompressed. Oh, if you can, that's interesting. If you can find a pack v4 that doesn't work in Toolbox, if anyone can, please do send that to me, because I would love to take a look. I'm gonna get pack v4 support in here soon too. So that'd be really good to be able to figure out why that doesn't work. You got an offer for some random anime mobile game? Oh, nice. That's Cave Story. Yeah, Cave Story is great. C89? Wow, you're like my 80-year-old teacher who hated C99. I don't hate C99. I like it. I just like being able to compile this crap freaking anywhere, right? That's stuff I really like. But yeah. Anyway, let me get back to work. So, I know, I'm weird for not using 0.10 when I have it open. I'm honestly just more used to this right now. I'm trying to get used to 0.10. I like it, but I'm mixed. There's some things I gotta get used to. We'll see. If I end up really enjoying it and can't switch back, then I'll buy the full version. Right now I just have a trial. Anyway, let's get some random models and then let's look at them. So we're gonna get because I forgot everything already. I swear, every so often I like forget everything about how a certain format works. Okay, let's grab, do I have Sonic extracted somewhere? Of course I do. Let's grab a random freaking model. Let's just get the spinball, actually, because that'll be easier for me to wrap my head around again. Right, the Gens header, okay. So, I haven't put in hedging engine header stuff in this new version yet, so we're gonna do that as well. But that's not gonna be hard. I've been copy-pasting stuff from C++ HedgeEdit where appropriate. So I'm not actually rewriting everything, I'm just refactoring things, and I think this one's... This is the first time I haven't felt freaking depressed in writing code since 2019. No, like, straight up, like, for most of 2020 I felt happy because I've been using C. I don't know why, I know I'm super weird, but, like, I actually like this. So anyway, alright, so here's the header. What the frick, how did it go again? I'm actually gonna pull up the old, C++ one that I wrote already, because again, no point in rewriting something that actually, unless it's necessary. Where is it? There it is. Include. Go from there. Let's pop up both of these. Let's actually close all these as well. Alright, we're gonna just port this over basically. So, It starts with either a terrain model or a skeletal model struck. That's right. So this is a skeletal model, obviously. So this it's an array, which and then a skeleton, and the skeleton looks like this. Oh, it's a lot bigger than I thought it was, actually. Okay, so the array is this, and then the skeleton is unknown count, unknown offset. Did anyone ever figure out what that was? Does anyone know what those two values are? I don't think it wasn't documented in libgens, and I don't think it was documented freaking anywhere. Skype probably figured it out. I don't know. No. Yeah, so that's okay. That's the whole thing. So we're just gonna copy paste that. I also didn't like having the freaking ending swaps stuff. The way I was doing that wasn't cool. Now it's not much better, but at least I don't put it like in the freaking start. Like, I just think that makes it hard to read. You're scrolling down and it's like, you know, you just want to, all you want to see is the data inside the struct, but then it's like these functions are in the way. And that's a weird thing to commit, but like, to me, this is so much more readable. Alright. And let me make sure I'm doing things right. Alright, we're gonna say, yeah, we're just gonna call it, that's fine. And instead of this, what I've been doing is kind of weird. It's, off 32, yeah. And I don't have any array offset helper because, honestly, that was a very hedging specific thing. And it's easier to just have the count separate. So the way I'm doing this is I have, like, mesh group count, and then we have, like, okay, and yeah, so that macro doesn't actually do anything at the moment. It's there in case I want to do something with it in the future, and also because I think it just makes it easier to read the code. It might also be helpful for tools. You could have something that automatically parses these headers and finds these macros and then figures out what type of thing we're pointing to. But yeah, all that this actually does now is it's just a U32. It's literally the same as if I just typed this, right? But I think it's helpful to have them anyway because you know this is an offset and you know that it points to something, right? Which is handy. Okay. And what was the size previously? It was hex 20, gotcha. Alright. Bootleg Hidden Palace Zone. Gosh, it is a bootleg Hidden Palace Zone. The song that was just playing. I never thought of it like that, but you're freaking right. Okay. We're gonna get, just gotta paste all this crap. And we don't need to convert it to an array anymore because we're not even doing that anymore, so. I'm gonna say void because I don't freaking know what it is. Alright, and then oh, I guess this would be, yeah, I'm sorry, it's not even a pointer, it's an offset to an offset. Not that it matters, because, again, this isn't even being used, but HH bone, we're gonna just say bones. You might also notice that I'm lowercasing things. The reason for that is simple. It's just that I always uppercase them because I wanted to make it known that if something was public or private. The way that I always did it was if it's public, it's uppercased. If it's private or protected, it's lowercased at the beginning, right? But in C, everything is public. So there's no point to using that system, right? You don't need to have it capitalized any certain way, really. And given that, as stupid as it sounds, it's slightly less typing if you don't have it uppercase because you don't have to hold down shift. And also it just fits in better with the general C capitalization stuff. So that's why I'm doing it like that now. Alright, for that. So at first I'm just converting this. I don't know if I made an H2 matrix struct yet. I'm sure I did, right? No? Okay, we're gonna do that. I guess 4x4. I guess we'll just call it that still. Alright, we're just gonna copy paste all that stuff. Because that stuff's good. Again, there's no point in redoing something that's fine. I'm only trying to redo the stuff I think wasn't fine, which is the code. The headers are usually fine. Now see, when you try this, but you can't actually insert. Wait, why not? I'm sorry. You mean you tried compiling this, but you can't? Oh, because I didn't push it. Yeah, because I mean, yeah. Well, I will. You know what? I'll push it during the stream. If y'all could promise me that you won't, that no one will freaking rage about the fact that it's in C. I'm just kidding. I'll push it. You know what? Yeah, I'll actually push it. Because I have some stuff there. It's not in a great... See, the thing is, a lot of it's not done yet. Obviously, I mean... I'm not releasing code, but, like, I want to at least have it be, like, in a state where it's, like, people can understand it. Let me get rid of all this crap. I can leave the to-do comments there. That's all good. That's all fine, yeah. Oh, and the way I'm doing splits is so much freaking better. My gosh. Okay, so we're gonna we don't have that implemented yet. Yeah, there's functions that aren't actually implemented yet. But who cares, right? Alright, let's actually freaking commit this and push this, because I think it's about time I do that, yeah? Gotta make sure I don't forget anything important. Yeah, I'm not gonna put HedgeLib pack in there yet, because it really is not. It doesn't do anything yet. It just prints out usage. And it doesn't actually extract anything yet. I'm gonna make it do that later. Ooh, spoopy. That's spoopy, bro. I don't think I ended up using this autogen thing. I was going to use that, but then for the models I use it. But for the animations I found it didn't actually really save me that much. Oh, I was gonna do HedgeLib engine animations too, but I never... HedgeLib animations are freaking weird! Does anyone have like a spec for those? I mean, straight up. They're weird. I'm not totally sure I get them. I have to figure them out still. This is the... Yes. Okay. Let me clean up something there. So this is the way that Archive's working now, and I gotta be honest, I'm pretty happy with this. There's some stuff I haven't documented yet, but you can see I used to doc section comments on some stuff. There's a lot of documentation here because there's a lot to explain. To put it very simply, you have one HL archive entry struct, which can represent a lot of things. So it can represent a normal file, which is already loaded up into memory. It can represent a file reference, which means that it's actually a string, which is a file path. Alright, so it's the path to a file on the user's hard drive. That's a file reference. Or it can be a streaming file, which means that it's not loaded into memory yet, but you know the name, you know the size, and the compressed size, and you know the offset of where the data is located within the archive. Alright, so given all that, you can obviously just jump there, decompress it, and then load it if you want to later, right? So that's what that is. And finally, it can be a directory, which means that it just has a name and then like a bunch of child entries, which can also be files or directories or whatever, any of that, right? And that can go as infinitely as you want it to. So it does all that, and I tried to make it do all that, but using this least amount of memory I could, and also not being insane about it. So here's what I came up with. This is a struct with just 4 parameters in it. And the first one is a pointer to the path, which is just the name of the file or directory represented by the entry, or the absolute path if it's a file reference. So if it's a file reference, it's going to be like, C/whatever, it's going to be the whole file path. Otherwise, it's just the name, because it's all you need. Then if it's a file, it's the uncompressed size of the file. No matter what type of file it is, this is always uncompressed size. If it's even if it's a reference. If it's a directory, this is the count of entries in the directory. This is data that is different depending on what type of thing we're dealing with. And at first I had a union for this, as you might have seen me there. I deleted that. The reason I'm not using a union, instead I'm doing it like this, is basically because this is just simpler to do. If you actually want to create one thing that actually is straight up a design flaw with C. One thing I don't like about C is the way that unions are handled. This is actually like a design flaw. Like no one thought about this. When you initialize a struct, you can do it like this, right? Where you can have curly braces and then you can pass in the parameters that you want to put into the struct, right? Very simple, very clean. But what if you have a union? What the frick do you do? Because you have multiple, like, you know, it's very complicated for the compiler to figure out exactly how you meant to initialize that. And they could have fixed it with some special syntax for unions, but they didn't. So there are compilers, of course, that support special syntax for unions, but that's not in the standard. And C++ doesn't support that until C++ 20, if I'm not mistaken. Literally, the version that came out this year is the first version of C++, if I'm not mistaken, that supports initializing unions like that in the standard. Everything before that doesn't. And so it's like, I want this to compile and everything, so I don't really want to rely on a feature like that if I can help it, right? So I don't want to use unions in a scenario where I would need to initialize the struct like this. So I was like, you know what, it just makes more sense to just have this be a Umax, which is just the largest type of number that the platform supports. In this case, it's just 8 bytes, so it's the same size as a size T or a pointer, right? But yeah, that means it's big enough to hold a pointer or a size T. It's big enough to hold any integral thing like that. And so it's safe to cast it. And that's a standard supported thing, to my knowledge. But anyway. So the meta is it's metadata that explains what type of entry it is, and also includes stuff like compressed size if necessary, and this explains how that all works. Anyway, one more thing. This is really neat to me. Did you know that Visual Studio freaking supports Doxygen now? I didn't, but look, dude. Look at this IntelliSense pop-up. It's so hot. Like, just straight up. It freaking supports Doxygen! Finally! For years, it was only XML comments. And now it supports this. I'm so happy. So I've been trying to document it. Anyway, trying to make sure I don't miss anything in the chat. Sometimes YouTube freezes. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to work. So anyway, let me commit this though. I gotta make sure I don't forget anything because I always do. It's not gonna compile with AppFair anyway because I haven't updated the AppFair file yet. Good stuff. I'm gonna need to add that as well. And this is... Yeah, okay. Let me make a few commits real fast. I'm just gonna have this wait for a second. Hold up. Add basic archive support. I'm just adding, I just hit the switch thing because it asked me for a password. Anyway, alright, we got, die tabs. No, VS formatting. That's all I'm gonna say in that one. Alright, oh, is this the, like, Olympics game version of this? Sorry, it's the Alsace Racing version of it. Yeah, because it loops way longer than it should. That's how you know. Okay, add those. Here we go. Sorry. Making a bunch of commits, gamers. And then we're gonna have, Wait, I did do a Hedgehog Engine one? Wait, when the frick did I do that? Oh, I didn't implement it yet. Oh, but hey, alright. That's a start. I have no recollection of that. Alright. Alright, so then this is the Gens Archive stuff. Do I need... No, this isn't part of Gens Archive stuff, yeah. I keep forgetting that it doesn't have this header for some reason. Alright, we're gonna add this as well. A lot of crap. Where did I do this? Oh yeah, that wasn't anything big. That one's kind of nice. I'm gonna get... Those really aren't working yet. Add Gens Archive support. Gamify streaming coming soon. TM. Okay, and the hype is real. Can't say it supports that yet. Can't say this now though. Let's say other. And then I can say this is what I get for like trying to put a template there for something that's not done yet. Gosh. Cool. Alright. Used in, yeah, that's not pretty yet. Actually gonna amend that commit. Okay, and then I'm gonna add this. Add, doxy gen. I'm gonna skip this song, it's going too long. Option 2, editor config. Okay. Trying to get the most out of the fact that you don't have to type a password again for 10 minutes. Yeah, and this stuff will go up soon. I'm working on, well, I'm gonna put Swift stuff in as well. I have I have most of it figured out actually, just haven't put it in yet. Model stuff is kind of a mess right now, to be honest. Well, it's not really, it's actually, it's alright, it's coming along nicely, but I need to clean it up. So, okay, we're gonna push this. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna push this. So, you know what, let's look at that. I'm just kidding. Don't yell at me. Alright, so it's gonna try to build that on Opfair, and it's not going to succeed. It's going to die. Do I even have the tab? Oh gosh, I don't even have the tab open anymore. There it is. Okay, and the branch is still called HedgeLib++ for now because whatever. But there it is. There it is, gamers. The first commit in 900 years. I never thought he could do it. They changed GitHub's design a while ago? Oh, frick. That's actually not, Oh, it is! Oh, I did push the motion stuff. Oh, good, good. Okay, good, it's not a lie. I think it's not a lie. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, all of the NN motion stuff is supported. So you can play with that if you want. The model stuff will go up soon, but there's some bugs with it that are really bad. But there you go. So literally everything it says here is already supported in the version I just pushed. Cool. And I'm gonna need, yeah, I actually cleaned up the README and everything, so it's pretty good. So there you go, gamers. How do you get to the freaking? Is this it? Okay, I'm not used to the new design. I really am not. Yeah, this is gonna fail. It's just gonna fail. It's like it's absolutely gonna fail. I'm gonna fix that very later. But that's all. Please don't yell at me. I already know. But it's all. That's there now. So if you want to compile the new version of this, feel free to do that. Something else with Skythe, you notice about Sakura Wars model is that it seems the model for the skeleton, the PXD. Wait. it seems the dot model for the skeleton, the PXD, I get, oh yeah, I see. It had like 3 skeletons that went with the model, base, body, and facial. Oh. It's freaking weird. Can it, I guess they can do that now. Like, I guess they can have multiple skeletons per model. That is actually really interesting. I can see why they might want that actually, but, well, not really, no. Nah, it's that's freaking weird. Huh, okay. Well, thanks for letting me know about that. I'm gonna yell at you? Oh no. Alright. I'm actually waiting for the inevitable, like, joke. Where someone's like, I'm yelling at you because you told me not to yell at you. And I'll be like, cool. Thank you. Alright, anyway, let's get back to work. So, I hate the trend of, like, not getting anything done in these streams, so I'm gonna fix that now. So here we go. Here's a bone. So this is random. I just want to ask this as I'm working. Has anyone ever used Vim? Because like it's one of those things where like anyone here, I've used Vim. That's one of those things like I've been mixed on for a very long time. These people are like, there's people I know who are like, oh, it's, you know, Vim's fantastic. It's great. It's weird to get used to at first, but trust me, it's really good. And there's other people I know who are like, it's a complete waste of freaking time. And I just heard such mixed opinions on it for so long. I tried it out not long ago. I'm still mixed on it. I see why people love it, actually. I actually get it. It's similar to why people like Linux. Like, everything works in terms of commands. So like even moving around in the file, you can use the arrow keys, but that's not really how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to use H, J, K, and L on your keyboard. And if you have a keyboard in front of you at the moment, look at that for a second and just think about that. H, J, K, and L. It's not even like WASD where it's like the arrow keys put in a different position. It's like 4 keys that are right next to each other horizontally. It's tough to get used to. It really is. But there's a reason for it. It's because it's slightly... you can actually, when you do get used to it, you can move a lot faster when you use those keys than with the arrow keys. Because you don't have to keep moving your hand from those keys, well, like, from the keyboard to the arrow keys and back. You know, back and forth over and over again. You don't have to do that. You just keep your hands there and you can constantly do stuff. And so like, every little thing in Vim is like that. It's all like, we want to save you 3 microseconds. And it sounds absurd. It sounds like, why does it matter if it takes me 3 freaking milliseconds to move my hand, you know? But honestly though, it didn't take me too long to get decently used to it. I'm definitely not used to it, but I'm to the point where I can use it enough. I could use it instead of ES if I really wanted to. And I'm so mixed on it still, I swear. Because I get it. It actually is. There's really nice things about it, but it's weird. You don't like Vim, but your friend swears by it. Yeah, everyone has that one friend, right? It's that or Emacs. Bro, why you not C#? Well, I've been over it before. I don't know if my reason is a good reason, because to me it's a good reason, but I know a lot of people would disagree with me. I just want to let it be known that I have nothing against C#. I think it's a really nice language, and I still use it for projects occasionally, particularly if I want to get something done really fast. Like if I don't really care too much about how it performs, because it actually does perform really well. Like straight up, like C# isn't slow by any means, but you know, compared to like raw C, it's obviously not going to be as fast. But if I'm not super if I don't super care about the performance a ton, right, then obviously like C# is the way to go, because you just freaking it's easier, right, for most projects. But what I found actually is, I don't know how to put this. I've always thought in terms of low-level things. I've always thought in terms of pointers and structs and, you know, that crap. Like allocating buffers and deallocating and reallocating and moving stuff around. I like that stuff. Like, that's how I think. And so it's actually really tough for me to... I don't know how to put this. It's it's just a matter of, like, for this project, I felt like it wasn't the right language to go with. And maybe I was wrong about that. I've definitely had second thoughts a lot on whether or not I made the right choice. But I feel happier using this for this version, like for what I'm doing now. Oh boy. Rad, he's right, you frick. C# is the only language. What is C? What is C plus Harag? That was a really... Oh, I hit Bill by accident. Sorry. That was a really bad answer, I'm sorry. I'm trying to like focus on what I'm doing and also answer it. I don't know how to speak sometimes when I do that. If you want a real answer, I guess just basically, I like being able to do low-level stuff. I like having control over what I'm doing. And especially for this project, like, this is a project where the entire point is that I'm loading stuff from memory. Sorry, I'm loading stuff from a file into memory, and then I'm doing stuff with that memory, right? And so it's like, that's a fairly low-level thing, you know? So it makes sense to use something that lets you take advantage of that, and, you know, and operate based on how things actually work. You know, that's just how I think about it. If I was doing something more like, if I'm doing like a library that just parses text formats, I would use C# for that. Without even thinking about it, because it's just easier, right? It just makes more sense for that. But for binary, it's like I'm already working in a low level. Like I'm gonna have to be thinking in terms of uints and offsets, which are basically pointers, right? And all that crap anyway. So why not just use a language that's suited for that? You know, that's kind of how I think. But also the other big thing is I didn't like how C# limited me, not just in terms of performance, but also in like memory, but also in terms of like libraries. That was a huge one. Like, I wanted HedgeLib to have a nice looking GUI, and I wanted it to be able to use DirectX. And in order to do that, I have to have libraries that do that stuff for me. I'll write it myself, but I'm not going to do that. That's a lot of work, right? And like, I can use WPF, but WPF is using DirectX 9, which came out in freaking 2004. All right, it's old. But beyond that, it's using DirectX 9, and then I'm gonna try to draw visuals into the viewport, and then I want to draw into it using DirectX 11 or even 12, but at least 11, right? And so like I'm gonna be having this thing that's drawing the GUI in DirectX 9, and then it's drawing the models in DirectX 11, and it's just like, isn't that messy? Like, isn't that not ideal? Like, I don't know. But going beyond that, like, by far, from my experience, the best DirectX like wrapper library. You have to use the wrapper library, right, to do any of that stuff in C#. You can't just use Direct3D because it's not supported. You have to use a wrapper that lets you use Direct3D, right? And so there's a lot of them to pick from. The best one I had seen by far was SharpDX. SharpDX was freaking amazing. It was really good. It was basically the same as just using Direct3D normally. I mean, it was incredibly well thought out and made, and you know, every meaning of the word. Well, it's no longer a thing. Yo, it might have actually come back from the dead. I don't know. Let me see. It's still dead now. Yeah, the repository has been archived. It's now read-only. And they added a retirement notice. As of March 29, 2019, SharpDX is no longer being developed. It's been around for almost 9 years. It's relatively stable and used on other products, which is true. But it's not going to be true forever because it's no longer being developed, right? Fast forward 5 years from now, it's going to be a bit out of date, right? So I would like to use something that is actually going to be stable, right? And that I don't have to completely swap out for something else later. But due to the lack of strong technical leadership and community involvement in the project, it can no longer maintain the quality required for its maintenance, and in consequence, it's being retired. You can download all the new Git binaries and use that if you want. So you can still use SharpDX and it still works fine, but for how long, right? That's the thing that bothers me. And I know there's other DirectX wrappers. I'm not aware of any other good ones. I'm sure there are other good ones. But for me, it was just like, if I'm using DirectX anyway, why don't I just use DirectX? like, why use a wrapper in the first place? Just, you know, like, for me, like, I know it's weird. For a lot of people, they're like C# is nice, for sure, don't get me wrong. But I feel like if you write good code, really, like, C is not that much different. It's really not much worse. It just depends what you're doing. So given all that, it just made more sense for me to, you know, do it in the language that I'm already going to be using anyway. Sorry, the language that my libraries are using. You get what I'm trying to say. I can't think and type. I always say that I'm single-threaded. Like I have one thread for language processing. Right? And it can handle typing, or it can handle speaking. It can't do both at the same time. That'll overload the thread. Oh, I forgot to... I'm not doing something right here. I'll fix that in a second. So the bones are single bytes. So in Sakura Wars, are they not single bytes? Because you're saying that they're handling that differently now. I think I saw somewhere someone mentioned that, aren't they shorts now? What, do they just finally have that day come where they use so many freaking, whoops, so many freaking bones that they couldn't fit it in 255 anymore? Oh, so sorry, let me read some stuff I didn't get earlier. You don't get the appeal of him? Your friend was like, look how fast you can scroll up and down on the text file. I told him, have you heard of page up key? Right. That's the thing. There's a lot of, there's a lot of things in Vim that are, like, really helpful and powerful, but you can also do it without much effort in other things. Like in VS, okay, like, for example, say I wanted to, get rid of the first letter on each of these lines. I don't know how you would do that in Vim, to be honest with you. I'm sure you can do it with a single command that's pretty easy to type. So if you know Vim, you can just be like, oh, it's done, right? Easy. Look how much easier that was than having to, like, do this for each, you know. But no, here's the deal. You don't have to do that. If you know Visual Studio, you can do this. Right? So, like, that was a dumb example, I know. But I hope you get what I'm trying to say. Like, I feel like it's not that much slower to do it in VS for almost everything. And the time spent learning Vim is probably the time you could spend doing something else. But at the same time, it really didn't take me that long to get it. Like, there's a program called Vim Tutor that comes with Vim. Run that, and it just literally tells you everything. It's like, look, here's how to use Vim, and it just explains it to you in an interactive way. That's kind of like a game, actually. It's fun. And it really gets you up pretty fast. Like, I was using Vim comfortably only like the day that I read the Vim Tutor program. Like within an hour or so I was using it, and I was like, oh, this isn't bad. There's this myth that it's impossible to use, but it really isn't. So given that, it might make more sense to use it, but I don't know, man. For me, the big thing isn't even the text editing, it's everything else. Breakpoints, debugging, that stuff, right? In VS, I know I'm comfortable with it. I know how that works. Like, if I want to, like, well, that was a terrible file to open. If I want to be like, oh, what's entry count set to at this point? Blip, then I just hit run, and I can just tell what entry count is. It's freaking easy. Like, it's seamless, and it's so powerful, and you can do all this crap with it. Vim doesn't, to my understanding, it doesn't have any idea of breakpoint. It's not an IDE. It's a text editor, right? It doesn't handle breakpoints. So if you want to do that, you have to either get a plugin for it, or you know, you have to like integrate it with GDB somehow, right? And honestly, I don't freaking know how you do that. I'm sure you can, and it's not that bad, but like, there's a reason I use an IDE. It's because I want an IDE, right? You can make Vim like that, but I don't know. Maybe I'll love it someday. I'm honestly, like, I'm trying to make myself use it more, because I feel like it might, I don't know, I really want to give it a fair chance. I really want to see, like, maybe I would love it. I don't know, but it seems so far like I'm just kind of like, eh. I see what people like this, but I don't know if this is for me. That's kind of my my take on it. Okay, maybe catch up a bit. All reasons are good reasons to ditch Microsoft. Oof. You know what? I don't hate Microsoft, honestly, at all. But there is definitely a part of me that does think like that, actually, yeah. Like, sometimes I don't know if freaking Windows is actually going to be around forever. I know that sounds insane, Like, of course it will be. But, like, bro, I swear, like, they don't know what the frick they're doing with Windows anymore. Like, they thought, oh, we'll turn it into a mobile thing and then we'll be relevant like that. And then they tried that with Windows 8 and everyone freaking hated that. And then they're like, oh, okay, that didn't work. What do we do? Because obviously we need to go back on that, but we don't want to go back entirely. And so now we're at Windows 10 where we have this weird... It's been 5 years since Windows 10 released, and it still hasn't really changed all that much. It's kind of like this weird mismatch of, like, different ideas. It's kind of like two OSs in one, really. And it still is to this day. You have Win32 programs like this, and this, and this, and this, and oh, guess what? All the things that people actually use, right? Those are Win32 programs. But then you have the Universal Windows platform apps, and like, okay, Calculator's actually good. Like, I like Calculator, it's a good app, okay. But then you also have, like, who the frick uses any of the other apps? Okay, I occasionally use Mail. And if, like, all of a sudden the skies start raining fire, I would use the weather app to figure out why that was happening. Alright, I do occasionally use those too. I never freaking use Photos. I don't know why I have it pinned. Why the frick do I have it pinned? Okay, and I don't use the MS Store. I don't know why I have that pinned either. I have all this stuff in a folder called Windows 10. I don't use this either. Why do I have it pinned? Why did I not unpin this? I don't know what's wrong. Anyway, the point is, most of these apps are just not, like, even alarms and clock, like, hi neighbors. It's weird, right? If I want to set a stopwatch, like, okay, straight up, anyone in the chat right now, if you want to start a stopwatch, like, and you want to, like, time how long something takes, and you were just off the top of your head, right? You don't want to waste any time, you just want to start a stopwatch right now, okay? How would you do it? Here's what I would do, and here's what I think everyone in the chat would do as well. Well, I'd grab my phone, right? I'd grab my phone, I'd go to the clock app, I'd tap start under the stopwatch tab. That's what I do, right? Boom, I got a stopwatch. I don't even think, oh, I could open up the start menu and then I could start a stopwatch in the new alarms and clock app. I definitely don't get up at 7. But okay. I don't even consider this as an option. And, like, there's nothing wrong with this app. It's fine. It's actually, I mean, it's fine, really. It's a stopwatch. Boom, it works exactly like you think. But, like, I don't even think that, like, to do that on my PC. It's just not something that I do with this device, you know? So it's just, I think most people are like that. It's just like a mental shift, right? It's like people think of their phones as being products that do certain things, and their PCs as being products that do other things, right? And really, pretty much it comes down to, if you're doing something in your life that, like, affects you in the physical world directly, something simple, use your phone, right? If you're doing serious work where you need to get something done professionally, like high-quality art, or models, or video editing, or programming, you use a PC, right? That's how people think. It's like one or the other. You don't think, I do simple stuff on my PC too. At least I don't. I don't think, like, I start stopwatches here. I check the weather here. I check my mail here. I do this stuff on, I don't know, it's just a weird thing to get used to. So these apps I just don't see anyone using. I don't think anyone uses these freaking apps. Or if they do, they don't realize that they're using them. They just use them because of the default now. Right? Like, this is how it is. The only, like, I don't know. I'm using the new Edge, because actually it's pretty good. Like, notice how it looks exactly like Google Chrome? That's because it basically is. The new Edge is literally Chromium. It's based on Chrome's code. So that's why it looks like Chrome. And acts like it. It literally is. The only difference is that this is built into Windows, whereas Chrome is not. So it saves you a little bit of hard drive space if you just use this, because you don't have to have basically 2 copies of Chrome. You just have 1. Good. But then beyond that, it actually has a few other features that are nice. Like, you can have the freaking narrator be like, you know, hey narrator, read this crap.
This document only describes the encoding of binary FBX.
Good, thank you. Would I ever use that? No. But that's there if you want that. And there's like a reader view you can go to, which sometimes looks nice, and there's like that feature I mentioned earlier with the like collections where you can drag stuff in. That's kind of nice. It's just a bunch of little tweaks that make it a little nicer. So it's kind of like, and it's also apparently a lot better with memory usage and stuff, which I like, because Chrome is a RAM guzzler. Edge is too, but it's less of a RAM guzzler, so that's nice. and your Chrome extensions still work. So it's like, you know what? It's actually good. Like straight up, like fine. This is fine, Microsoft. I'll use it. It's fine. But this new Edge, guess what? It's not a Universal Windows Platform app. It's a Win32 app, ladies and gentlemen. Microsoft couldn't even use their own platform for Edge because it was too freaking limiting. So why would I want to use their new platform? Anyway, sorry, I got on a whole rant there. But the point is, there's a part of me that kind of thinks that Windows... I feel like all it's going to take is some company to show up and be like, hello! We have a brand new OS that's actually really freaking good, and it's just easy to use. You just put it on, you know, you're done. It's also open source and free. Go get it! And then everyone's going to go, oh, let's go screw Windows. Like, seriously, like, I feel like it's only going to be, like, that's all they'd have to do. If Microsoft just says, we have a new version of Windows now that doesn't have support for Win32 apps, we really want you to use that new version instead, people are going to go, okay, and then switch to something else. Because no one wants to use the new apps. They want to use Win32 apps, right? So, like, if Microsoft's going to force that, it's going to kill Windows. So, I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, it depends on if they're stupid or not. If they are, it's only a matter of time before this OS dies. And it's sad to say that, but, like, I don't know. So there's a part of me that doesn't want to be too Microsoft reliant, because if that day does come, and something actually, you know, people stop freaking using Windows, and they use something else instead, I want my code to work on the new thing. Right? I don't want to have to rewrite everything. And by the way, you might be thinking I'm insane when I say that. You're like, Rad, that's never gonna freaking happen. Windows has been around forever. There's a new OS you may or may not have heard of. That's being made by Google. That's looking pretty good. It's called Fuchsia, and it's highly in development. It's not like usable yet, okay? But it's open source. And if you can get it to run on your device, you can do it right now because all the code's on, I think, GitHub. Actually, I don't think it's on GitHub. I think it's on their own Git. Anyway, and the idea behind Fuchsia is they want to make one OS. It's the same thing that Windows tried to do but failed at with Windows 8 and now 10. The idea is it's one OS that runs on everything. But Google seems to be doing it better. I actually like their approach. They have apps that are, like, I don't know how to put it. They are designed from, like, everything is designed from the ground up to work on a desktop sort of environment and also work on mobile and that sort of environment, but without being bad. Like, they actually can adapt the UI to where it doesn't feel like you're using a mobile app on your PC. It doesn't feel dumb. Like, it feels like an app made for desktop or an app made for your phone, depending on what they, like. I don't know how to explain it, but like they have like there's like a video of it someone did a while ago where they showed like a demo of it, and you can kind of see what they're thinking with it, and they have some good freaking ideas. It's cool stuff, but the OS is entirely custom. It's not based on Linux. It's an entirely custom kernel and everything, and they wrote all of it themselves. Why the frick would Google do that if they didn't plan on, you know, like, that is so much work to put into something that they don't plan on using, right? They're gonna use this they're very vague in what they're gonna do with it. They haven't told anyone what the frick they're doing with this or what it's about, and they've been very silent on it, so it's hard to even find information on it. But it's a thing. If you look it up, you can find some videos where someone shows it off away. It's a very, very, very early build, okay? But you can see, like, kind of how it looks and stuff, and it's, you can see what they're thinking, and if this is finished, it will be interesting, and I don't know if Microsoft, I don't know how things will react. I can genuinely see if Microsoft makes a bad move, and then right then Google goes, now! And they launch their new Future OS that they worked on for like 5+ years, you know, and they're like, look at how good it is. It does all these things. We already poured all these apps for you. Get wrecked. I can actually see people going, oh, I want to try that. And I don't know what happened with it. It's interesting. Anyway, hi Des. How you doing? Let me catch up on the chat. I'm really far behind. Check Discord pings. Okay. Oh, frick, thank you so much. There's a lot of pings I missed. Holy frick. I'm gonna respond to all those in a bit. I'm so sorry for being dead. That's all on me. terms like when you want to use Python but you want to see syntax. Yeah, honestly, it is exactly like that. If you want to use something high level like Python, but you think Python syntax is bad, like I do, you use C#, right? If you want to do something lower level, then you use C. The time makes you understand everything even less. That's true for me too. It's true for everyone, I think. Can't be made by Microsoft. They made, in your opinion, the best IDE and it's free. Wait, you can't be made? Oh yeah, ever sort of download Minecraft? Yeah, exactly. It's I did use it for that. Windows is slow. It is. Seriously, I'm look. Okay, I'm not a Linux elitist. I'm not one of those guys who's like Linux is better. It's like on a technical level, I think a lot of it is, but when it comes to actually using it, bro, there's a reason I use Windows. It's hard to get stuff done on Linux in the same way because there's just not as many good programs for it. Okay. It's sad, but that's just how it is. And I think the main reason for that is because Linux is like there's like 8 million different flavors of Linux, and each one has their own like package managers and their own like everything. So it doesn't matter. Like, you can't just make a Linux app. You have to make an Ubuntu app, and you have to make a, I hate saying app. Let me say program. You have to make like an Ubuntu version of your program. You got to make like a, version for Arch. You got to make whatever. Like, you got to test it on all these different distros because things might not work well on one. Whatever, right? And I know it's not actually as bad as I made it sound, but like, really, that's like a problem with Linux. Like, that's the draw to it. That's why people like it, because you can customize the crap out of it, and you can make Linux exactly how you want it to be, which is awesome. But it's very do-it-yourself. You have to know how to do all that yourself because it's not going to help you. And like, developers have issues freaking porting stuff over sometimes because like, okay, like on Windows, you have an exe, you just throw the exe into the wild somewhere. You just toss it onto some, Google Drive or something. You're done. That's freaking it. You want to release a program on Windows, you just throw the exe somewhere. Everyone knows how to install it and use it. Download it, run it. It's easy, right? It's like freaking seamless. And that's all you gotta do. If it works on your Windows machine, it should work on everyone's, right? I don't know about older Windows versions, but that's the only thing. That's the only thing you have to consider, right? On Linux, it's like, I don't even freaking know how to release something. There's a million ways to release it. You could just release a binary, and then people just have to download that and make it executable, and then they can run it, and that works, but then that's not the way you're really supposed to do it. Ideally, you want it to be in a package. You want it to be so people can type sudo apt install, and then whatever, and then they can get your thing. Or sudo pacman-s, and then get whatever. It depends on their distro, right? And their package manager. But you want people to be able to install it like that. But how the frick do you get on the package? I don't freaking know. I've looked it up before, and I don't find helpful information on how to do it. Like, I know you have to have your, like, you don't just put something on the official mirrors, I guess, because that's not your, anyway, that way anyone could just release crap and it would, that wouldn't work. You have to, like, have your own server or whatever, I guess, your own source, and then people have to, like, add your source, and then they can install it. But I don't freaking know how to set that up. I don't know anything about it. Really, you don't release binaries on Linux. You release code. You just throw some C code into the wild and say, okay, compile that, you fricks, and then you let Linux users take care of that. You let them figure out how to compile it themselves, and that's fine. But it's not. Look, you think Grandma knows how to compile, C code? That's the problem, right? It appeals to a certain type of person, but not to anyone else. And that's why it doesn't take over Windows. Like, that's why it never has. Because nobody freaking... You have to know how to do all this crap to be able to use it. And people say, that's not true, you can... but it is. Like, I like Linux, okay? But it's true. Like, it's very do-it-yourself. And you have to, I don't know. So, I feel like another OS could take over. It really could. But it's only gonna happen if it's as simple as Windows is. Or Mac, okay? It has to be, well, the reason Mac doesn't take over is because it's proprietary. It's only on Apple hardware. If Mac was open source and free to use, and it was on, you could run it on anything, Mac might be the OS we're all using. Like, seriously, it might not be Windows. Because why would you not want to use something that's free that's just as good? The problem is that Linux is harder to use for most people, I think. And it's not just that we're all used to Windows, that's definitely a big part of it. It's also just... crap like that. Like, again, you can't just download anything and run it. You gotta know how to compile stuff. You gotta know how to add sources. You gotta know how to use your package manager. You gotta know what an app image is. And then, because that's also a thing now, and Flatpaks, and, oh, what the frick else? There's a million different things like that. And some programs are distributed as .deb files, which are meant for Debian, and that's it. And so if you're on Arch, I'm sorry, I don't know what the frick you do. Or if you're on anything else, I don't know what the frick you do. Some are distributed as Flatpak, some are as app images, some are as straight up binaries, some are as code, and you're supposed to compile it yourself. It's all, there's a million ways you can release a program, and all of them are like, you have to know how to use a program to install it, and it's like, it's not like that on Windows, man. It's just easier for people. So that's to me the #1 reason why Linux isn't used in the desktop space as much as Windows is, and probably will never be, because that's just, it's, again, my grandma's not going to use an OS like that. It's too complicated. I don't think most people want to use something like that. But if there was another OS like, you know, I'm repeating myself a million times, I'm going to shut up. But I do think the Google Fuchsia thing, it has a chance. I really do. If they just make it free and open source, just like Linux is, right? But make it so there's like one binary format, and that's it, right? A .google, whatever. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, but you know what I mean. That would work. I seriously think that would freaking work. People would be like, oh, it's like Windows, but it's free. It doesn't update all the time. It's faster. Hopefully it would be faster. Hopefully they want to screw that up, but we'd see, right? It lets me customize it more. Hopefully they'd let you do that as well. You know, whatever. It doesn't spy on me because it's open source. I can tell that it doesn't, right? Or if I'm paranoid about it, if I'm paranoid that the version that the binary does, then I can just compile it myself, right? And then I know it doesn't because the code that I just compiled doesn't spy on me, right? So I know for a fact. Like, if you have all those pros and none of the cons, why the frick would you not use it? Like, people would, it would take a while, but people would eventually switch over to this new OS. And if Microsoft didn't do anything to stop it, then, well, there you go. But, will that happen? Probably not. Sorry, I feel like I'm being especially boring tonight. I'm just really rambling because I'm trying, oh, this is what that is. I'm trying to concentrate on what I'm doing more so than what I'm saying, so that I can actually get something done. Which is working, I think, but it's also making me extremely boring, so... right, the mesh slot is like... So we're just gonna do that. Oh my gosh, it's the real Zavik. I want his autograph. Alright, let's maybe 8 bytes. Yep. We're gonna get the mesh slot. Okay, that is actually something about Vim that I like. If you want to delete a whole chunk of stuff, like, you want to delete this whole thing here, in VS or most editors, you have to, like, the fastest way you can really do it that I can think of is to hold down Shift and to click like this and then hit backspace. And that's pretty fast, but you still have to kind of, you know, in Vim you could just be like, what is it? I think it's like CW something, and yeah, CW and then the number of things you want, and then that'll clear the amount of words that you want and then put you into insert mode, so then you can start typing in to replace that text with something else. So you can be like, and it's just like, you know, I'm sure there's a much better way than what I just said, but that's just an example. That's actually a good thing about Vim, but I don't know if that stuff is enough to make me want to use it instead. Okay, let me scroll down. I'm really far behind. Hey, Susan Davis, and I've probably been here for a while now. My apologies. How you doing? Remember Hayden, he's spinning straight facts right now. Chrome code, replace the Google proprietary code with Microsoft's, lol. Yeah, that would, I see. Okay, I don't know. I haven't looked at their code for Fuchsia because it's a freaking OS being made by a team of very talented individuals. Of course, it's going to be impossible to read. You know, like, well, not impossible. You know what I mean? There's going to be a huge amount of code, and it's going to be very complicated stuff. So I haven't taken a look at it. From what I understand, they're trying their best to make it fast and not bloated, which is good. And it seems to be running well on the prototypes I saw. It only runs on a few devices right now because they have to make drivers, right? They're making everything from scratch. Like, again, it's not based on Linux. Like, Android is. It's based on... Wait, is it Linux? Yeah, it's either Linux or at least Unix-based, but I actually pretty certain it's Linux. Which is cool. iOS is, I think, Unix-based? Someone's gonna be upset at me. I feel like that wasn't quite accurate. Someone's gonna be like, no, it's not. I'm pretty sure it's Unix-based. It's obviously not. Like, they turned it into something very different, but I think the base, like, the kernel and everything is Unix. I might be mistaken there. But yeah, but this Google Fuchsia is not. It's an entirely custom kernel. It's called Zircon. It's a really weird name, I know, but it's Zircon. And it's a microkernel that's architected in a very different way from how Linux and, I believe, you know, actually I don't know how the Windows kernel works. The NT kernel, like, I have no freaking idea how that works. But at least it's very different from Unix and Linux. It's actually better in terms of how it's architected in a way, which is pretty neat. The main, okay, cool, I already took care of this, we should be good now. The cool thing about it, the thing that's really different is, it's kind of difficult to explain, but basically Linux and Unix, it's probably also the NT kernel, though I'm not sure, and I think also macOS, I'm not sure, but I think they all pretty much have the same kernel design. They're monolithic, which means the kernels are a big blobs of code, like a very large chunk of code that just handles pretty much everything, from networking to hard drive stuff to, you know, drivers for all that stuff to all that stuff. All the communication between the software and the hardware essentially is handled by the kernel, right? So there's obviously a stupid amount of code that has to be in there. That works fairly well, actually, obviously, because every OS pretty much uses that. But there's a major flaw with it. The flaw is, well, there's several major flaws, but one of the big ones is security, actually. Because if there's a bug in any of that code anywhere, what happens is all the kernel code obviously runs at kernel level. It means that it has complete access to the hardware, right? Anything that runs at kernel level is like, you know how you have you can run a program as an admin in Windows? Well, imagine if you could run a program as admin +++++, and it had access to do anything it freaking wanted to at all with no restrictions. That would be kernel mode stuff, right? So any kernel code obviously has kernel level, like, security. It can do anything that the kernel is permitted to do, which is everything. It can do anything it freaking wants to, right? So if there's a bug in the kernel that allows a hacker to, or an attacker, right? I hate the word hacker, you know what I mean? An attacker to run their own custom code at the kernel level, that is very bad. That is really bad. You don't want that to happen. And that's happened a lot in the past, to my understanding, because of course, people are human. Even kernel developers who are geniuses are gonna make mistakes, and there's gonna be times where you have a bug that someone can take advantage of that allows something to run that it's supposed to run, right? And so when that happens, it's very bad. So by inherent design, by the way that the monolithic kernel system works, right? If there's a bug anywhere in the freaking kernel that allows you to run code, you can take advantage of that, right? And that's very bad, and obviously that puts a pretty big security risk. The Zircon kernel is designed to be different. It's a microkernel. So the way it works is basically it's very small by design. It only handles the bare minimum, like, absolute requirements of, like, strict hardware stuff, okay? Everything else is not handled by the kernel. Instead, the kernel gives you, like, handles, and then you can use the handles to do all the specific stuff. So, like, actually sending stuff over the network, for example, and receiving stuff from the network isn't handled by the kernel. It's just the kernel will give you, like, a little handle that lets you interact with the network card, and then you have to handle all that yourself. So that sounds bad, but it isn't, because then they have other components that are built on top of the kernel that are built in for you that handle all that. So it works the same way as like Windows or Linux or whatever, right? But it's architected differently. The main advantage here is that those other components are their own unique like sandbox components. They're not part of the kernel. They're like separate pieces, and they run, I believe, in user space, which means they don't have that kernel access, right? So if there's a bug in any of these components, it's not really a big problem, because all that means is, well, there's a bug in the component. It's similar to having a bug in a program that you run on Windows, right? It's not really a big deal. It's not necessarily a huge security risk, but you know, it's just much less likely that there's going to be a bug with the kernel. So the OS is like a lot more secure just in terms of how it's designed, which is really cool. And also, it's very flexible because those components are all components. They can be plugged in or unplugged. They can be swapped out. You can update just the components without updating the rest of the kernel if you want to. And you can have the components be written in different languages if you want to. And in fact, they're doing that. They have a lot of the components written in some of them are written in Rust, some of them are written in Go, some of them are written in C++. They're written in different languages, but it's okay because it compiles down to the same optimized machine code, and it just runs, and it works, and it's fast, and it's fine. So they're that's how Google's thinking about this, and honestly, I think it's a pretty good approach. I'm really interested to see what they do with it. I'm kind of excited for it, to be honest, but they're so quiet on it. Like, most people don't even know it exists, and that's by design. Okay, I'm really far behind. Hold up. Google, imagine Linux becoming mainstream, that'd be hilarious. Google OS code hosted on Microsoft owned GitHub. Imagine that universe. It could happen. It honestly could. What does it look like? Why did it? Yeah, you can. It's probably better to look it up, to be honest, because the thing. Okay, here's the thing about it. It's so early in development still. They started it in 2016, I believe, and the UI is still like it has so much to go. Like everything that I'm trying to put a disclaimer here, but I'm blabbing too much. Basically, simply put, it's hard to actually judge it because everything that you see in videos and stuff of it is completely work in progress. All right, like the UI is totally temporary. They're testing out ideas and they don't know if it's gonna work or not, or what they're even totally doing with it yet. They're just throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks, basically, right? What they're really focused on right now is the low-level code for everything, and then once that's done and all that's working, then they're gonna focus on the UI and they're gonna figure out what the frick they're doing with this. So please keep that in mind. It's a heavy work in progress, but there are a few videos fooling around that show what the UI currently looks like, and let me try to find one. A lot of them are out of date. Yeah, this one's like from 2017, for example. But it might still not be that different from how it looks, because again, they're not focusing on the UI yet. Let me see how this looks real fast, and then I'll show it. Wow, this is cool. Okay, well, this is just a Vulkan demo, but oh, it's a Vulkan API demo. Oh, that's neat, but I want to see the actual OS. Hold up. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to find this, but I do want to show you all what it looks like, just to give you an idea. Again, the UI is not final at all. It's gonna probably change completely. Oh geez. What a good ad I got. No charge to browse. What a good YouTube ad. She looks like a Karen, I'm sorry. Yeah, you find a lot of videos that are crap when you look this up, because there's a lot of people who are just like want to make get a few views, and so they just like show you it's Google Fuchsia, but it's not totally. It's like really. Okay, yeah, here's one of the only good ones I've seen. This is from 2018, so it's already 2 years old, so keep this in mind. And I'm not going to play the whole thing, I'm not going to play with audio because I don't want to steal views from them. Check it out if you like it. This is from Androbit Tech Magazine. I don't know if I'm saying that right. It's called Google Fuchsia Pixelbook Review. And this is like the lock screen. Again, it's all very temporary, but look, it's freaking working. They wrote this OS completely from scratch. And I know that they're Google, but like, they set aside a team of not that many people to write this, and just said go nuts, and they did, and they wrote their own freaking kernel, and they have their own OS and everything, and it's very work in progress, but it's coming along. So the idea here is this is a test to where you can tap areas of the screen and you can change between how it would look on a phone, how it would look on a PC, how it would look on a tablet, etc. So it's just to give you a preview, a sort of an idea they're thinking of how they can make the UI change based on what screen you're on, right? And you can see it's really good at that. Like, it looks like totally fine on pretty much any form factor that they're stretching it to, which is really neat. So I kind of like the idea of what they're going with here. Hopefully it doesn't actually show his password and everything, but yeah, they have, I don't know if this even works, but the idea is that you could sign it with a Google account. Oh boy. Yeah, I know, that's kind of a spyware concern. But Microsoft already does that, and Windows 10, you sign in with your Microsoft account, right? So it's kind of the same freaking thing. The idea is that it would sync up to your, like, Android phone or whatever, right? And so you could, like, open up tabs on your laptop or whatever with Google Fuchsia, and then go to your phone and it's like, oh, here's the tabs, and it's just seamless, right? That's sort of what they're going for, I assume, that kind of stuff. And this is an extremely early version of what the home screen might look like, so this is the big part that you can tell that it's not done. It does work, but it looks kind of weird and not great, and I'm sure they're gonna rethink this before it's done. Like, this menu doesn't work yet. This is like an idea of like how this is a test of a drop-down menu, but I don't think it actually does anything, and you can see it's kind of laggy when he scrolls because, again, it's a work in progress. Sometimes it freezes apparently, so again, really work in progress. The UI is totally, like, you know, being done. This is 2 years old though at this point, so it's probably better now. But anyway, this is sort of a test they had for something. The idea here was they have a little screen you can pop open where you can, like, change some settings, like a control sort of panel thing, and they have a few placeholder visuals for, like, battery and Wi-Fi and all that stuff, and then they have these cards, and these are like, the idea is that looks like Android, right? You can type there and then you get Google search results. I don't think they're gonna go with that because that looks kind of bad. But anyway, here's where they open up apps. It's kind of like the start menu. You just type a name and then you tap an app and it opens up. And here they have a test of the Vulkan API. So here they're showing Vulkan working, which is nice. I know it's not impressive looking. It's just a freaking cube, but Vulkan, fantastic. It's pretty nice actually that they have that already. And here's what's neat about it. You can minimize it, and it's like it's like Android, right? You have like little apps, like previews in the center there, and you can actually, I believe, put them side by side like how Windows did, but there's like more customization about it. So this is something they're testing. This is the main thing that they're testing right now. This stuff. You can do crap like this, and you can see it like resizes based on how you're placing the window, right? And so then when you let go of it, if you ever will do video, yeah, then you can have like tabs like that if you want. You can tab the windows together, or you can put them side by side. You can dock them, so that's like on Windows or whatever. Yeah, Windows 10. They stole that idea right from Windows. Whatever. They're trying to come up with different ideas. You can even have them together and to be like one app. Apparently, I don't know how the frick it works. It's again, UI is very not done. They're just experimenting. They're throwing random crap at the wall to see what'll stick, right? And they don't know if it's gonna, what stuff is good or not yet. They're just trying things. This is just an image. This doesn't even work yet. This is just a picture of a calendar, just to give just so that they can test out, like, more of the app stuff, like grouping two apps together or whatever. This is a really basic Chromium web view, I assume. It might not be Chromium, but why would it not be Chromium? And it's for some reason not running well, so I'm assuming that's not done yet either. It's all a huge work in progress, but I can see how if they, polish this up and get a UI that's not this, because I really don't like how the home screen thing looks, to be honest with you. I think that's a bit too basic for a desktop OS, right? For a phone, that's great. For a desktop OS, I don't know, maybe I could get used to that, but I feel like I would want something a little... I mean, honestly, I don't know what I would want, though. I don't know. They are just experimenting. They're just trying to see what the frick works. And here they have like a really basic file list. That's not actually what's going to be used for... That's not actually going to be used like for editing your files and stuff. That's just a test, right? This is all just test. But yeah, it's really interesting stuff. You can tell this is just a random picture of some guy, some band, right, that they're testing. It's just test stuff, right? But they're gonna focus on UI later, and honestly, I don't think it's bad. Like, for what it is, a work in progress OS that Google's doing to try to see what happens, there's some good ideas in that. that, like, I can see how that could be really good, right? If finished and polished up. They would need to change the UI pretty drastically, I think, because there's a few things about that I think are too mobile-centric to catch on. But a lot of it is pretty nice. And I kind of like what they're thinking here. They also, I don't know if it was this video and I missed it. There's some video that showed they also had a terminal. There's also a terminal program you can pop open, and then you could just run commands in it, and it just works like Unix, which is fantastic. That was one thing I was really concerned about, actually. I was like, are they going to make it too much like a mobile OS where you have no control over your files or anything? No, they're not. At least currently, there's a terminal you can pop open and you can run commands and you can open up files and stuff. And I guess you can do it on your phone too. I don't know how the frick that would work. I guess a mobile keyword pops up and you type into the terminal if you want. Or maybe they would disable that on the mobile version. I don't know how it would work. But they seem to have a terminal in here as well, and they seem to have commands for it that you can run. So, I don't know, man. I think that's pretty promising looking. I think that's interesting. I can see how if Google really goes all out, because right now they have a small team of people that are doing this in their spare time at Google. They're not fully focusing on this. They're focusing fully on everything else. This is just a small project they're doing. I can see how if they looked at this and went, yeah, all right, it's coming along pretty well. Let's take this seriously, right? And they like made the team bigger, right? Put some more emphasis on it, and they really started pushing it, and they just like polished the crap out of it and started releasing. You know, I could see that actually being a legit good alternative to Windows or Linux or anything else, because like I don't know, there's some really good stuff in there. So I'm kind of excited for it. But anyway, sign up with Google better be optional. Yeah, exactly. But again, it's like Windows. Windows already does that. If it looks more like Windows and Linux when released, me too, honestly. Because Windows has some pretty nice. Well, Linux can look super great too, but yeah, you have to like you can make it look however the frick you want, but out of the box, I think Windows generally looks better. Okay, hold up. I disagree. Wait. I don't disagree. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. I don't even know what being agreed with or disagree with. You know, you don't like how this looks. You know, it's a work in progress, but nah. Yeah, that's fine. These are what this is all about. Hi. I'm doing some programming and I got sidetracked talking about Google's making their own OS called Fuchsia. That it's not based on Linux. It's got its own kernel and everything called Zircon, and they have a super early like build that someone was using there. To show off kind of the ideas they're having with it. I don't know, I think it looks pretty promising, but it's not, it has a long way to go, right? If they released it in that state, obviously it would be terrible. But I think if they tweak the UI, alright, make it look more like Windows. So make it so you've got like a taskbar, kind of, right? And you have like a start menu, something similar to that, right? And keep everything else pretty much the same. Like keep the same ability to like drag around windows and stuff, and tab them, whatever. I don't know. I can see it. Like I can see what they're thinking. Like they have some good ideas. I never thought the Windows 10 idea of having one OS that does things on multiple devices. I never thought that was a bad idea. I just thought Microsoft didn't handle it quite right. So I do think it's interesting to see someone else trying that. Alright, let me shut up. So here's all the Hedge Engine model stuff, so we're going to actually write code to read that now. So, I want to be consistent with how I did it here. Go edit model read, we're going to copy paste that. Change it to, whoops. HH model read, ha ha ha! Man, how is Rad so creative? Alright, and then we're gonna bring that over here. I think I'm probably gonna change it to not return a pointer at some point. Haha, no pun intended. I'm probably gonna make it, yeah, because I don't like that. One thing I don't like about C that I will say straight up, that a lot of people don't like about C, but yeah, this is a thing that is actually totally valid to like. The error handling is kind of, I honestly think it's better than how C handles it a little bit, because the idea of exceptions is good, I think it's not a bad idea, but the way they handle it is not great. The big thing that makes it a problem is basically everything can throw an exception. Even, I believe, destructors and copy constructors and that crap, they can all throw exceptions. And operators can be overloaded and be used as functions, and then those can throw exceptions. So you can write code like this. Haha, whatever, right? You're trying to get something from the haha pointer, and little did you know, haha was a class that had an overridden operator for this, and then that calls some code that happens to run into an error, and then, this will crash your code. Like, you'll get an exception because you tried to access a member of it. Like, holy frick. Of something that wasn't even null, like, just something that happened to call code that threw an exception. Like, you get that was a bad example. Maybe it would have been better to say, like, my number times 7. Like, it's possible for that to throw an exception. If my number happens to actually be a class that happens to actually have a multiplication operator overloaded, and that happens to throw an exception, that can even throw. And, like, it's not, like, realistically speaking, it's probably not going to happen to you. If you don't write stupid code, it probably shouldn't happen. But, like, it can, and you always have to think about it. With everything that you do, you have to be wary of the fact that something, your code could die. And that's not great. You should be able to call code and just know it's going to work. Right? Like, you should be able to call a function and just know it's either going to work or it's going to give me an error code and it's not going to crash my whole program and make it catch on fire. Right? You shouldn't have to be like, oh, be careful not to call any functions here because you might make the program burst into flames if something goes wrong. Like, that's terrible. So that's something I never liked about exceptions. And so I like how C does that better. The fact that it has no exceptions. And so it forces you to do it in a way that actually makes sense. However, I don't like the freaking error codes. No one does. Why would you like them? I mean, I'm gonna use them because I feel like it's probably the best option I have. But, like, doing it like this instead of just being able to return the model is not great. Because you have to, and you gotta check the error code, or you don't actually have to, it's optional. If you don't care about the errors, then you don't have to check for them. So that's actually a nice thing. I like that. It's up to you to determine if you care about it or not. And if you do, it's not usually that bad. You can write, like, if HL failed and then result, and then you can just say if it failed, do something, right? Otherwise, continue. But the problem is then with C, you also have to worry about freeing the memory yourself, and so that can get ugly. I actually feel like C's error management stuff wouldn't even be bad. It just needs 2 tweaks. There's just 2 things that need to be done to it. And it's not exceptions. I think the actual answer to making error management happen correctly is very simple. Here's what you do. Firstly, this is gonna be weird, right? But here's what I think. Make it so that you can basically return 2 values from a function. So I know there's already languages that do that, but, like, have it so you can do this. Return the result and also return the model. That's not a good syntax. I know that looks freaking disgusting. So you would probably want to have a better syntax than that, but make it so you can do that. And then, something like that, but with a better syntax, right? And then, let me make that a pointer too, just for the sake of example. Then when you return, you can say return, and you can return 2 things. Something like that, right? And so then, well, okay, so if you have an error, you return error unknown, whatever the error code is, and then you also return null, because obviously it didn't work out. If you succeed, then you return the model pointer and success, right? And so then when you want to check if it worked out well or not, you can just check the first result that gets returned. I don't know how you would do that, but something like that, right? And it's really simple. If you don't care, you just use a second value and you just don't even think about it, right? And so that makes it nice. The other thing you could do that I think would be that's really good is, have you ever used Go? There's a defer keyword in Go. Really good. That's brilliant. What defer does is, I'm sorry, I'm gonna actually get back to this in a moment, but defer, you just put some code here, right? And this code doesn't run here. It runs whenever you're at the end of the current scope, or function, essentially, right? Actually, in Go, I think it's at the end of the function, but I think it should be the scope. Anyway, when you get to the end of something, right, it'll run all the code first. So it's so good, because you can, instead of using smart pointers, you can just do this. You can be like, here's my model, and then pretend here's some code that allocates the model, right? And so now I want to free the model if something goes wrong. Okay. put that in a defer block. Done. You can even, I think there's a syntax that lets you do something like this as well. I don't remember the exact sentence. It's something like that. And so then, what you've done here is you basically made a smart pointer without making a smart pointer, because now, it doesn't matter what happens. If you just, right here, if you just return, if you just say error unknown, and you just exit out now, it's okay, because when you return, all the code from the defer is going to be run first, and then it's going to return. So you don't have to think about it. You can just, every time you allocate something, just write a defer that frees it. And then you just keep going. And it's the same concept as smart pointers, but you have more control over it. And you don't have to do, like, this every freaking time you want to... And then, you know, this, that awful syntax, you don't have to deal with any of that. And you don't have to worry about including memory. None of that. It's just tech defer, and you free it. And you can control exactly if you want to free it or what you want to do. Because maybe you don't want to just free it. Maybe you want to do something else with it. Maybe you need to free something else that's owned by this first, and then you need to free it. You can do it. Just have a multi-line one. Right? Whatever. And that's brilliant! Like, that's such a good idea! If that was in C, I would love that. Is defer part of the C standard? Sadly, it's not part of, I don't think it's part of, to my knowledge, it's not part of either of the standards. It's a feature I was saying I wish was in the language. It's in Go, which is a language I know very little about, but it's a feature that I think would be super good in C. Like, that needs to be in this freaking language. I would love that. Like, that would make things so much easier. There's a language called Jai, by Jonathan Blow, that I've talked about before. It's not done yet. It's been developed for quite a while now, and it's still in, like, it's in a closed beta now, so there's a few people who are actually being able to use it. Most people are not allowed to use it yet. I gotta be real with you, that's kind of, I kind of don't like that. I respect him and everything, you know, but I kind of feel like if he wants people to use his language at all, he should probably have it be open beta, but anyway, it's got some interesting ideas. I don't know if I totally agree with all of it, but a lot of it seems really good. And yeah, he has defer in there as well, and that's a great idea. Defer is a great idea. It needs, like, that should be in every language. Whatever language that has manual memory management anyway. Like, obviously, freaking C# and Java and Python don't need it because they have garbage collection. But closed beta lame. Yeah, I know. Hey, it's better than it was though. I think a year or so ago, it wasn't even a closed beta. It was like, only the team working on it got to use it, and now he's actually giving it out to people. So, you know, but you have to be in the beta to use. Yeah, his reasoning is that he believes that your first impression of a programming language or anything, even if you know that it's a huge work in progress, it doesn't matter. He feels like your first impression of it is what's going to define whether or not you want to keep using it, and so he doesn't want to release it at all until he's confident that your first impression is going to be good. And, you know, I respect that. I think he might be right, but at the same time, I'm pretty impatient. I want to try it out because it looks cool. It has a lot of great ideas like that. Another great idea it has, I don't remember the syntax. I'm sorry. I completely don't remember the syntax. So this is not how it goes at all, but it's something like, whatever, and then you can freaking whatever. This is a terrible example, but what you can do is you can have this little, like, macro thing that says run this function at compile time, and it can run any function with no limits. Any function at compile time. Even functions that open up files and allocate memory, it doesn't matter. It can run it. He demoed this, I mentioned this before, but he demoed that by showing, he wrote an entire Space Invaders clone, and he had that run at compile time. And you might be going, what? That doesn't even make any sense. What are you talking about? Here's how it works. The compiler, when it's compiling the program, when it reaches the comp time thing, it's not actually comp time, it's, again, the syntax is not like that at all, but that's the idea, okay? When it reaches the thing that tells it to do this at compile time, it pauses compilation, and then it runs that function, and it does whatever that function entails, in this case, an entire game of Space Invaders, right? Whatever. And then when it's done, it can take the return values of that function, and it can store them in the program somewhere and do something with them. So you can have, like, a constant that is defined to the value returned by this function, and that function can do anything. So what he did, as an example, it's insane and stupid, but it's wonderful. He had a Space Invaders game that runs a compile time, and then when whatever score you get from playing the game, when you X out of the window, it takes that score and then stores that into a constant, and then it compiles the rest of the program with that constant in the program. And then when you run it, it tells you what your score was, and that's all it does. But it's you would never do that. That's a stupid, absurd example. But he did that just to prove the point that you could do anything you want with this. And you might think, why though? But just stop and think about things you could do with that. That's amazing. That's brilliant. You can freaking... Dependencies are not even a problem at all. Like, any of that crap is not a problem. Because you can just have a compile time function that just downloads everything you need. You don't even have to have project files or CMake or Premake, anything like that. It doesn't matter. Just have the code itself download the things you need to compile it. That's so good! Like, I want every language to have that. And it has, you know, compile time reflection, it has all of that. So you can iterate through a struct, and you can figure out all the information you need to about a struct, and then you can store that information in there and do something with that. And you can even, I believe, generate functions based on this information that you get, all at compile time. So it's fast, it's optimized. It's as fast as C or C++, because it's compiled the same way as those languages would be. It's just that instead of you typing the code to tell it what to do, the code can be auto-generated. That's the only difference. But it's like, dude, that's pretty... I want to use that language. Like, I really want to try that out. But yeah, it's not open yet. But I'm pretty hyped for when that releases. I want to give it a shot. Are you working FBX? Yeah, I'm going to be. Thoughts on GLDF? You personally prefer it over it because Autodesk is terrible and the SDK is massive and restrictive. Yet it is very lightweight, accessible. You know, I have heard people mention GLTF. This might come as a surprise. I've never actually looked into it. I don't know much about it, to be honest. I've heard people use it and say it's good, but that's all I know about it. I'll have to look into it, to be honest. I'll have to give it a shot. I'll probably love it, to be honest. I noticed, not all, you know, we tend to have similar opinions, I think, on things we like. So when you say it's like FBX but simpler and lightweight and open, that sounds fantastic. I'd really like to try something like that. So maybe I'll even add support for that first. I don't know. I don't know anything about the format. I'm sure if I look it up, I'll get a spec. Oh, I didn't finish my rant like 9 years ago. Well, let me finish it with one more thing. I'm petrified that for some reason it's gonna show like a map or something. So I'm gonna do that on the second monitor. But yeah, here we go. Like a map of where I'm at. And then it's like, oh look, there's Rad's address. That's something that just freaking happens. Sometimes. Thank you, search engines. Anyway, I've ranted about Object and FBX and all that. Honestly, FBX is good. It's proprietary. DAE is the opposite. DAE is open source, which is good. So that's better than FBX. But it's also terrible. I'm sorry. I'm sure there's people who like DAE. This crap. What the frick? Okay, let me just show you this, alright? This is the specification for DAE. Alright? It's 378 pages! It's a model format! Holy frick! To implement this into your program is to go mad. It's the same thing. You would spend... You could easily spend years of your life implementing this. And I'm not even exaggerating. It is freaking complicated, and for no real reason. I mean, look at this. Look at how, like, unreadable this crap is. Why is it even text-based? The entire thing is XML-based. Why? I think that they have a reasoning why at the beginning, but I don't really get it. If I remember correctly, the reasoning is basically, we wanted it to be easy to read and understand. Is this easy to read and understand, Collada? I don't think people look at this and go, oh, I get it. You have to, like, wait, hang on. What the frick is this? Technique, common, accessor. What's an accessor? Okay, source. Oh, what? There's a hashtag. Stride. Oh, I guess you can specify that. Okay. Float array. Wait, what is this? You know, it's like everything you do, it has to, it's not simple. So you, holy frick. Oh, this is all one file. Oh, jeez. DAE is a mess. I'm sorry. This format is, like, there's simple DAE files, but for the most part, this is a freaking disaster. Like, no one wants to do this. So if you support DAE, you either support a bare bones, very basic version of DAE, or you use a third-party library where someone else did all the suffering for you. That's how you use DAE. There's not really any other options. Well, or you suffer, but why would you do that? Like, when you could just use FBX, or GLTF, apparently. Kata was abandoned in favor of GLTF by Kronos for a reason? I didn't know that. Okay, freaking good. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I really don't know anything about that. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, that's good, because, like, Kronos was backing that for a while, and... Oh, man, Kronos is cool, but, like, sometimes they back some stuff that's, like... This is awful. I'm sorry, like, just straight up, like... I understand why they back certain things, but, like, holy frick. They've gotten a lot better with that lately, so that's cool. One more thing that Kronos did though recently that was... I'm gonna get back to the burning soon, I swear a bit. Hang on. What the frick is it called? Do you know what I'm talking about? They've a Vulcan layer or something? The idea was, a Vulcan layer or something like that. The idea was that they're trying to, they realize that there's an issue still of other platforms not supporting Vulcan, and, they wanted to try to make something to sort of, like, bridge the gap. So they came up with this, like, spec that explains how they're going to make this thing work on every platform, and it is an absolute freaking disaster. Like, I'm sorry, but it's just like a no. Whoever wrote that spec must have cried, like, on the inside. Not even a spec, it's just like a picture. Hang on, let me try to find it. It's like, frick. I don't think I can even find it. GLTF is Kronos' apology for Kalata. That's awesome. Alright, well, thank goodness. Hang on, let me try to find it. Wait, what the frick is this? Birth? Mario's born? I'm sorry. I don't know if I'll ever be able to find it, to be honest with you. Interchange... What is it called? Holy frick, I don't know what it's called. I don't think I'll ever find it. But, there's something like cross-platform strategy, or... It really was a mess. Is this it? Here's a NVIDIA... Yeah, this is it, I think. Wait, is it? Hang on. Yeah, this is it. Okay. It's from a NVIDIA's, a slide on the NVIDIA site for some reason, but it's a Kronos thing. Here's what they're gonna do to try to fix this, from what I understand. So, they're... Oh boy. So don't worry guys, we got you back. Okay, so we noticed that on Windows, Microsoft seems to, like, obviously favor DX12 because of course they made that. So maybe it might be faster to do it like that. So on Windows we're gonna have this thing called VKD3D. So anything that's like DirectX 12 on any platform will be able to, like, convert to Vulkan in real time. So that could be useful for, like, Linux or stuff or whatever. But what about DX9? Okay, well, don't worry. For those we have DXVK and WineD3D, okay? So we're going to use that, and that'll convert it over to Vulkan, and that'll make it all work with Vulkan. Everything will be great. But what about OpenGL? Well, we have a thing called Zinc, which I guess is a freaking... It makes OpenGL API calls work on Vulkan? I don't know why you would want that, but okay. For OpenCL, we got CLSPV and CLVK, I guess. Okay, but if GLVS, we got Glove and Angle. Then that's 2 Vulkan. So what if you want to convert to other and they have all these, like, different strategy, these different programs that they list out that you can use to make it run on everything. And okay, and then they show how they have SPURV Cross, which allows you to convert between SPURV shaders to metal. And then they have macOS and iOS runtime, which maps Vulkan to metal. And so, because Apple is being dumb and they don't support Vulkan officially, they support metal. So you have to, like, use this layer to get it to be on Mac and iOS. And first, they had another one that was worse. I'm trying to find it. They had a slide that was trying to explain how they were going to do something like that, and it was a nightmare. I thought that was it, but actually I'm not sure now, because it was a lot worse than that. It was like something where they were going to get it to run on another platform through some complicated method that was like, what are you doing? basically they recommended that you use like all this crap to like get your things to work on different different OSs and stuff, and it was like such a mess. It's like, Chronos, here's what you should be recommending. You should recommend that people use Vulkan, and that other platforms just support Vulkan. That's what you should go for. That's your goal, right? Your goal shouldn't be to get people to use DirectX and then to get them to use a DirectX layer to convert the DirectX calls to Vulkan calls. Why? Or the other way around. It's so weird. Can you like a good library? It's a single. Oh, sure. IMXML base? Oh, frick. Why is it called Broth? I don't know. Sorry, let me get back to work, because I haven't done much. Okay, so this is kind of messy how I've been doing this, but this will work. Get required size. Okay, so we're gonna... Alright, so before we do anything else, we're gonna have to go through the model and compute the size of the buffer that we're going to need to store the HL model in. Speaking of which, by the way, I forgot to undo something from an example I did. Okay, that, okay. I'm going to change the NN model read function to also work like that instead of this later, because at first I was thinking like, yeah, I could just, I mean, there's not that much I could go wrong. Like, I'll just have it be like, you know, if it works, then it returns a pointer, otherwise it returns null, and so you know that there was just an error. And maybe you don't need to actually know what the error is, because, like, you already have the blob in memory, and so, you know, all that could go wrong is that the data is incorrect, basically, right? And so that's, so you just know you have corrupted data or something, or invalid format or whatever, if it's null. It's easy, but then I realized, no, Raj, you naive heck. There's always a million different ways that code can fail, so better to be specific about why it failed. Right. So yeah. And also it's inconsistent with the other APIs. Like the way I did it with the motion stuff, I think. I mean, whatever. A lot of the code I'm writing returns an HM result and then has an out pointer. So why not do that for everything? You know, be consistent. Okay, so we're gonna look at this. So that's the header, whatever. Yeah, speaking of which, we actually gotta get the HedgeLib stuff working first, so let's go do that. So here's center header swap, here's center header fix, offset fix, and this. We don't have a Mirage header one yet, we're gonna do that later. Did I implement this function yet? No! Okay, we're gonna do that. This one shouldn't be hard. So center header fix is just, you wanna swap the, well actually it's already swapped, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, but it's always a little Indian. Always. So, the frick is that? Yeah, that's what I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. Okay. If that's defined, so if you're compiling this on a freaking big Endian platform for some reason, we want to support that too. I actually support that everywhere in the library currently, so that's neat. So if you actually want to compile this on your freaking... what would even be a big Endian? You want to compile this as Wii Homebrew. Because you're insane like me. Sure, you should be able to do that. I haven't tried that. There's no reason why that shouldn't work. It's not letting you post it? Oh, I'm sorry, YouTube's dumb. I have it set so that it allows people to post links, but even so, it doesn't allow people to post links most of the time. I don't know why that is. If you can, maybe just, is it just a GitHub link? Or a guest link? You can just post the end part of the URL, right? So like leave off the HTTPS whatever, github.com, that kind of thing, right? Just put in the author and all that, so then I can connect it back. Kind of a dumb way around it, but it's YouTube. Oh, also Twitch, I think, lets you post links. Okay, so we're gonna swap it to make it Big Endian if we're on a Big Endian platform. And then beyond that, what else needs to be fixed with the header? Got the file size, data offset, offset table offset. That's the opposite of offset, isn't it? I didn't document it? Oh, frick, wow, that's not like me. I mean, it is, but not in this case. Like, for headers I usually fix, jeez. Thank you. GitHub.info. Yeah, it's legit. Cool, that should work. Thank you. Maybe not. Oh my goodness! You see what it did? Look at the link. It put some weird freaking Unicode at the beginning. What even is that? I just copied it from the... Like, I'm gonna pull it over for a second. I just copied it from here. I just right-clicked and hit copy. That's not an Edge problem, by the way. That's a Chrome. Like, that's just YouTube. YouTube chat does that for some reason. Anyway, that should work. There we go. It's a single header GLTF 2.0 letter written in C99. Cool. Oh, that looks nice. So you give it options as a construct, okay, and then you have a data pointer, which is like what holds the result in it, and you just say parse file, and it just does that. And if it succeeded, then goody. You want to free it and of course use it however you want. Working nice. You can also load from memory using parse instead of from the file. That's good. I always like when we do that. Note it does not load the contents of extra files, just buffers or renders into memory by default. Right, like textures don't get read. You need to read these files yourself through URI using data buffers and images respectively. For over data, you can call load buffers if you use the file API to open and read. Okay, gotcha. Cool, and for writing, oh boy, let's see. You just make one of these. Yeah, and then you just hit write. So it's actually extremely similar to how HedgeLib's API works, which is quite nice. I like this. I just sounded like I just put myself. I sounded very egotistical there. That's not what I meant. Sorry. It's similar to my code. That's great. That's not what I meant. I just mean I like this style of code. So wait, what do they do here? They write this data, okay, and then they, for some reason, malloc a brand new buffer, and then they. Oh, are they writing it to that buffer? Yeah, they're writing to memory. Yeah, they're writing it to this. Okay. Oh, goody, okay. You have to write this data yourself, it doesn't support extra data yet. Okay. Yeah, like, buffers and images, I guess. Where's all this crap? Yo! All of it! You're like morph targets? Jeez. Good. Good stuff. And you just include it, and you... Oh, yeah, it's one of those. It's right, it's a single file header. Okay. And, these are the C headers used. That's so nice that they list that out. I always like when libraries tell you that, because then you know exactly what's needed. Oh, it also has a copy of this JSON parser bit, so it's interesting. I assume it's because the GLTF thing is based on JSON in some way? I seriously know nothing about GLTF. I'm sorry, that was a dumb... Let me look it up. Oh, but there's a binary version of it, GLB. Cool. It stores the GLTF set, which is JSON bin and images, okay, in a binary blob. So it has a JSON parser because it needs to parse the JSON embedded sets. Gotcha. Okay, it's like chunk-based, as you would expect, actually. And I'm just kind of skimming this, obviously. Oh, good. Okay, they have chunk types. They can extend it nicely if they want to in the future. Here's the full spec, I guess. Brief history. Then they have to explain how JSON coding works, URIs. Is this what I'm looking for? Oh, it's probably a very big spec. Oh wait, no, this is the whole spec. Okay. Oh, it's a very big spec. Oh boy. So it's still pretty big. But no, I think a lot of that is like... yeah, these are a lot of them are like things that you can put in it, so it's similar to Cloud in that way, I guess. But the basics of it are a lot simpler, I guess. Well, cool. I have to look into this more because this looks really neat. But yeah, it also does look complex. How big is this header? Oh boy, that's not that bad though. That's obviously a lot of code, but considering that parses basically everything, it handles all of it, right? That's not that bad. D header would be, let me look it up even. Clada single file C header. You think that even exists? Oops, I made a typo. Here's a library that parses DAE files. It's not a single header at all. Oh no. When GetUp takes that long to load, that's how you know it's bad. It's loading text. It's loading text. Holy frick, how big is this? 31,000 lines of code! Holy frick! Yeah, D is, screw D. 31,000! Holy frick! Why is it repeating the same thing 8 million times? Well, it's slightly different each time, but like, look at this. Look at how clear of a pattern there is when I'm scrolling. Maybe you just wrote bad code, but maybe it was the only way they could. Oh, jeez. Holy frick. Look at this. Imagine if there's a bug in this, and you have to fix it. Holy frick. I'm scrolling so fast. I'm almost at the bottom. Okay. Whew. And that's the code. So that's the big boy. Okay, but there's also a header. There's another source file there too. What is this? This one's tiny, but this is like, I don't know what the frick, utilities? Okay. Wait, it's all thing that's a gen. The header is 8,000 lines too. And that's just the header. Versus this, where the entire thing fits into one header, that's 6,000 lines. So still big, but like, you can see how it's a lot better than D. Okay, however, I noticed this gen folder. Yeah. I think that code was auto-generated. Yeah, they auto-generated it from the XSD. Oh. Okay, so that's why it's so big. It wouldn't be that big if they didn't auto-generate it. Because the auto-generation is very repetitious. Okay, but that's still... Even the header, which I assume was a lot... It might have been auto-generated, I don't know, but I don't think it was. Let me see. Even the header was 8,000 lines. Use the potion you have... Oh, frick! Ah! I was too late. The song I did. Yeah, all these structs are here. These are all different structs. And then these are the functions. I don't know if this was auto-generated. This header might have been written manually. The code was definitely auto-generated. Anyway, sorry, I'm wasting a lot of time, I know. Wow. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Zinyaradane. Very nice. Wait, what? Holy frick. Somebody freaking die? That's terrible. Sorry, I don't want to get involved in that, but... This is for transmission format, gotcha. No potion because the song is a bop. Yeah, don't take a potion because we gotta hear the death sound because it's a bop. I was gonna go into Sohalation. Too many Silvagun rips. Alright, so let me get back to this. So, one thing I'm not, I don't remember how I did this. I have code that ending swaps the header, which is funny because I don't even need that because it's always little ending, but I do if I'm on big anyway. And I have one that fixes it. What do I need to fix? Like, the offset table offset, I guess, needs to be fixed, and... Okay, these offsets need to be fixed, and that's all. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Forgot how I even do this. Isn't it off 32 fix EXT? Yeah. Wait, not EXT. Right, and then the base is... Well, just the header in this case, isn't it? I always forget. So the data offset is, Sorry, I forget freaking everything after just a few months of not using something. Okay, 18, there we go. So, yes, it's the base is 0. So, just the header pointer. Okay. And then, yeah, good. So, you might be wondering, if you were paying attention to the code there, you might be wondering why there was ones that ended with EXT. What's the difference? You might think it stands for extended, and it's like one that has more parameters or something. No, actually, It's kind of weird. I don't know if I should be doing this or not, but it's something I wanted to do. There's a few functions that I implement through macros, not through code, and I try obviously to avoid that best I can, for obvious reasons. It's not even like, you know, like performance, it's not usually even really a problem to just use a function, because the compilers aren't freaking dumb. If they see an opportunity inline, they will. And they're not, you know, you can usually get away with just using a function and it's better. But there are some cases where you can't, you have to use a macro, and there's also some cases where it really is just better to use a macro, because what you're doing is so simple that it's like, you should just have that embedded in the code, but you don't want to type that every time. So use a macro, right? So for those cases, I implement them as macros, and that's all well and good, but there's a problem with that. The problem is, because like one of the reasons I wanted to do this in C as well was to make it easy to make wrappers for this, if needed in the future, right? I wanted to make it so that you could make, like, you know, maybe not the C# one, I don't know if it would fit C# very well, but like, you could make a wrapper for another language like Python or something, right? And you could call HedgeLib from there. And I thought that would be nice to make it possible to do that. Obviously, if you have macro functions, you can't do that because those are not part of the library. Those are just in the header, so you have to port those manually. So for the functions that I think were complicated enough to be to where you would want to have a function that you could just call in the wrapper, but weren't complicated enough to the point where they needed their own function, I did this. So basically, you can choose to turn it off if you want by specifying this, but by default it's on because it doesn't really hurt anything. There's just functions that just call the macros, and that's it, right? Oh, wait, apparently this one actually is not a macro anymore. Oh, no, it is, but only on other... Anyway, yeah, so these will call the function, the macros for you. So that if you're making like a Python wrapper or whatever, you could call HLOff32 get ext, and it would do the exact same thing as HLOff32 get, right? It's just an external function. So there you go. That's why that's there. It's a bit of a hack. It was a bop. I'm sorry. If you have time after Spectrum, why not make Sonic Rush Adventure remake using Force's engine? To be honest, I don't know anything about. I've never played Sonic Rush Adventure. I hear it's that would be neat. Though you'd have to basically model the levels yourself, I would think, for that, right? Because the levels aren't, like, to my knowledge, in Rush and Rush Adventure and Colors DS, it's like 2D. Like the levels are made of tile maps and sprites and all that, just like in the classic games. It's just they also have like 3D elements on top of them sometimes. Like obviously Sonic's model is 3D, right? But and like in Colors DS and Tropical Resort, there's like the hang glider, and that goes into a 3D thing. But like usually it's 2D. So to make that in Forces, you would have to make models that match the 2D sprite work. You couldn't just port it, right? You'd have to like you said, remake it. And I feel like I'm sure you're already aware of that, but yeah, that's a lot of work. That's a lot to do. Maybe I'm not against that idea. It's actually a neat idea, but right now I'm fully working on HedgeLib, and then I'd like to get back to Spectrum someday eventually. It's been a long time, but I really would like to get back to it sometime. And then I don't know what I'll do from there. But that's my focus. After table offset, EF7C, that's absolute, isn't it? Yeah, it is. And then NF5 offset is EF7C. Wait, no, what? No, it isn't. Sorry. It's just set to 0 if I can speak in this file, but yeah, sometimes it's set to the end. Okay. And I do. I'm pretty sure I compensate for nulls, don't I? I wasn't that stupid when I wrote this, was I? What do I do? Pointers are greater than 32 bits. A pointer will not fit within this. Ensure it does not point to itself. We can't do that with our relative offset since we still use 0 for null. Right. Wait, but do I use 0 for null? Hang on. I get this, and then I say compute a relative offset which points to pointer. I don't see any check, though, to make sure that it's still 0 if it was... Also, this is kind of bad. Yeah, this gets it, or null if it was 0, but I don't remember if this actually sets it, leaves it as 0 if, we'll see. That'll be fascinating. Let's just put some breakpoints here. We'll run that in a bit. Okay, and we're also gonna have to have the Mirage header. Oh, the boss is 3D. Oh, you're heading up, best of luck. Thank you. Thanks for coming by. Hold on. The Rush Adventure sprites for those, all the yeah, exactly. They're all the same engine. Okay, so the 3D, yeah, the boss fights, right. Well, if you wanted to port the boss fights, you could do that, but, well, like the boss fight stages, but the actual fights, porting those is really, I don't want to say it's impossible, but like what I always say with technology, right, nothing is impossible, technically, but is it practical, right? Porting the bosses, I wouldn't say is practical, sadly, because that's a lot of code injection you would have to do to get a custom boss to work. It could, I mean, you could do it, but that would be really hard. It would take a long time. Like, probably years. I'm serious. You wish the other version started to be weren't overshadowed by the bad future version? Because the future only holds pain and suffering. Oh no. Yeah, they're all good, honestly. All the versions of Stardust Speedway are good. But yeah, bad future is definitely what people think of the most. I agree, though. They're all freaking excellent. Yeah, the other versions deserve more, I want to say clap, but that's not what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? They deserve more love. Okay, determine header type and fix based on that. And then fix offsets. And then... oh, frick. Yeah, I don't have that yet either. I'm gonna need to... We're gonna do it totally based on the header type. So, offsets fix, we're gonna say... This one's pretty easy. Yeah, I'm passing in the offset count as a separate, let's not say offsets table, let's say, offset, no, let's leave it offset table, that's fine. So this is a pointer not to the beginning of the table, but to the first offset in the table. And there's a reason for that. So the way that Gen's offset tables work is they have all of these offsets, right? And it's dead simple, like, unlike, bin A, which is more complicated, Gen's offset table is freaking simple. It's just literally a list of uints, each of which is 4 bytes, obviously, because it's a uint. And that just says where the offsets are at. So, like, if this one says 4, it's all relative to the data node, by the way. So you start at hex 18, and then you say 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's the first offset, right? And, yeah, then you have one at C, okay? Start at 18, and then you add C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C. There it is. Right? And it's just that for every offset of the file. Dead simple. But how do you know how many entries are on the table? Well, see that thing at the beginning that says 1C? That's the count. So the first value in the offset table is just the number of offsets, and then 1C is... Wait, apparently that's Big Endian for some reason. Wait. Oh, I'm freaking stupid. I said earlier that it was always Little Endian. Why the frick did I say that? It's not. It's always Big Endian. What the frick is wrong? Why did I think that? Okay, whatever. Well, we gotta swap it then. Anyway, sorry. Big Endian, yeah, it says 28, right? So if you actually count the, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 20, 24, 28, right? So there you go. That's what that is. So, all well and good. Pretty simple. Now let's take a look at Lost World. Because Lost World changes something. Lost World introduces the Mirage header, as we call it. That's not actually what it's called. We actually know the name of it now, because we found it, Lost World has symbols, and we found the name of it in the symbols, and it's something like Hedgehog bin chunk header, or something stupid like that. It's actually named very similarly to the NN bin chunk header, which again makes me think it's based on that. But anyway, oh, this one they just This one's just a normal header. That's funny. Is this one? No, this is a new one. So they came up with a new header. Everything is basically the same, but the header is and the offset table are different. So the gens, or the hedge engine header, as I like to call it, is this. It's very simple. It's hex 18 bytes in size, always, and it just has a bunch of like parameters in there. I don't know what the frick's going on with my throat. It's like closing up. Sorry if you can hear that. Anyway, there's a bunch of parameters in there, and that say things about the file. Like that's the file size, I think. That's the version number, which is always 5. It's version 5 of the format. This is the offset table offset, so you have 64. No, it's not. Never mind. It's the data size, I think. So if you start at start there and then you go all the way down, yeah, that's the data size. EF64. And this is the data offset, so it starts at x18. There you go. Then the offset table offset, and then the end file offset, which is usually 0, but sometimes it's not. And there you go. That's all that is. So then you have the data, then you have the offset table. It's pretty simple. In Lost World, they introduced this new format, which again we call Mirage, because we just think it sounds cooler. But anyway, it's a name that came from one of the tools that they use in the Hedge Engine SDK called Mirage. We just named it based on that, what Skype did, and the name stuck. It's not actually what it's called again, but that's what we're going to call it. So anyway, will the song be over? Now. Yeah, sorry. I didn't notice it looped that often. It's actually, this is a node-based header. And it's really, I can't decide if it's smart or the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. So the first, like, you have a uint that has, like, the size of the chunk and everything in the chunk. And then it also has the first couple of bits, which are set as, like, values. So, sorry, my gosh, something's really getting to me. I don't know what the frick it is. So these 3 bits here, I think, if I remember correctly, they specify different things, and then the remaining bits is the size. So 80 means it's the root. So this is the first chunk in the file. I don't remember what they mean, but one of them means it's the last one of them means it has something like that. And you can have a couple bits. 60 is this bit and this bit, right, both set together. And it means something, I don't remember what. But anyway, so then they have some data and then that's it. So like each chunk has like a value, which is always 4 bytes. And then it has an 8-byte long name. And that's the name of that chunk or whatever, right? So this chunk is the model chunk. This means that this is in fact a model. And then you have the context chunk, and that's the one that actually holds the data. And it also has a version number as its value, which is this. Alright, that's the version number. So notice how it's 5, this is also 5. Yeah, that's what that is. The offset the reason I show you this, so there's something different that they changed. So the offset table, right? The offset table is still the same. Freaking huge, but it works exactly the same way as it does in the normal Hedge Engine version of the format. There's something different about it though. Notice how it says it starts at 110970. Alright, so if you go up to the top here, that's this, right? 110970. Great. So that's the offset table offset. That's always in the first, the root node for some reason. But here's where it gets weird. Notice how when you go to 110970, I should have just typed that. But anyway, when you go there is no count. It just starts immediately with the offsets. So where's the count at? How do you know how many offsets are in this table, right? If it's not in the table anymore. Well, now they store it up here. That's the count. So instead of having the count be at the beginning of the table, here, the count is now here. And that actually makes more sense, to be honest. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. Kind of makes sense. I don't know what the frick. That's how they do it now. And then this is just a magic number. We don't really know what that means. It's always every single Mirage header that we've ever seen has a test of that. Even Tokyo 2020 and all that. So whatever. I think, I'm not sure, but I think because notice how that number happens to be in the same spot as where the version number used to be. I think if they want to see if it's a Mirage header or not, they just treat it like it's a standard header, and then they check the version number. And if the version number is this crazy giant number they came up with, they go, that means Mirage. And so then they treat it like a Mirage header. Otherwise, they treat it like a standard header. That's what I think they do. I'm not sure. I seem to remember actually seeing that somewhere in the Lost Word source when I was, well, in Geezer when I was poking around. I seem to remember actually seeing it check for that number somewhere, but I can't recall if that was real or if I freaking made that up, because my memory's awful. Holy frick. Let me mute the mic for 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. My sinuses are freaking... I don't know what's wrong with me, but geez. I'll be right back. Hang on. Ah, frick, sorry. It's still swollen a little bit. I don't know what the frick's going on with my sinuses, but anyway, hopefully that doesn't bother you if my voice sounds deeper now. That's why. I don't know what the frick. But I'm fine. I'm just it just sounds weird. I think it's just like for some reason like when it storms, a lot of times that happens. Like I don't know what the frick it is. Something about I must be allergic to something. I don't know what it is, but anyway, that'll be fine tomorrow. Anyway, in the meantime, that image was really creepy. Was it? I'm sorry. I was trying to be funny. Anyway, alright, so yeah, so they changed, this is the Mirage header, so anyway, we're gonna just freaking get something done here, so let's go. So offset's fixed, so that's why I passed in the offset count differently from the offset table, right? Because I don't want to just read the... If I just have an offset table pointer, then that'll work fine for the standard version of the format, because then I can just say, oh, okay, here's the pointer, it points there, read the first value, that's the count, right? And now just fix that many offsets. Great. But if I have the Mirage header and I do that, you get the pointer, and you don't have the count. You don't know how many offsets there are here, right? Because there's no count here. So that's the problem. So that's why I have the count be separate. Anyway. Talk less to let it calm down, I suppose. If people are alright with that. Yes, Rob, we want you to shut up. Yeah, that's actually probably the case. Alright. We're gonna chill a bit here. I love runners. So, if I'm abnormally silent, that's why. Frick. We're gonna do programming ASMR. I'm just gonna mumble frick every now and then. I think that's all I had to do. Holy frick, that was easy. That's so much better than C++ HedgeLib. Bro, holy frick. Hang on. This one. You know what? It's not that much better. But it felt better in my head. Oh, I forgot to swap it. Okay. And also this. Wait a minute. That wasn't even right. Wait, what? Hang on. I would say... take the current value in the offset table, add that to data, and then what? Wait, I'm actually confused as to what this even freaking did. How did this work? It's not relative in Hedgehog Engine, it's absolute. You hope some visualism drop the team mechanic and tries to fuse it with the Charge Transforming gameplay? Yeah. That would be neat. I don't think it was a bad idea, I just think they handled it. They could have handled it better. I feel like the team racing should be an optional thing though, to be honest. There should be a mode that's like team racing. Cause it's a great idea for a mode. I can totally see spending a long time in a team racing mode. But to have the whole game, like the entire point of the game is just, you're as a team now. It's fine, but like, I don't think it was interesting enough of a mechanic to get people to be hooked, to be honest. But that wasn't even the real problem. The real problem with the game was just the fact that, really the biggest problem was the online. That was really the big thing that I can think of. Like, you're gonna make a game that's entirely focused on team racing. Racing as a team with other people, okay? And then you're gonna make it so that the online connectivity that allows you to do that in the first place is atrocious. Like, I know they didn't purposely make it bad. They were, you know, it probably, in fact, is a lot better than it was before they, like, I know they delayed it to make it better. But bro, that was the big problem with TSR. Like, how could you enjoy a game that's entirely about something which doesn't work? Like, technically speaking, you just constantly get disconnects and crashes and stuff. So you can't race as a team if you can't connect to your team, you know, that was a big problem. In a bigger cheese than online, it's heavily, yeah, it definitely did. I'm just saying I think that was the biggest problem. When I think of TSR and why I stopped playing it off the top of my head, like why I didn't keep playing it, that's why. It was the online. So I was playing it, I streamed it a few times, and I was like, man, this online is terrible. Like, it just constantly kept me from enjoying it, because like you had to constantly wait for everything to load, and it took 900 years every time, for no reason. And then people would randomly disconnect, and it would crash, and it was just like, this isn't working. Like, I'd rather play something else, right? If the online was good, I would have played it a little longer, but not forever. Yeah, that's when the other problems would have started to show up. Bob says the biggest problem is that Sumo Digital still didn't adopt Generation's control scheme into a racing game. I don't know. I think that would be really cool to have a game that plays like a boost game, but it's racing. That would be a really good idea that I'm surprised that no one's tried yet. But I don't think that was a problem with TSR. That was just a thing that might have made it better. The song slaps. No one can tell me otherwise. Team racing's optional? Oh, that's right. You can literally play by yourself online, not even just online actually. Thanks everyone for reminding me of that. I totally forgot that. That's true, you can play by yourself, but the game is highly based around the team mechanic, right? Like, it's really meant for that. I seem to remember trying to play by myself and it didn't work right. Like, it wasn't balanced for that. But that might be my memory serving incorrectly. I don't know. It just seemed like a weird thing to make the entire focus of your game off of. Like, Transform's focus was that your cars transform into boats and planes. That's a big thing. Like, it's not just a visual thing, that changes how the controls work, and that changes what you can do with the tracks. There's things you freaking cannot do without, you know, the transform gimmick. So that actually was a pretty neat idea. That's a good thing to focus your racing game on, I think. Because instantly people hear that and they see what it is and they go, oh, cool. What other car racing game does that? Right? Like, that's a neat idea. Team Sonic Racing is like, it's team gameplay. And people are like, okay? Is that all? Like, that's what I think people's reaction was at first. It was like, wait, it's just team racing? That's it? Okay. Like, nothing wrong with that. But it felt very underwhelming, especially compared to Transform. So that was a problem. They needed more depth to it. That just wasn't there. But I don't think the game as a whole is bad. I really don't. I think it's fine. I honestly do. I just haven't played it since I streamed it last. because it just isn't interesting to me, and the online is atrocious. If they could fix the online, I would play it a little more. I don't think it would be all the time, but I would pick it up every now and then. I feel like I honestly would. But because of the online, I just was like, man, I don't want to play this. It was really bad. I did look a little bit into SRB 2, but hardly at all because I ended up having to work on something else. But yeah, as expected, it's heavily ingrained into the source. It's like fixing the netcode would require rewriting a lot of crap. So I don't know what I'll do. I don't know if I'll keep pursuing that or not. To be honest, I'm doing a lot of things at the moment, so I don't know if I will. But if I can get some free time, I'd like to look into it again still. I might pick it up again. It's not, I don't know, we'll see. But I did look into it a little bit. And yeah, it's about what I expected, but making a low budget of Transformers is a really bad idea, so they introduced a multiplayer game instead. Well, I don't know if the idea was to make it low budget. The idea was just to do something that I don't think was that interesting to people. You haven't played it since May of last year? I don't know when I last played it. I can't remember when I last played it. I forgot it was a game. Like, straight up, I forgot it released. And I was listening to some songs on my music playlist, and then a Sonic Racing song came out, and I was like, oh, that sounds good. Wait, what game is that from? Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah, that was a thing. Like, I straight up forgot. Like, I'm not exaggerating. I forgot it was a thing at some point. The soundtrack is amazing. So at least we have that. But yeah, the game is, it's not even bad. It really isn't. It's fine. Like, for someone to be like, TSR is horrible, I wouldn't agree. If they said that, I wouldn't agree with them. I don't think it's horrible at all. It's just very meh. It's a game that you play a couple of times, and then you go, eh, and you don't play it again. And honestly, I kind of felt that way with all of the All-Stars games, but especially with TSR. The original, I felt like that too, a bit, to be honest. Transformed, though, honestly, not as much, at least. That's a game that I've played a bunch. And every time I play it, I have a good time, and I want to come back. Not as much as I should have. Like, I definitely have played Mario Kart way more than, you know, Transformed. But Transformed is still, it's a good time. Whenever I play it, I always have fun. It's a pretty good album, but you could go without the free racing game. Yeah, oh my gosh. Does anyone remember freaking Wendy's, the fast food restaurant? They have like very odd kids meal toys sometimes. Once they released, they had these toys that weren't actually toys at all, they were games. I'm serious. You would buy a Wendy's kids meal, and you would get, as part of the free toy, you would get a CD. Well, or DVD, whatever. You get a disc, right? Inside of a case. That was a random Ubisoft Pets game. I'm dead serious. They were giving them away for free. And I don't think they were just... No, Siri. No, Siri. I don't think they were just demos. They might have been. I was like 7, okay? So I don't freaking know. But I think they were full games. I don't remember it saying demo. And yeah, you would just put the disc in your PC and you'd install the game, and you could just, it was just a free game. Just came with a Wendy's kids meal. And it was a different game every time you would go there. So like it was basically the same game, to be honest. But they were themed on, it was like pet care games, right? They had one that was like dogs with a Z or something like that. There was like horses with a Z. They had one that was like cats, you know, whatever. They weren't, were they exceptional games? Of course not. They were what you expect. You know, considering the fact that they're giving them away for free in these meals. But, like, they weren't very, they didn't have much depth to them or whatever. And they were all pretty similar, right? I mean, the only difference between cats and dogs, pretty much, the games, was that one of them featured dogs and one of them featured cats. I mean, they swap out the models and stuff, you know. The same engine, it was pretty much the same thing, right? So it wasn't exactly a big thing. But hey, you still got a free game, and as a kid, that was actually pretty cool. I don't know why I brought that up. There was a reason. Oh, yeah, I was just saying, what if TSR was one of those games, right? You get like a Wendy's, you know, kids meal, and it comes with a free copy of TSR. You'd be like, oh, good. Hey, at least it's better than Fallout 76. Whoa. You don't like kids meals? You hate kids meals. Let me say that again, I hate kids meals. What if you got that Shadow Basketball? Shadow Basketball! Yeah. I never... What do you hate about kids meals? Like the toys, or just the amount of food you get, or what? There was definitely a time where, you know, obviously when I was a kid, I would eat kids meals, and I liked them, they were fine. I never did care for the toys. To be honest, I never did. There were a few times where they were cool. The you know, full game coming with the Windows, even though it was a crap game, it was that was still pretty cool. I was like, hey, wow, they freaking developed a game and then released it on these discs I had to print out. Like, well, burn, you know, print out, you know what I mean? Like, crap game, but hey, I admire that idea. That was a pretty neat idea, I think. And it probably cost them a bit to do that, you know, and neat. So that I thought was cool, but, you know. There's a few toys that I've gotten like that were pretty neat. But most of the kids' meal toys are freaking garbage. I mean, absolute, like, you would never... Like, even as a kid, even as a little kid, which is the point, you know, you'd pick it up, you'd, like, press the button once, and it would make a sound, and you'd be like, good, and then you would throw it away. You'd never want to, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't, like, really entertaining. So, I agree with that. I've never thought those were really necessary, even as a kid. But, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having them. You're biased because, to be fair, you're biased because you only really ate one thing from most fast food restaurants, which is the fries. You get a large fries and nothing else. Oh, well, yeah, if you're just getting the fries, it's better to just get the fries. For me, it was like, obviously when you get older, you can eat more in one sitting without getting as full. And you're like, oh, you know, this kid's meal is not filling anymore. Like, there was a time where a 4-piece chicken McNugget was actually somewhat filling. You know, when you're a tiny child. 4 chicken McNuggets? Wow. Wow, dude. But now... I'm gonna need at least 32. You get what I'm saying? You know, you need to get unhealthy faster. Is the only way. How will I achieve my dream of being a beanbag chair? If I only get 4 chicken McNuggets. Sorry, I like pronouncing it like Mac. It's fun. 4 pieces McNuggets, 16-bit chicken nuggets. Exactly. It needs to be at least 64-bit, or I will not buy. Anyway, there was a time where I realized as a child I had an what's the word I'm looking for? Epitome? What? No, that's not it. Is it? I don't freaking know. I can't think right now. I had a moment where I realized something. I went, wait a second. You could get this meal and then you have to pay for the... Like, when you buy the meal, part of the cost of the meal is the toy. Like, you think it's free, but it's not. You have to pay for the toy a little bit too, right? That's like part of the meal's costs. You could do that to get this crap, or you could just get a double burger with the same money, and also probably some fries, right? And it's more food, and you don't have to get the crap toy that you don't care about. So that's, you know, that's when you start doing that. But like, but I wouldn't say I hate kids meals. It's just I'm not a kid anymore, so it doesn't make sense. If I was a kid, it would make more sense. You just got large fries, now you get large fries with chocolate shake. Yeah, yeah, that's actually a thing that a lot of people do now. I've noticed, like, especially recently, I noticed for some reason that became like a popular thing, like dipping fries in shakes. I tried that. I was curious. I was like, is it actually any good? You know what? It was fine. Now, you know, it wouldn't be... Well, maybe it would be fine. Hang on. This. Okay, well, there's this YouTube channel called Abroad in Japan. It's a pun. It's like a play on words. But yeah, if you've not heard of him, check him out. He's freaking amazing. He's a true Brit, all right. But he's living in Japan. He's been living there for a few years. Well, several years now at this point. He moved there kind of sporadically, and he like made a career there, and he starting as a teacher and all this stuff, and now he's something else, I assume. But anyway, he has a YouTube channel where he just talks about things in Japan, and he's really funny. Like, he's actually very talented. Like, he has a way of speaking that's it's pure sarcasm, right? But it's delivered in a really good way. He's really fun. Anyway, he made his review on a Japan exclusive type of like menu item. Sorry, I couldn't think for a second there. A Japan exclusive menu item at McDonald's. That was Japan exclusive for a reason. Basically, sometimes McDonald's wants to test out some random crap. They have some weird freaking idea. And they're like, would that work, or would people hate that? I have no idea. But they want to test it out to see if it'll work. And the only way to really test it is to actually sell it and have people buy it and tell them what they think. You know? Because like, you can have focus groups and stuff, but it's not enough. Like, sometimes the focus group will love it, but then you actually release it and it doesn't do well. You know, whatever. It's hard to say. So what they a lot of times will end up doing is they'll release these products in some random, like, somewhere where they're not as like heavily known. So like Japan, right? Like McDonald's is not, when you think of Japan, McDonald's is not the first thing that comes to your mind. Let's be real. They do have McDonald's in Japan, but it's not. You think of them mostly as like, you know, American fast food. That's what you think, right? So sometimes they test stuff in other countries just to see if it'll work, and then if it does work, they bring it here. If it doesn't, then well, it dies. But they see that as being less damaging than testing it in a place where they're better known, because then people think of them as like, remember the time McDonald's tried that crap? Holy frick, you know. This way most people don't even know. Anyway, Abroad in Japan made a video on this thing that they did. I recommend you check it out. Here's the thumbnail for it. Get ready. Are you sitting down? That's real. McDonald's released this in Japan. It's fries with chocolate and vanilla, like frosting, I guess. And they sold this because they were like, do you think this will work? The results were very mixed. There were some people who tried these and were like, you know, they're actually pretty good. There are other people who tried them and said, that is the worst thing I've tasted in my freaking life. It was very mixed, and I believe they ended up pulling it. I don't think it's a thing anymore. I might be mistaken, but I think it was just a test and it didn't really go how they were hoping. But, I don't know. I can't tell if I would like this or not, to be honest with you. It looks like it would be something really fun to try once, right? Because the worst that'll happen is that you don't like it, and then you just... Maybe you either force yourself to finish it, or if it's so bad, I guess you throw it away. But, you know, whatever. It's like, that's the worst that'll happen, right? Big freaking deal. You spend like $1 or $2 on it. It's not a big, you know. But, like, the best thing that happened is, hey, it might actually surprisingly be good, and you might love it. And then you'll like that you try this new crazy thing. Whatever. It's totally worth it to try it. But I would only want to try it once, I think. Because I don't know. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. It looks like... There's a part of me that can't help but... I look at this, and I think of this... for some reason, I feel like this would taste like... Hear me out. When I look at this, I think of, like, cheesy fries. That's what I think of. And I know it wouldn't actually be like that, because it's not cheese. It's sugar. It's like, you know... So it wouldn't taste that way, but it looks like it had, like, similar to that. It looks like it would have like a similar consistency. So I feel like I would eat this, and there'd be a subconscious part of me that I wouldn't be able to shut up. That would be kind of, sort of, for some reason, expecting cheesy fry taste, even though I know it's not cheesy fry. You know what I mean? And if you expect cheese, but you actually have sugar, I think that would be gross. You would be like, ah. That's not what I wanted. And, you know, but if you go into this and you can somehow force yourself to go, it's sugar, it's gonna be like chocolate, maybe it would be good. Maybe it'd be gross. I don't know, it's hard to say. But, it's mixed. People are mixed on that one. Fire tornado, yep, apparently that's the thing that's happening. Yo, hey, Senor Donna, how you doing? Oh, you're good, thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. Companies use Canada test it to see people in the US who like it. Yeah, a lot of times they do that as well. It's both delicious and stupid. Exactly. I don't know if it would be good or not. I really don't. Because I've had fries dipped in a shake, and I didn't think I would like that. I was like, that just doesn't sound great. But I tried it, and I was like, that's actually pretty good. I see people like that. So maybe chocolate fries would be good too. I don't know, because it's the same kind of thing, right? But I just don't think it would. It just doesn't look like it would be good. I don't know, man. You worked at McDonald's for a while. You were caught weirded out by people who buy fries and ice cream, mix them, and eat them. I was a bit at first too when I heard about that, but then I tried it. I was like, you know, that's not that bad. I see how people like it. Do I do it? Not really. No, I usually just eat my fries, but I do get it. Really trying to get people fat, I guess. I don't know. Flavors will not mix at all. I don't think so either, but I don't know. Depends on if it has salt. Exactly. Sweet unsalted fries, yuck. If it has, I don't know if having salt would make it better or worse. Cause you know how like salted caramel, like salted if I can speak, salted caramel, right? Like that kind of chocolate. That's actually, it's really good, right? It's delicious. Weirdly, the salt and the sweet actually mixes extremely well in that, and it's freaking great. So if this has salt on it, wouldn't it kind of just taste like that? But obviously with a different texture. But would that texture be fine? I don't know. So I don't know, right? But if it doesn't have salt, that'd be gross. I think. I don't freaking know. I don't think I would like it, but I would want to try it. That ain't chief. Yeah, I don't think so either. But some people liked it. So obviously mixes better than most people think. Yeah, it does. You see it and you think of chocolate covered salted pita. Yeah, right. If it was salted, I think it would actually be better. But I don't know if it is. It wouldn't taste somewhere near cheesy fries. Exactly. You'd think it would be. Yeah, right. If you think that when you eat it, it would be terrible. Have some chalky fries because I'm not sure if you like it or not. Your dad's friend is the manager of one of the restaurants in a franchise of restaurants called the Port of Peri Peri. Oh, cool. Good point. Chocolate soda pretzel is pretty good. Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking. That's why I mixed on it. Because it would be kind of like the same thing, right? Especially if you get, like, one that's... I don't know. Like, have you ever had, like, one of those... Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna make people hungry. Hang on. Yeah, good thing I put that on the second monitor because that was an address. So, good thing I thought about that one this time. Alright, have you ever freaking been to Auntie Anne's and ordered a cinnamon pretzel? Holy frick, it's so good. I can't even describe to you how good these are. There are not words to explain. I'm trying to hold back tears looking at this because it's been like a long time since I freaking had one of these, like years. They're so good, I swear. If you ever see an Auntie Anne's, if you've never been to one, get a cinnamon pretzel. They're delicious. Anyway, they're mostly in malls, Auntie Anne's, and malls obviously are not doing well anymore. So, I don't know if... I don't imagine they're doing well either. They're trying to open up in other locations now. They have, like, Auntie Anne's, like, standalone restaurants now, but there's only a few of them I've ever seen in my life. I don't know if they're gonna make it, sadly. Hopefully they do. But, if you're ever near one, try it out. It's good. But anyway, freaking good. Yeah, so the reason I bring that up, that's like a soft pretzel, right? It's soft. So it has like a kind of a mushy, sort of, mushy is a gross word, you know what I mean? It's a soft texture, right? And it has like cinnamon on it, but it also is like, I swear, it tastes like it's kind of like salted but it's also very sweet, right? Because you know, it's cinnamon mixed with something else. I don't know what. It might be salt. But anyway, it might taste kind of like that, just obviously without the cinnamon, right? Because it's kind of the same thing, isn't it? I don't know, probably not. But it's a bit similar. So if it's like that, I don't know, would it be as good? Heck no, of course it wouldn't be as good as that. It would probably be disgusting in comparison, but I don't know, I'm still mixed on the chalky fries. I'm so mixed, because like I look at it, my instant reaction is gross, I don't want that, but then I go, well, you know, it's, if I ever have the opportunity to try them, I'm definitely going to try them, and I probably won't like them, but I want to see. Google, are you looking up food? Here's some local food. Exactly, they do that every time. It's terrible. If everything goes, oh, you need to go. Hope everything goes alright with coding. Thanks, appreciate it. And take care. That's on my. They have a special sauce they put on the fries, the potatoes, and the chicken. It tastes so good. That sounds awesome. You never had a pretzel? Oh man. Then is this here in Taco Land? Pretzels are good. I get them very rarely. Very rarely. Like they're treats, right? There's different varieties. Obviously, there's like the soft ones and then there's the hard ones. The hard ones are like they're like crackers, right? They're kind of the same thing as that. Those are okay. Look, people have debates on this. People genuinely are like, some people are crazy over hard pretzels. They're like, they're freaking delicious, and some people don't like them. And some people are mixed. I like hard pretzels. I think they're good, but they're not. They're just all right to me. They're fine. Soft pretzels, boy, that's where it's at. I swear, like those are good. A-Rod knows what's up. Thank you. Top three ice creams: Cold Stone Chocolate Devotions, Dairy Queen Chocolate Brownie, Exploding Blizzards, and Choose Molten Lava Cake. Those all sound good. Does Ferrero Rocher chocolate chips? Oh, they do. Yes, they're so good. I'm not even really a sweets person, to be honest with you. Like, I really am not much of a sweets person, but Ferrero Rocher is freaking, it's good. Every time I eat one of those, it's like, that was amazing. I'll have one more. And then I have another one. That was amazing. I'll have one, you know, it's really hard to get me to actually stop eating it. Which is important to do, because we never have those. It's a rare treat. So if you have any of them, you need to restrain from eating them, because they're gonna disappear quickly and then you won't get them again for another year or whatever, you know? But it's like, they're good. I'm sorry, Taz. I'm sorry. Imagine pretzel made of potatoes, gross. Right, but would you taste the potatoes? Right? Because, like, with fries you do, but not always. It depends how you bite into it and everything, like, and how it's made. Like, sometimes you taste the potato-ness of it, but sometimes it just kind of tastes like nothing. It just kind of tastes like salt. So if it just kind of tastes like nothing, it might be alright, but if you taste a potato, that would be gross, yeah. HedgeLib Food Suggestions module win. I'm working on it right now. You think you like the soft ones better ones? Yeah, I like them. I like them too. You used to get this thing called cheese fries and you dipped it in Sprite. Yeah, cheese fries are amazing. Dipped in Sprite, I don't know. I don't know if that would be my thing, to be honest. But then again, I thought that with the shakes, I was like, no. But then I tried that and I was like, you know, that's alright. So maybe I would like that too, I don't know, but I feel like that would definitely be a thing where I would, I don't know. I just like cheese fries on their own, man. They're freaking good. I'll shut up though, because Taz is dying. I'm sorry. Yeah, but, oof. If it isn't mad because he doesn't like soda, oof. No, it's not that I don't like it. I just hardly ever. I'm just not a big sweets person, and I know it sounds weird. People don't think of soda as being sweets, but it kind of is. It's just very like. You're basically drinking corn syrup or aspartame or whatever, right? And that's fine. Like I say what people like that, but it's just like. I don't know. For me, that's not really my jam. I'm weird though. Most people I think are pretty much obsessed with soda. I'm not. But that's okay, because I'm also obsessed with things that other people are not. Screw you guys, I'm gonna get chips. Okay, you do that test, please. That way you won't have to die anymore. Okay, let me get into this. Wait, let me read this again. No. See, this food conversation is it's hedgy because it's Sonic Unleashed related. Nice. Those food earning shaders? Yeah, dude. HD food. Many people have fried cheese fries, but not chili cheese fries. What's up with that? I'm trying to remember. I don't think I've had chili cheese fries actually. Oh no. But I feel like I have, so I must have at some point. Cause I'm pretty sure I know what they taste like. So I must have. If I did, it was only like once. But yeah, I remember it. I remember them being good. So it's weird that I wouldn't have had it again. Drink soda like weekly. Hey, weekly is a lot better than some people. Some people drink it like instead of water, essentially. That's not good. Like straight up, like if you're doing that, I ain't judging you. All right, it's cool. I get it. But you probably actually seriously want to try to not drink it that much. Oh, thank you, random jingle. Because that's really not good for your health. Like, people don't realize how bad that stuff is. Water is worse, people drown on that. No one's ever drowned in soda. Has anyone drowned from soda? Man, I love that stream where Rad said he was gonna program and then instead he looked up, has someone drowned in soda? Great stream. Oh, there's a girl who drowned from drinking too much soda, according to the Atlantic, which is I don't know if it's a reputable source. Anyway, wait, hang on. She drank a copious amount of grape soda. No. Oh gosh, it's actually terrible and disgusting. I hate reading this. This poor girl was forced by her father and stepmother to drink a stupid amount of soda, which was highly unhealthy, and she died because there was too much soda. That is freaking awful. Okay, I'm so sorry to have read that. Well, I just wanted to know, and I got into pressing it. Frick! Okay, we need something to lighten the mood now. No, not that. I made a typo. Oh, these are terrible. I was looking for a good meme, but these are awful. This is... What is this? These aren't memes. These are boomer memes. What is any of this? A yawn is a silent scream for a Mountain Dew. So the joke is that get it? Oh. Kids these days eating Tide Pods, they have no idea that their car has a tank of Mountain Dew to wash it down with. Okay, that one's decent, I guess. Where there is Mountain Dew, there is hope. Get the frick out of here. I'm gonna get back to work. You wanna drink more water? Woo! Yeah, water's good. Water's good stuff. We can't have grape soda. The Atlantic is not a reputable source? I know. That's why I was saying it like that. They're very... Yeah. To be honest, though, there's really not many reputable sources these days. Like, if you're going purely based on, what they say is accurate and they never put their bias into the way they word then you're gonna have a hard time finding a journalist that you think is actually reputable, because everyone does it. Even as simple as, like, the other day when Fortnite was banned from the App Store and the Google Play Store, which I can't believe freaking happened. I find it's interesting. But anyway, when that freaking happened, there was this like Twitter had this like thing that was trending explaining it, right? And the freaking phrasing that was used in that and in the article that they were trying to advertise was like for some reason, okay, and I don't like Apple, okay? They do a lot of messed up crap, but like, they were trying to attack Apple, and I don't get it. Because Epic Games was in the fault too. Like, in the wrong too, if I can speak. The way it was phrased was something along the lines of, I believe it was something along the lines of, Apple pulls Fortnite from its App Store after Epic Games makes in-app purchases cheaper. That was the headline. And so, of course, you see that and you think, greedy, disgusting Apple, why would you do that? But then you read it and you find out what actually happened was Epic Games knowingly, purposely, broke a term that they agreed to, which maybe shouldn't be a term, okay, but they agreed to it. The term was that Apple gets a 30% cut of every in-app every purchase that's made within an app, okay? So anything that you buy inside of an app, like Apple's supposed to get a 30% cut of that, all right? So up until now, they had been following that rule. They had in-app purchases the way that it always works in apps on the App Store, and you would buy things through that, and Apple would get a 30% cut, and it would work out just fine. But Epic decided they didn't want that. They wanted 100% of the profit. They didn't want Apple to have even 30% of it, right? And so they decided to purposely break the rule, and instead make it so that when you want to, if you try to get like upgrades or whatever, I don't know what the frick you can buy in Fortnite. And anything you would buy in Fortnite, right? It would bring up a like browser or something, I guess, and then you would buy it through the Epic Games, like, well, not store, but you know what I mean, through their website instead of through the App Store. And that way, Epic could keep 100% of the profits. That wasn't okay. That was against the TOS that they agreed to when they published the app. They knew this. They did it on purpose, hoping that they would get away with it, and they didn't. And so Apple pulled it from the store. It wasn't unreasonable at all. It was like, you broke our term. Goodbye. Like, but for some reason, everyone took that as an opportunity to be like, gosh, screw Apple. Apple's the worst. It's like, they are bad, but this is not a reason why. What they did, this was fine. You know what people neglected to mention? They also Google also pulled Fortnite from the Google Play Store. For the same reason, at the same time. But nobody said Google's bad. Nobody bashed Google. I don't get it. Like, anyway, sorry. My point is just that, I got off on a tangent there. My point is just that media, it's biased, right? The way that, like, even if it's not intentional, like, whenever someone words something, they word it in a way to try to get you to think a certain way. Even, like, really subtly. Like, why would you phrase the headline like that? You would say something like, if you want it to be neutral, you would say, like, Apple pulls Fortnite from its App Store after Epic Games violates terms of service. Because that is literally what happened. Right? That's how you should phrase it. But instead, it's phrased, they pulled from the App Store after Epic Games makes the purchases cheaper. Like, good guys. Oh, man. It's just so weird. Epic Games knew what would happen. They planned this. Yeah, that sounds right, too. Like, there's no way they were stupid enough to think they would get away with it, right? So was the point of this... So, okay, so what you're saying is that the point of this, I guess... Well, either that you don't know the point of this, or that you think the point was purposely that they wanted you to think bad Apple, shame on Apple, and attack them, right? And so then, Apple was, like, forced into changing their terms of service so that Epic Games could get 100% of the profit. Was that the... Is that... Because that would make sense. I could see them doing that. Oh, sorry. Hi, Mule. Later, Mule. I'm sorry. You got Hedge and Uni working? Oh, no, nice. Holy frick, you can export XML to C# Hedge and enforce this perfect. That's actually really cool. Ryan died. They had a video made for what happened. Oh? Yeah, well, it did happen so quickly, right? I remember, it was like you woke up, you went on Twitter, everything was fine, and then all the freaking sudden Fortnite's gone, and then a few hours later they're suing Apple for it. And they have this whole thing, and it was like, man, I know the internet moves fast, but holy frick. Like, it felt like everything was planned in advance, right? So it's really, yeah, so that doesn't surprise me, that makes sense. I just wonder what the frick they're doing. What is Epic Games trying to do with that? And like, like, do they, like, are they just relying on people being idiots, or like, what are they going for? I don't get it. They're clearly trying something At least they're suing Apple not for pulling Fortnite, but for regulations Apple has. But the free Fortnite thing is garbage, right? Yeah, and to be fair, Apple does have bad regulations. And it came at a really convenient time for them to do this, because it was right after Apple decided that xCloud was not going to be on their App Store either. And that was garbage, okay? Because, like, look, I don't like the idea of streaming games, okay? I don't like that. Obviously, as a modder, I'm against that because I can't freaking mod the game. I don't have the files. I'd like to be able to have the files, right? Like, I think, beyond that, I just think there's a lot of problems with it, but I'm not getting into that. Anyway, the point is, I'm not a big cloud gaming guy, but I think that, xCloud is probably the most promising looking one I've seen, because there's one big difference that it has over Stadia and over anything else. The difference is that xCloud, from what I understand, and I don't know if this is totally accurate, but from what I understand, the games that you bought on your Xbox One or whatever, you should be able to play them on xCloud for free just by owning the game. Is that right? Did I misinterpret that? I heard that from somebody. I don't know if that's true. But if I understand that correctly, that's actually a huge advantage. Because that's a huge turnoff for people, obviously. If the service is kind of shaky but it works okay, and you can play all your games and it just works, then I can see people trying it out. But if it's kind of shaky but it works kind of okay, you know, but you also have to buy all of your games again, screw that, right? No one's gonna try it. So just that alone is a major difference to where people might actually give this a shot. And I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll work out okay. Will it be a huge success? I don't think so, to be honest. I just still don't think we're ready for that yet. Like, I don't know, man. But it probably will do decently. I think it'll at least do better. It'll definitely do better than Stadia, because it's not a hard bar to beat. Let's be honest. But it's gonna do all right, I think, just purely because of that fact alone, and also because you have Game Pass, Xbox Game Pass. It's actually a really freaking good deal. So if those things combined, I would think would be amazing. So I don't know. But yeah, the fact that it's apparently not going to be on iOS because of Apple, is garbage. Because even though I'm probably not going to want to use xCloud myself, much to be honest, because again I'm still not sold on cloud gaming. I think that people should be able to if they want to, right? And it doesn't. The reason that Apple gave for why they did that was stupid. It was something like, wasn't the reasoning? Oh, we can't rate the games. We can't rate the games, and we want to be able to rate them. How do we know that it's, you know, what do we rate this app as? That is not a reason. That is really dumb. The games are already rated by the ESRB. Okay? You don't need to rate them, Apple. The rating can be shown right there in the app if Microsoft wants it to be, and if not, it's their freaking problem, right? There's no kid who's gonna download xCloud on your phone or iPhone or an iPad, and then it's gonna open it up, sign it and everything, and they're gonna like go to play a game, and they're just gonna be like, I had no idea that there was guns in this game. I didn't know. Like, no, it's freaking obvious. Like, you know, you get what I'm saying. Like the rating thing. It's like, that's really not an issue. It doesn't make sense to me. But the other thing that really makes no sense to me about that, the thing that really made me think that was stupid was, because at least I can see that being a valid reason, even though it's not, but I can see how by their logic that would make sense. Until you realize that there are plenty of other apps on the store where that doesn't apply at all. YouTube, Netflix, Hulu, all these other apps, Twitter even. You can't rate the tweets. You can't rate the movies. You can't rate the YouTube videos. Like, Apple doesn't rate those things, alright? The movies are rated, but, you know, Apple doesn't rate these things, okay? So by their logic, those apps shouldn't be allowed either, because we couldn't rate them. We couldn't verify that it was kid-friendly. That doesn't... What? Like, no, of course you can't rate them. Apple, you're not supposed to rate them. It's not your job to rate the content that can be accessed by the app. It's your job to rate the app. That's all you gotta do, right? Rate xCloud what you think it should be rated, and call it a day, right? For them to say we can't have xCloud on it because we couldn't rate the games is... Obviously it was some other reason, right? There was another reason they didn't want xCloud on their phone. Sorry, on their platforms, right? That's why, that's why. Like, it's not just that, because that would be stupid. So I do agree that, Apple does some stupid crap that's anti-consumer and all that. Of course. And so I'm not saying I love Apple, they're the best. Of course not. They, you know, screw them. But also screw up the games. You can't be like, Apple's the worst. Every other company is a saint. It's like, no, dude. You gotta be fair about this stuff. There's another side to this. Okay, Epic wants to accomplish. Sorry, the thing Epic wants to accomplish is to try and lower the store cuts by around 50% because they cut it at 50%. Okay, what? It's a point they kept using against Steam and Apple and Google. So either they look better when their other services lower their cut because of competition, or they look better because their cut is 50% unlike most platforms, 30%. You say it's a win-win move for them. I see. Google lawsuit is trash because their main argument against Apple was that Apple's iOS ecosystem is closed to everyone, but on Android you don't need the App Store to install stuff. I don't know if I know much about the Google lawsuit, to be honest with you. I'm not too familiar with it, so I don't know if I can really comment on it too much. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get the Arukas packs yet? Yes, I did. I haven't looked into them yet, but I got them. I'll look into them soon. It has the working packs and the packs that have the working models, or at least some of them. The sample size should be enough. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll download them right now. Oh, okay. It's a bit big, but it shouldn't be too bad. My bitrate might get worse while it's doing this, but it'll be temporary. It'll get better at the moment. I'm gonna have this open when it's done, just so I know. We can't rate every video on YouTube. Removed. Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Like, by their logic, they shouldn't have allowed YouTube either. So I don't get that one. I feel like that was just a internal thing. It was like Microsoft approached Apple and asked them if they could do something special or whatever, and Apple was like, no, you can't do that. And then for some reason they had like a falling out, and so it's like a personal thing. You know what I mean? As stupid as it sounds, it's like Apple was going like, oh, screw you, Microsoft. We don't want you to do this. Let's find some stupid reason why we can get your app off the store. We can't rate the games. There we go. You know, like, it was something like that, right? It was like some falling out. And you know what? Apple shouldn't have been allowed to freaking do that. They need to treat this fairly and not just do things based on personal, you know. You tried using the head for the crack SB but it didn't go very far. You got some displayed device figured out. Oh, nice. It's farther than I got. I didn't even look at them, to be honest. Oh, good, love the song. Okay, let me get back to this. I'm sorry. I hate that every progress stream I end up doing this. I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna try to focus. So, something I don't get. What was I doing before? Hang on, I was swapping it and then I was fixing it. Right, but before I did that, apparently, it's a skip position to next offset. What data pointer plus current entry in the offset table? Right. When I say next offset, I mean current offset. Okay, that's weird wording, but okay, that's what I meant. And then, I get that. Yeah, I'm just getting the offset, and then I'm getting it as a. Right. I'm being a dummy dum-dum. Right. Of course. Why did I think it was that easy? Of course it wasn't. Okay. So we're not trying to fix this. We're trying to fix the offset. Right. So I have a new macro for that in this version of HedgeLib. It's just add off. Okay. Say data, and then we're gonna add this to it. All right. So basically this is the same as saying, right, except pointer math. So it does all like everything for you. See. Anyway. All right. So then we're gonna end up with, actually it's an unsigned char pointer, but I'm gonna store it in a store it in that. Okay. And then we're gonna fix that. Now, I don't remember why. Let's have an integral type. Oh. Okay, yeah, I did that right, cool. And there's the base address, okay. So now it's basically looking exactly the same as C++. Okay, that's fine. So... Alright, so let's say endian swap offset if necessary. And we're gonna do that instead, yeah. Okay, so if we're supposed to endian swap, we're gonna do that. P stands for pointer here. So the difference is that the normal swap U32 function works like this. Oh, well, that doesn't really show you what... It takes a UN32 and then it also returns a UN32. So you can say like whatever equals this, right? And then you do it like this. All right? And so this will swap the value of whatever, so it'll make it it'll swap the endingness of that value, and then it'll store the result back into whatever, right? And so that's how that works. All well and good, except look at all the times you have to type whatever. You know, it's kind of messy. This is like the optimal, like in terms of performance, this is definitely the quickest way to do it, because you're like returning values and passing them around is extremely fast. It's like a stack stuff, right? Whereas pointer stuff is generally a little bit slower. And also it's just, you can usually inline this whole thing, especially because I'm using macros here. So like byte swap ulong, that's an intrinsic that's specific to MSVC, which is the compiler I'm using, right? It's the Windows compiler, basically. Oh good, it's done. Okay, thank you once again. I'll check that out in a moment. Yeah, this swaps that, and then it returns the value. So this is actually basically like a compiler command, right? And so if possible at all to do it at compile time or whatever, it will. And if it can inline it, it will. It'll do all the optimizations it can. So that's the optimal way to do this. However, it's not great to write. So what you want to do is, if you want to actually swap something that's like a pointer or whatever in place, then I have another function that has a p at the end for pointer, and you just give it a pointer to the thing you want to swap. So I want to swap this number there, right? So there you go. So that'll swap that in place. It just does this. It's pretty simple. Alright, so if we need to do that, if we're not big endian, then we need to swap it. Okay, then get pointer to current offset, and then lastly fix current offset. Okay, that should be all we need to do. And that should actually be that should be the whole function. Okay, and this one we're gonna need to do later. Okay, so you want to try to make a hedge material exporter for Blender? Oh, that'd be cool. You also want to try to make your dream tool chain pipeline for more coast forces. That sounds really neat. Best of luck to you with that. It's a Labyrinth Zone remix you made? Oh, cool. Hold up. Alright, I'll play that real fast. This is Wasif's Labyrinth Zone remix. It's Labyrinth Zone from the Game Gear version of the game. So if you're wondering why it doesn't sound like that, that's why. Alright. So let's do this. So I did say I would take a look at this, so I kinda wanna do that real fast. We're gonna say Sonic, and then we're gonna say, what are these from? Oh, they're not even related to Sonic. These are... You told me in the... Hang on, let me read it again. Aruka's packs. Okay. I'm just gonna make a folder like... Pack... X... Before... Broken... Samples. Something like that. Oh wait, hang on. That's not the whole thing. Who needs organization when you're me? Pack machine broke, exactly. Okay, so here's the packs. What's the smallest one out of all? Oh, this one's pretty small. That's huge. Okay, so this is the smallest one. This is Pack XV4, and they use this in Mario Sonic Tokyo 2020, and they also use this in, apparently, the Human Olympic 2020 game, but also in, apparently in Sakura Wars. And I'm fairly certain they're going to use this in the next mainline Sonic game as well. Same with Bullet. Oh, speaking of which, yeah, my predictions are coming true so far with that. I said a while ago that Sonic Team dropped Havoc in favor of Bullet, and they switched over to this new pack format, and that I was fairly certain that the next Sonic game was going to have these same formats, and it was going to use Bullet instead of Havoc as well. And obviously the next Sonic game isn't out yet. We don't even know what it's called yet. Thank you, Sega. Oh, it's still going. Okay, cool. The Sakura Wars, I guess, just released. I don't know when actually, but I'm fairly certain it just released. And apparently, Sakura Wars, well, actually, as you can see, it uses the same Pack XV4 format, and apparently, from what I've heard, it also uses Bullet instead of Havoc. There's no Havoc in there at all. So, given this trend, given that this game was developed by the new Sonic team, so I don't know if people know about that. Sega reworked their internal stuff lately. So basically, they don't have like a separate Sonic Team division anymore, to my understanding. There's a whole post about it you can read on was it Sonic Stadium? I don't remember where it was at, but it was going around for a while because it was very interesting. But it seems to be true. Supposedly, after Forces, they realized something was wrong, and they're reworking Sonic Team a bit. They don't really, I don't think, have a proper like Sonic Team anymore. Instead, they have like a Sega division, which can work on Sonic games. It can also work on other things. And that's how they're doing things now. And you can see evidence of this with the new Sakura Wars. So Sakura Wars is using Hedgehog Engine 2. It just straight up is. It's using the same sort of stuff that Forces was. And Mario Sonic Tokyo 2020. And it's all very consistent and in a way that isn't how Sega used to do things. Like you used to be able to tell if it was made by Sonic Team or by some other people at Sega. Now, a lot of it is basically Sonic Team. And it's going to be really interesting to see how that affects the next game, how that's going to work. It's currently on a 35% discount, so you're guessing it either is not selling well because no one knows what it is, or they're getting ready to release it elsewhere. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, sadly, I don't think many people know about it. But I mean, it seems fun to me. I would honestly buy it, but I don't have a PS4. So yeah, I can't really play the game now, can I? If it releases on Steam, I'll buy it. Sonic Team, more like Sega Team, exactly. Friendship ended with Havoc, now open source Bullet is my new best friend, exactly. Honestly though, I'm happy about it. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, it was good, thanks for sending that. Your head theory is that they knew the absorption, I think. The Sonic Team 2 Sega was coming, and that's why they spent so much time on Hedgehog Engine 2 to let it be used for all Sega teams. That could very well be. It's honestly that makes sense. I don't know, it's hard to say. But yeah, it's interesting nonetheless. I mean, if you're still here, from a very quick glance at this, I don't even remember how the freaking Pack XV4 format goes at all. Again, I like forget crap all the time, so bear with. I apologize for that. But yeah, what little I do remember of it is that it's like a pack file that holds a bunch of pack files inside of it, and they're compressed, right? And I seem to recall there being towards the beginning, there's header information that lists out all the chunks, and I thought that was this. I might be wrong. But from what I'm seeing here and this short here as well, this looks like it's still compressed to me. Well, yeah, no, of course, yeah, it's definitely freaking compressed. Oh, that's, well, that might not be. This part? Wait a minute. I don't actually know what the frick I'm looking at. I think it's compressed. Some of it didn't look like it was. That's compressed. That's definitely compressed. That's a compressed offset table. Yeah, so it's still compressed. So I don't know why Switch Toolbox breaks with this. It's probably, to be honest, it's probably a bug in Switch Toolbox. It's probably just a bug with the way that it handles things. I'll look into this more in depth a little later when I add support for Pack XV4, which I will do really soon. I'm gonna finally get around to doing that crap. But thank you so much for sending this to me. I'm definitely gonna use those when I test it out, which I'll do soon. Somebody from my address and I'll buy a PS4. Oh, okay. Well, it's supposedly there's a new studio called Sonic Studio. I heard that too. I don't know. That's hard to say. Though that would totally freaking explain why it's taking 4 years, wouldn't it? I mean, just think about it. They had to rework the team. Like, they had to, drop Sonic Team and they have this new thing, Sonic Studio. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that would take some time to figure all that out. and to also work on Sakura Wars and stuff in the process, you know, like, I can see that being a thing. Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Oh, you have the Sonic Studio receipts, Discord DMs. Oh boy, the most trusted source of information. No, but I am interested though. I'd like to see any like evidence of that because that's really interesting. Pretty sure Aaron addressed them directly on his Goodbye Sonic Twitter letter. Interesting. Notice how Aaron said that he is a... What did he say his role was? Hang on. I want to read it verbatim because I don't want to get it wrong. I mentioned this previously when I showed this, but I think it's really interesting. He says in the tweet that he is a... my shortcut doesn't work sometimes, sorry. He has his new role is he works at Sega Japan now, and he's a director of strategy, studio, and community relations. Again, I don't know entirely what that entails, but director of strategy, like, that really sounds like he has some control over what they do, right? That sounds like he has the ability to say, guys, here's our plan, right? Here's the next, like, you know, he has some input on what they develop. I don't know if that's true, but it's interesting. And also, I see what you're saying. You mean this? Do you mean the part where he says studio there? You mean when he says studio and community relations? Yeah, you're right. Studio and what would that? He works at Sega of Japan as a director of studio. Director of studio, right? What would that mean? Unless studio is the name of like a team. Interesting. I don't know. They might just call something the studio, right? But I'm not familiar with anything that they referred to as studio within Sega. Like, obviously studio is a generic word, right? So let's take that with a grain of salt, because I don't know about that. But, check Discord DMs? Okay. I have the receipts. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a lot of things I didn't see. Oh! To all the employees of Sega and Sonic Studio, thank you for all that you do right now to support our Blue Blur and this company. This means so much to all... Wait, what? Where the frick is... what's this from? Is this from the goodbye letter? Wait, I didn't notice that. I liked this tweet, but I didn't notice that. Wait, where does it say that? There, to all the employees at Sega and Sonic Studio. I am freaking stupid. I read that, and I just thought, oh, he meant Sonic Team. But, like, I didn't even think that much. Like, it was just subconscious. I was like, yeah, that's what he meant. But, like, no. Aaron he's not an idiot. He knows Sonic. He knows Sega very well. He knows it's called Sonic Team. Interesting. Huh. Could Sonic Studio just be referring to... I don't know, man. I'm still gonna take that one with a little bit of grain of salt, because I could see Sonic Studio just being what he called, like, the social media team or something. You know? Like, he could have just called, like, the PR team Sonic Studio. I don't know. But, interesting. The fact that this one paired with the other tweet that says he's a director of strategy, studio, and community relations. Paired with the other information that says the Sonic Team is dissolved and they're doing something different now. And there was also a rumor that... I don't know if this was true, but I seem to remember there being a rumor that they were starting a Sonic Team again in the States. So, which I believe is like how they used to have it. Yeah, didn't they make like Adventure 1 and 2 here? For a while, I believe it went back to being Sega of Japan with Sonic 06, and then from that point on, pretty much every game was, you know, Sonic Team of Japan. But interesting. And they also they just did a corporate rebranding, right? They have a new Sega logo now. Well, not logo, but a new, like, you know, the eye and the, like, you know, that sound, the one I can't do. And they went out of their way to say we're changing things now, you know. but then they didn't really seem to change much. Maybe the change just took a long freaking time. I don't know. This is really interesting stuff. Oh man, I don't want to get too hyped about that, but that sounds to me like they... I could be totally wrong, okay? But all of that added up really sounds to me like they formed a new team here in the States. They're calling Sonic Studio. And Aaron has some sort of a directorial role over the team. He has some sort of a... Yeah, it says Director of Strategy, Studio, and Community Relations. So he would be the director of the studio. Holy frick. I don't know about that one. I don't know. But that would be really cool. I would really like to see that. Freaking Aaron Weber being like, basically fulfilling the role of Izuka, right? No, Siri, I'm not talking to you. That would be interesting. Like, cause like, who would he pick? Who would he want to be on the team? Like, well, fans, right? He would want to get people who know what they're doing, who are passionate, who care about this franchise. I don't know, man. That would be... I would like to see that. I remember his last clue was now everything is in our hands. I remember that. I remember people speculating about that one as well. Oh boy. They made SA2 Heroes. Oh, I'm sorry. They made them in San Francisco. Right, okay. So that's what I meant. Not SA1, I guess, but they made SA2 there. But only specifically those games not Billy Hatcher, the PS2 games. Interesting. Well, they might be trying to just return to that approach. Because there's obviously still a Sega of Japan, like, the Sonic team of Japan is, like, those employees are still there. Because they just made Sakura Wars. And it's freaking, like, everything I've seen and heard about it so far, it looks like it's made by Sonic Team, right? It's made by the people who made Forces. It clearly is. Like, just, obviously, as we look at the files and stuff, even just a few samples I've seen of it, it's just freaking obvious. So, those employees are still there, but they're not working on Sonic games anymore. So that says to me, why would they do that all of a sudden, right? Unless those rumors were true, and they actually did, like, dissolve Sonic Team, they're changing things up. Dude, this stuff makes me excited, but also scared, and also, like, very freaking impatient, I gotta be real with you. I have trouble thinking about all this stuff because it makes me go, I just want to, like, it makes me just really want to see what they're doing right now, right? I just want them to come out today and be like, hello, this is our project. So I know, you know, it's like, but obviously we're not gonna know for a while now. Probably not until, well, maybe it'll be August still, but I doubt it. To be honest, I think it'll probably be late 2020. It'll be like September or November or something is when we'll get like a name or something, right? I don't even know if we'll get gameplay then. But I can see why they would want to take their time with this one. I can see why they would want to stall as long as they possibly freaking can. Because if they're changing things up that drastically... I mean, holy if that's true, and they have like a Sonic Studio now that's like hosted by... It's being run partially by Aaron Weber. They've probably got totally... They're gonna have like a different engine and everything, right? Or maybe not. Maybe they would use HedgeLib, and maybe they would hire people who would learn it. Holy frick. I'd like a job doing that. Anyway, yeah, dude. Oh boy. But that would be really interesting. But that would take some time. Because you'd have to figure out what you can't just make a game. You have to figure out what the frick you're doing first. And then you have to make the game. And then you have to make it be good too, especially after Forces. So, yeah, you would want to stall as long as you can possibly get away with. So that would make sense. I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. If rumor fact that size equals size.huge. Exactly. No kidding. His last clue about him leaving. Right. But it's fun to think he left us one last mystery. Sonic City was referred to as Pillar Sonic Team sometimes too. Great question. Sonic Pillar is the entire team here in LA who works primarily on Sonic. I remember. Oh man, team in LA. Ah! They're trying to do that again. I'm sorry. I'm gonna die if I think about this too much. Oh boy. And you know, and they would want to do something different. Like, they would want to do, like, an adventure game? That would, and Aaron said he's a huge fan of the Chow Garden, that would, and then been dropping all these Chow clues, and that would make sense. Yeah. I can't think too much about it because I'm gonna get full-on rumor, like, you know, I'm gonna end up thinking that I know exactly what they're doing, and then they're gonna release it, and then it's not gonna happen, and I'm gonna be really disappointed because I'm gonna hype myself up. But, like, so take it all with a grain of salt. It probably, you know, don't expect it. Expect them to just release Sonic Forces 2, and it's exactly the same, right? Expect that crap, because then you won't be disappointed. Because no matter what they do, it'll be better than that. I'm sure. Or worse than that, but at least it'll be laughably worse. It's not gonna be, you know, it won't be as... They're not gonna do anything as mediocre as that again, I don't think. You know the title for the next Sonic game? It's... Nice. Back when they made Sonic Adventure 2 Shadow, there was still a Sonic team at Japan 2, just a different team. Like Sonic Institute and Sega Enterprise Ltd. Right, so that's what I was thinking here. Like, they're doing, like, the same thing. They're going back to that approach. They're going, like, wait, that worked pretty well, didn't it? I want to try that again. Like, why don't we have 2 Sonic teams? That... But, like, one of them isn't called Sonic, you know? That makes sense. Because clearly the... I'm sorry, I'm not trying to rail on Forces, but clearly the Forces team was worn the frick out. So it makes sense to get some new guys. If you were hired, that'd be a good thing. Why, thank you. It's quite nice. Rather than the game coming with the Chow Garden, how about a companion mobile app? I thought about that too. I honestly, I don't know. The Chow stuff might be a mobile app. I don't know what they're doing with it. But they could do that like the VMU. With the Dreamcast? They could have it be like a modern version of that. You could transfer your Chow from the garden to the app. Right? You just have to sign in with like an account or something. And do you remember that freaking site? I'm sorry, I know. But like, hang on. I have the tab open still, but I don't remember the URL, so I'm gonna pull it up, and it's gonna take me a second. I am pausing as long as I freaking possibly can, because I am scrolling through a lot of tabs right now, and okay, here we go. I showed this before, but I'm gonna show it again. It's fdc-inc.com/Black Market, which sounds bad, but it's the Chow. Hang on. They had this link in a tweet that they posted on the Sonic Twitter page, and it just shows you this. That's the page, all right? And I know last time I brought this up, people said, "Rad, stop it! You're looking too far into it." They just made this a real site so that if kids actually decided to go there, then they wouldn't get a virus. No. But why did they make it a site in the first place? Why even make a tweet about a Chow Black Market that has a URL shown in the tweet? Like, what? If they were like, oh, we could do that, you know, and then they realized, wait a second, the kids might click on this and, you know, they might think it's an actual link and then it is, and we don't want that, because maybe someone will do something bad with it or whatever. If they thought about that, they would have just not shown the URL. Just blur it out. Or just cut off the page so that you don't see the URL in the browser. Why did they go out of their way to put the URL in the page? Like, come on, this is something, right? What is this? Like, I don't know, man. There is, to me, there is a reason for that. This was a hint or something, right? And yeah, sadly, it doesn't seem to actually, like, if you actually go to the source, I did do that because I was curious to see if there was anything hidden there. There wasn't really. Last I checked anyway, there wasn't anything for, yeah, it's actually very simplistic. It's just like, look at this, write your code here. So, okay, they made this in Adobe Animate. Yeah, they just thought this together really fast. So, obviously, this page isn't, like this actual animation is not the thing that they're doing. But this is like a placeholder thing, you know what I mean? Like, or a clue or something. It's supposed to be like, Hey, remember the Chow Black Market? Hee. That's it. That's the whole clue. But it's to try to get you thinking, like, what if the Chow come back? Nah, they wouldn't do that. Like, that's what it is, man. They're gonna have an app or something, I swear. You see on the tablet? I do on my phone. Not on my PC. Write your code here. We were Sonic Studios such a pillar all along. Oh, man. It was interesting. You watched my first Forces playthrough recently. It was interesting since you didn't have a blind playthrough. I already knew it was mediocre. Alright, thank you. Yeah, I regret a few things I said in that. The big one being when Knuckles says something about war. You know, the line about war that's infamous. Instead of my reaction being, this is stupid, like everyone's reaction was, for some reason, my reaction was, wow, this is a good story. I don't know what the frick was wrong with me. I think I was just so desperate for them to take themselves even slightly seriously again, that I was just like, bro, they did it! But no, that wasn't a good storyline. That wasn't a good freaking line. My gosh. Especially the fact that I said that line was so embarrassing. So I regret that. But but a lot of it I still actually stand by. It was interesting how I go in. Yeah, I've seen it once or twice since actually, because I was curious if my opinions changed. And yeah, it's funny. It's like I'd start off like totally like, I am so hyped, you know, and like everything I'm saying about the game is great. I'm putting all these good compliments. But then about halfway through, I'm like, it just kind of stops. The excitement just kind of stops, and I'm like, I think it's like what happened is like it set in. I realized that the whole game was like this, right? I realized it wasn't just the first few levels that felt like a tutorial. The whole game feels like that, and the level design is like that throughout. And I was like, no. It's just, it'll get better. It'll get less on it just gotta keep going, you know. It'll be. And then it never did. And there was a point where I realized that it was never gonna change, and I think that point was Green Hill Classic. That was when I went from, this game is pretty good, to, this is not good. This is, we waited 4 years for this. That's when it starts to change. It's written like a joke, like, haha, idiot, that's why it's called Wars, silly. Yeah, I know, but it's such a strange line. Ratchet code here is a hidden application for Sonic Team. Quick Ratchet, you can code slopes. Can I code slopes? Oh, frick. You know, slide and unleash that works like kind of like a spin. Slide and unleash? I'm sorry, what? Okay, I'm sorry. I need to work. Holy frick! I got hardly any feedback. Okay. Well, so that should fix the offsets. So the header is going to be interesting. What we want to do for that is just Hedgehog engine Mirage signature. I'm gonna go back. Not that one, no. We're gonna bring this. No. Oh, frick! It's opening in visuals. Oh, yeah, good. Yeah, I'll use this one. Oh, I already had it open. Oops. I want the header though. There it is. All right. I have a lot of bad puns in this. Welcome to Mirage Saloon because the Mirage header. Ha ha ha. This is where we get the flags mask, and so I put a comment that says, "Your mask can't hide how sad and lonely you are." And here's a part where we get the size, and so I put, "Ha! You think you can intimidate me with just your size?" Yes, I hate myself. I purposely made the puns as cringy as possible. I wanted to see if anyone would ever notice. Somehow no one did. So now I'm forcing people to notice. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry for what I've done. Somewhere there's yeah, the Gens Archive one. Is it Control-Shift-T? Yeah. You can do this, apparently. I always forget that you can do that, but that's extremely helpful, because for some reason to me it's a lot faster to type it than just to be like, where is that? I always have trouble finding it for some reason. Hey, I did send it with SIG. Okay, good. It's not really a SIG though, it's more like a magic number, so I guess I'm gonna say like magic. Yeah. Oh ho ho, it's magic! Oh, Susan's gonna sue me. And, these should be fine, but... Header type flags. Here's the flags. I like how I credited him for the joke. Like, credit for the... Something's funny about that. Alright, now I don't have it all caps like that. Okay. HH Mirage node has no children. Oh, that's tragic. Let's tab it out. I don't know, why not? Okay, and let's put the mask in here. Makes more sense, I think. Well, no, these are the flags, though. Frick, I guess it doesn't. No, it does. It's fine. That's what I did everywhere else. Why not do it here, too? Oh, I forgot to... Flags, mask. There we go. I think I'm gonna have to, yeah, tab it out again. I want to make sure I preface everything with HedgeLib because there's no namespaces in C. So it's good to make sure you do that. Mirage node size mask. Okay, that's the size mask. And there's the signature. So we're gonna actually have that be there. Okay, that's better, I think. That'll be after the before declaration. Oh my gosh, there's so much I missed. I was from on the team Sunset Hills is just the opening level before release. I thought that too, honestly. I was like, yeah, Sunset Heights should be the opening level, right? It wasn't. Now that I've played the game, I feel like... I wonder if A-Gate was going to be the opening stage. And then they changed their mind later. Because it's numbered, you know, W1A01 in the files, which implies that it was the first world that they added to the game, right? Or it was supposed to be World 1 at some point anyway, right? And if you think about it, that would be a really freaking awesome way to start the game, wouldn't it? Just imagine. You have some brief dialogue or cutscene or something explaining how Eggman comes to power or whatever, and how Sonic was kidnapped and held, you know, as a prisoner for 6 months or whatever, right? And now he's broken free. The world needs a hero. The hero's you, right? And then it starts with and then A-Gate. And so you actually have to escape. Like, bro, let's go! Like, that would be freaking awesome, right? I mean, what a cool way to start the game. Just start by breaking free, and then you get back to the planet, and then you find that there is like a ragtime, you know, ragtime, what the frick am I saying? You know, ragtag resistance that has formed in your absence, and so now you gotta work together with the Avatar and whatever. So like, that would be a really cool way to do it, but instead they were like, we gotta have Green Hill though. So where do we put Green Hill? And they were like, frick, I don't know, maybe we have that be the first stage. Okay. So they did that, and it's fine, but I really think that would have been cool. If your Chemical Plant again, you were like, oh no, the game's doomed. Yeah. I don't remember what moment I realized the game was doomed, but I remember I suppressed the crap out of the memory, out of the thought. I was like, it kept popping up, like over and over again. I would see footage and I would be like, this isn't gonna be good. And I was like, no, shut up. It'll be great. There's no way they can freaking screw it up again. I was like, no. So I just wouldn't even let myself think that. I was like, it's gonna be good, ha ha ha. And so I went into it with a totally, I was like hyped. I was like, let's go, it's gonna be good, it has to be good. And then I totally believed it was for a bit, and then I got to Green Hill and I was like, that's when it just really hit me hard. That's when I was like, no dude, it's not. This level is just not fun, and you know what? The whole game up until now has been kind of hasn't it? I mean, you've been saying it's great, but that's only because you thought of it as the tutorial level, and you've been thinking that for like 10 plus levels now. It's not tutorial anymore. This is real. And that's when I went, oh no. Your Duros are sad now? I'm sorry. You know, the last Modern Sonic level forces would have been a pretty good first level. Yeah, honestly, even the last one wouldn't have been a bad first level, because it's like not that... The game's just so much easier, right? Model broke isn't broken packs, but they contain models that will load %. Oh. Thanks. Did I pull that from... Oh. I'm really stupid. I'm sorry. Oh! Yeah, this is uncompressed. What the frick? That's uncompressed. That's absolutely uncompressed. Okay, thanks for pointing it out. I'm sorry. I'm blind. Obviously, the photo that says pack broke would imply that these are the broken packs, and model broke implies that it has I don't know what's wrong. I didn't even look at the photo. Like, I saw them, but I just wasn't even thinking. I was just like, let's go. I'm sorry. I'm a dummy. But yeah, okay. That's why it doesn't load. Yeah, it's freaking uncompressed. Weird. Well, thanks for pointing that out. So what's really odd about it is, look at all the padding. It starts at 7AO. What is that even? Why 7AO? Is it subtracted from this? Like, what's... Like, usually you pad to an outset that's divisible by something? What's this divisible by? I mean, 7AO, but like, what is it divisible by that any number lower than this is not divisible by? Right? Like, I don't know, man. That's a weird position for that to be padded to. Okay, well, I'll figure this out soon. I swear. But yeah, that's totally freaking uncompressed. That's why Switch 2 Lux doesn't load it. That's so weird. Do they how many times do they say this? Where's the find? Here it is. Oh yeah, they have multiple packs, alright. Okay, so it really is like the same thing, but it's uncompressed. You know what? Tokyo 2020 probably supports this too. Oh my gosh, event camera. Look at this crap. We have G-Edit stuff still. Ah, why do I want to mod this? Yeah, I'm going to. Yes. I'm just, well, first I'm trying to get it to load the Hedgehog engine. Well, I'm not going to get to draw models. What I was trying to do the whole time wasn't that. I was trying to, get HedgeLib to load them up and then export them to Object or FBX or whatever. I've laughed too long, but, still I'm going to try that a bit. Sonic was tortured for 6 months. I know, right? What a strange thing. The best one would be the early leak script, and it does start on Green Hill, you think? Okay, well, never mind then. Your girlfriend was hyped for it. You bought it as a birthday gift because it was on release day. She was in now for a while. You went into the Sega service saying she wanted more games like it, but you broke it down to oof. Yeah, that's, I think a lot of Sega fans did that. 7AO, my favorite anime. Oh, I'm dumb. I was like, 7AO what? Sorry. It does sound like an anime name for some reason. Weird. It's okay, no worries. Thank you. Sakura Team B like, hey, can we use this compressed format to like not compress files? Yeah, why did... There must have been a reason why they didn't compress it. This one is compressed though. So I don't know why this one doesn't work. I'll definitely look into that sometime, I swear. Like, that's really interesting to me. Loading times? That makes sense, actually. Though it's really fast to compress, isn't it? Like, HedgeLib is freaking terribly slow, but LZ4 is pretty freaking fast. Torture language is the localization edition, right? You don't like the current localization team? Yeah. I'm not a fan either. I totally wasn't, like, literally I was in denial when I first played Forces. Like, I literally was. I was like, no, but it's good! No, but it's good! No, but it has to be good. It's not good. Like, that was my process. And you can totally see that happen if you watch the stream. Like, the first one where when I played it blind. It's like, I am so hyped at first. And I'm like, this is great, oh man. And like, as I go, I'm like, eh. And then there's at Green Hill Classic, there's a very sharp turn. That's when that's when I finally snapped. That's when I was like, you know what? No, this isn't good. Like, oh no. They stirred it up. It's good stuff. If Tokyo loads these uncompressed pack files, we can possibly easily mod these newer games. Oh yeah, for sure. There's the compression added to the tool. Well, yeah, we'll have to do that soon though. I'm surprised it wasn't added to Switch Deluxe already, to be honest. Just a matter of figuring out what's different. Right. There's a childlike assignment to seeing your own character run through levels and interacting with the main story you can't deny. Yeah. Hating force is valid, but some people are just mean. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I just need to get used to the controls. Well, that's... Yeah, I did say that. I did say that. Oh, no. Well, to be fair, yeah, I don't know if that one was just because I was in denial, though. I think I actually did think that I just had to get used to the controls. Because the controls are weird. Well, not really the controls, it's the physics, right? It's like, the movement is bad. But I was like, I just gotta get used to it, though. Then it'll be better if I'm used to it. And then I realized, no, the reason you're not used to it is because it's bad. You don't have to get used to good controls. Like, the first time I played Unleashed, I was used to it. You know what I mean? I never played... First time I played Colors, even though I never played a boost game before, I was used to it, you know? It was like, oh, I see you boost like this, gotcha. And you just played it, and it worked. Forces was like, wait, hang on, how do I move? Oh, frick. Because I'm pressing left on the left stick, but he's not going left. Huh, I guess I just have to get used to it. It's like, no, he doesn't go left because they don't know how to freaking... For some reason, they set up the physics so that your control gets locked. It's really bad. I'm to the point where I can play it a lot better now, but it's so basic. It's like, there's not anything to it. You doomed us all, I'm sorry. I just have to get used to controls, just like Sonic R. Exactly. Like how at first you said it was like a movie and that was a good thing? Oh gosh, and at the end you were saying the same thing in a negative way. I didn't even notice I did that. Well, I think I was saying that the cutscenes were like a movie. And I stand by that. The cutscenes being like a movie is cool. I like that. But the gameplay being like a movie is not cool. That's not right. The gameplay shouldn't be like a movie. But I didn't feel like it was like a movie at first, but then I kept playing and I was like, you know, it is. You don't do much in this game. I think the later, like Mordor Canyon though, and like Null Space, those are actually pretty good. Like, those are fun. But, that's like 2 stages out of the game. You know, like most of them are like pretty much boost. And it's just so sad, because it's like, I don't even know how you top, like, this idea of Eggman taking over 99% of the world and then you have to fight back? What do they even do in the next Sonic game storyline? Like, seriously. One day Eggman shows up and then you stop him. Like, what do they do to top of that idea, that concept? Like, I don't freaking know what you could even... It's such a good concept and they just didn't do anything with it. It's like, God, it's annoying, man. That's why I was in denial so much, because I was like, no, it has to be good. You know, it's like, it logically does not make sense for this to have turned out not good. Because they spent 4 years on this, and they have this amazing concept, and they have people, they claimed, anyway, that they had the Gens and the Colors team working on it, which it wasn't true, but they claimed that, and they knew what they were doing, so... You know, and like all these factors added up, and it was like, it has to be good. But then it came out and it was like, oh my gosh. You unironically enjoy Sonic R? A lot of people do, actually, from what I've heard. I've never played it, I don't know if it's good enough. Too much Blitz Sonic broke your brain? Oh, I get that feeling now. The Ectomar reaction to Nullface was okay. Yeah, because at that point, that was once the reality... So that was after Green Hill, so that was after my... reality had already, my dream had been crushed, and I realized the reality of what I was playing, and I realized that it wasn't great. And then I was just going on, and then null space, and everyone hyped it up, and I was like, oh, good. And then you got sent to another dimension, and I was like, oh, good, okay. This will be interesting, maybe it'll be, and then you leave after 15 seconds. So I was just like, what do I even say? Just like, okay. Like, what? That's all that happens. Oh, man. Spent 3 years on graphics? Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, though, if that theory makes sense. The theory that they spent all their time on the engine because they knew that they were going to dissolve. And so they felt like they needed a good engine. Oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't 15 seconds, it was 17. I think it's 15 if you boost, isn't it? No, not if you boost. You can't choose if you want to boost or not, it's a double boost section. What I mean is, you know those pillars or whatever, the columns that are in your way? If you like bump into them, for some reason that makes no sense, bumping into the columns makes you slightly faster. It doesn't slow you down slightly, it makes you fast. I don't think if I ran into a column it would make me go faster. But, okay, it's ever so slightly quicker if you do that. So, I believe if you hit all of them, it's 15 seconds, but I might be wrong. Deliver direction to final boss? It can't just be lasers, it can't be. Yeah, at that point it was sad, but it was funny. It was like, you reused the colors boss again? Like, in Lost World, it was already like, no way. And then you're like, I guess they did that. Wow, holy frick. But at first it was like, no, you didn't. You can't. Why? Anything would have been better. Like, Yeah, but I don't hate forces. Even with all of that, I don't hate it. Okay? It's just not great. It's just very mediocre. And it came at a really awful time, because it was at a time when people desperately wanted a good Sonic game. Maybe even needed a good Sonic game, right? Because we just waited through a bunch of crap. Like, we waited for 4 years, and we had Boom, Rise of Lyric, and we had Lost World, and we had games that were like mediocre or just bad. And then we had Runners, which was good, and then it died because it failed financially. And it was like, this is just sad. Like, they're just constantly putting out bad stuff or things that are failing. And we just needed a game that was like, don't worry, we're still good. Oh, frick. Thank you, Taz. I don't know why your emoji didn't show up. My CSS is so awful. I'm sorry, I gotta fix that. But frick, thank you, I really appreciate it. Forces be like, exactly, and it's the emoji that you can't see unless you were in the chat. You gotta be an OG to get this joke. That's the Boost Maniac Sega one. I can't. When they said that quote, oh my gosh. Forza was the best version of Cloud's Final Boss. It's amazing, but at the same time, what it said sentence to rate. I don't know. I disagree, to be honest. I think the Colors version was the best. And then Lost World was probably the worst. And Forza's the second best. I don't think it's bad. It's just the fact that they reused the boss again. Because the thing that really kills me, the whole point of the Colors boss, the thing that made it good, was that it was the perfect end to the game, because the whole theme of the game was the Wisp, the color powers, right? And what do we have for the final boss? Oh, I know! What if the powers you were using the whole time to stop Eggman are used by Eggman against you? As you're running straight down the elevator that got you into the park that you were in throughout the entire game, at maximum speed trying to avoid a black hole. That's freaking awesome! Like, there's no better way I can think to end the game. Like, that's perfect. So, like, yeah, I thought that was really creative. And then the fact that they actually have him use different, you know, attacks against you. Like, he uses laser, he uses cube, he uses, you know... That's clever, right? Forces just has you boost. Like, there's 3 phases. Okay, so if you count that, then the first phase is the Age Dragoon boss again. The second phase is... For some reason I get Rise of Lyric vibes every time. And the second phase, I don't know why. But anyway, it's the second phase is fine. Actually, I think the second phase is probably my favorite part of it, because it's like kind of neat. It's a little different than anything else you played in the game so far. But then the third phase is Colors boss again, and all you do is you hold X and you quick step to avoid the lasers and to get the Whisk capsules, right? and there's no color powers or anything involved in it, so really there's no... It's just a robot that shoots lasers at you. That's all that it does. You know what I mean? Not that I'm saying they should have had color powers. I think they need to stop with the color powers. I like them in colors, but they freaking overuse the crap. They need to stop it. Right. So, you know, I'm not arguing they should have put color powers. I'm not saying that would have made it good. What I'm saying is just, they took the whole point of the boss away from the boss. Right? And... but it is still fun. Catching up to him and then quicksetting is still enjoyable. So it's still a fine boss, I just... you know, they could have done so much better. Triple boost, yeah. I mean, that one, I mean, they had to do that one, though. Like, if you're gonna have the double boost thing be a thing in the game, obviously they're gonna have some ending involving a double boost or something like it, like a triple boost, right? I get that. Because the level design aside was Sonic Team's ultimate flex. Oh, colors was, yeah, well, like, yeah, I understand why people don't like colors. I understand the 2D and the level, you know, whatever. I get it. But colors, if you can put that aside, which I know that's kind of the point of the game. So if you can't, then fair enough. But if you just look at everything else in colors, everything is so good. I swear, with the exception of some of the level design, it's so freaking the worlds they came up with for this game. The way they just designed everything, the way it all looks and sounds and feels, and like freaking, I can't even, I seriously can't put it into words. Like, I just love it so much. It's so great. Like, they have like one world you're going through grassy plains, and then it turns into like a, you know, Eggman's taking it over, so you can see the stark difference between the nature and the, you know, technology, which is always like a theme in Sonic games. They have that like shown to you in a great way. They have another zone where you're in a freaking, you know, tube under the water with robot fish. It's like, there's a zone where you're in, you know, roller coasters in space. I mean, it's like so creative. It's all so good. It's like, these people were freaking inspired. They wanted to make this. Like, you know, that's what I liked about those games, you know? That stuff. It's just, you don't get that from other games, really. Not quite the same way. Like, the craziness of it. Like, we're gonna run straight down an elevator in space to avoid a black hole. You don't get that! In a lot of games. It's just, it's so absurd that it's like, no one would take this seriously, so people don't put it in other games. But like, in Sonic games, they do this stuff, and it's great. I don't know. Forces didn't really do that. Like, it had some cool ideas like that, but most of it was like Null Space is the closest I think it gets to doing that. We're gonna put him in another dimension where nothing exists. That's cool, but then he gets out of it immediately, and then you're just in a city. And it's a great level, but it's like, okay. Like, what else does it really do? I don't know, like, it's very creatively drained. Which is weird, because it's also a game that has, like, a lot of stuff that is creative? I don't know. Casino Forest. What the frick? They put a casino in a... What? No other game has that. So I guess that's creative. But somehow it doesn't feel like there was much thought put into it. I think it's because it looks like Silent Forest for the casino. So they just kind of took two random zones and put them in a blender. Well, that's fine. You know? But I don't know. I don't hate Forza. I think there's good things to it. It's so mediocre at a time when it needed to not be mediocre. And so it just hurt. You can see why people dislike it, obviously, because it was like freaking, it actually hurt people, I think, as sad as that sounds. People were like actually like kind of offended by it. They were like, no. No, come on, you have to. We didn't give up on you, Sonic Team. Why'd you give up on us? You know, that was kind of the vibe. Anyway, I really do think this next game's gonna be better. I really do. You forgot how good it is? It's so good. Yeah, it's freaking, I love it. And the music and everything that goes with it. Oh, frack. Like, okay, and yeah, and even in terms of velocity, okay, level design could have been better. I mean, literally all you do is quick step, right? I mean, it's, of course, the whole game has that problem. The level design could have been better. But like, honestly, I don't care. It's still good enough to me to where it's enjoyable, and I think the concepts and stuff are just so solid that to me, that, you know, and the gameplay, I think, is just good enough, right? It's not great, but it's good enough to where I enjoy it. I always have fun when I play the game. I guess I don't have crazy high standards for Sonic games. I just want something creative and fun. That's all I really want. Even if the physics are awful and it's buggy and whatever, I don't really care that much. I just want it to be creative and fun. If it's not creative or it's not fun, or both of them, I'm sorry, but nah. Right? That's what I really value the most. Xenoverse's bumpers, archers, and lights. I mean, yeah, level design wise, but I mean like the aesthetic of it is like, I guess it's creative because I can't think. I seriously cannot think of any other game that had the. Let's put a casino in a forest. What? Why? Right? It's weird. It's like definitely a unique idea, but is it creative? I don't know. I think there's a difference between unique and creative because anyone can make something unique. Just take some stuff that doesn't belong together and put it together. You made something unique. Good job. Right? Like that's. But creativity is different. Creativity is doing that, but with a good idea. That's freaking hard. Because everyone tries to do that constantly. So every time someone does it, there's less ideas that are creative and unique, right? You get what I'm saying? Like, but you know, to pull it off at all is like so cool. Just making level that you were meant to lose just to empower the drama of the ending. I know! Like, there was no point to it at all other than to make you feel more, like, into the story. And, like, yeah, dude, it was just a 15-second freaking level where you just run for it and that's it. But I love it! I love that they added that. That's such a nice touch. You enjoy Lost World somewhat just because you feel the ride is so good. Look at the franchise and thought, what kind of story hasn't been told in this character? Yeah, I mean, I like that part of it too, though I can't help but feel like the story's a mess. I feel like it was an experiment and they actually meant well. I feel like the writers wanted to do something neat and interesting and I see what they were thinking. Some of it does work. Most of it does not. I'm sorry, I feel like it was an experiment, they were trying to do something good, but I feel like a lot of it failed. And honestly, I think that plot is kind of unsalvageable in some ways. It's like... The Deadly Six! Oh, just kidding. Eggman! Wait, the Deadly Six. They're the villains. Yeah. Keyboard and Arbor also here. I don't know if I'm wording that right at all. I'm sorry, that's a weird thing to point out, but... Just, it feels all over the place. Is that just me? Like, Colors is so focused. Unleash is so focused, right? Most of the Sonic games have a plot that's just like, you know, it's just... It's very focused on one thing, and that's all that you're doing. But, like, Lost World just feels like it's like, all of a sudden we're doing this now. And it feels like that with almost every cutscene to me. And then there's a long period of time where somehow it does the opposite, and then it feels like we're just doing nothing, and the plot isn't even progressing, and then Tails gets freaking kidnapped. I don't know, whatever. It's like, so all over the place. It's like, wait, do you want to be happy? Do you want to be a fun, happy, cartoony plot? Do you want to be a serious, dramatic, Sonic swears and kills people plot? Do you want to be... do you want to be, something in between? What the heck are you going for? I don't think they knew. I think the writers just wanted to see what they could do that hasn't been done before, and so they tried all this stuff, and some of it worked, but a lot of it was like, what are you doing, guys? But I do at least like that they tried something different. I just don't think they... I feel like that Lost World is the kind of thing that you write as a writing exercise, and then you go, right, I learned this from that exercise. Now let's write the actual plot to the actual game, right? That's what it feels like to me. It's like you write that as a like little, you know, train your dialogue writing skills or whatever, and to understand the characters better and all that. And then you write the real game, right? You don't. That's not the real plot. You know, it feels like a fan fiction or something. You've been translating the Lost World script for some weeks, and you're amazed how much they use death and droid charts. And oh yeah, I know, right? But then the aesthetic of the game and the music is like, you know, it's so happy. And then the dialogue is like, you're going home in a box, implying that Zaz is going to murder Sonic and then take his corpse and put it into a cardboard box and then take it home with him for some reason. Good. And then every line is like that. Like the Deadly Six, and then freaking Eggman, he has a scene where people like this scene actually, and I like it too, but because it actually was weirdly in character for him. But he freaking snaps and he's like, he says something about like he's like, I will collect your bloody hearts or something. Doesn't he freaking say that? I don't think he's bloody, but he says something like, what is that line? Sonic Lost World Eggman snaps. What's the... Do you think I'll get it if I Google that? No, I don't think I will. He's something about, like, I think he says black hearts or something. I don't remember what he says. He says something about their hearts. And he's like, he's threatening to freaking kill them. And, like, it's like, okay, good. Good. Sonic game. It's so weird. Because it's, like, extremely edgy. But then it's extremely happy. And I can't tell what the frick they were going for. I don't know if they were going for one or the other or both or what. I have no... Oh yeah, that's the line. I'll get fat from eating your black hearts. Yeah, that's what they say. You Eggman wannabes. Holy frick. And, like, that's the kiddie version of the line. Because you know that they, like, wrote it... You know they wrote an edgier version and they decided to tone it down a bit. Like, you could just feel it. Is that just me? I don't know. Like, something about the dialogue, it feels like they, like... It really feels to me like they wrote something even edgier, and then Sega said, okay, well, we don't want to stifle your creativity. Maybe tone it down a bit. But you can keep what they say, just, you know, just a little bit. That's what it feels like to me. Because they're really pushing the bar with how edgy they want to be. You want a Sonic Stars and Kills People plot? Who doesn't? That make the series more of a laughingstock? Yes. So that sent me home in a box. As for everything you hold dear to you and make you watch. Yeah, that's also a line. Yeah. Holy frick. When I play Sonic 3 on the Sega Genesis, that's what I think. Like, holy frick. But it's just so weird. If they want to do an edgy Sonic plot, fine, but it's so weird to me that they do that in a game that looks like, you know, I mean, like Lost World. Like, you know, they have lines like that, and then they have, like... wait, I spelled it wrong. Oh, well, it's not... I can't find it now all of a sudden. Good. You know, they have the enemy designs, where they have the bright, cartoonish eyes that are so unfitting. I mean, look at this. This is a bad example, but look at the freaking cactus has a goofy eyes, and he's like, I'm so dizzy. And this game also has Eggman saying that he was going to eat their black hearts. And Zaz threatening to kill Sonic and take him home in a box. It's just so freaking weird. And then there's a scene where Tails gets kidnapped, and then they're threatening to turn him into a cyborg. They're gonna do, like, surgery on him. It's like implied. And then I guess they don't, because they end up just putting a suit on him. But they really make it sound like they're gonna, like, turn his body into a robot and make him, regardless, they are going to make him lose his free will. Right? And you're like, that's a bit edgy, don't you think? And then, you know, and then it's okay because Tails had a hairpin. But, like, man, it's so edgy. Oh yeah, and then Sonic thinks that Tails is dead. And then Eggman fakes his own death for some reason. I still don't really get why he did that. I mean, because I know they were working together and he had to get to his robot somehow. But, like, wouldn't it have been just as... I mean, I don't know. I guess if he tried to get to his robot without faking his death, then Sonic would... He's like, what are you doing? And he'd be like, nothing, I'm just... You know, and Sonic would stop him before he could get to it. So I guess that was the reason he did it. But doesn't it seem like there would have been a better way... Like, couldn't they have just been like... Whatever. Like, couldn't there have been a point in the plot where they were, like, looking for something and they could have been like, I'm looking for... Sonic, you go this way, I'll go this way, okay. And then they do that, and then Eggman gets his robot. You know, like, did he have to fake his death? It seems so extreme, but okay, whatever, he does that. And so now Sonic thinks that freaking Tails is dead and Eggman is dead. He thinks they're both dead. And Amy and Knuckles, because they were on the planet when they was hit by the thing. He thinks all of his friends, and even his enemy, are dead. Except for the Deadly Six. And so he's just genuinely depressed. They just show him walking around, he's like, whatever. He doesn't care. And you're like, da 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 da. It's so weird. It's like, what are you doing? Oh, it's too loud. I'm sorry. It just ended. Happy Minecraft trees. Sonic loves her glitter shader. Yeah, exactly. It's like all this happy stuff. It's so weird. It's like, fine, if you want to do an edgy plot, okay, but just freaking pick one. You can't do both. That's so weird. Yeah, okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is a great way. That's a great way to summarize it. The line,
As long as I can still strangle a Zeddy, my hands are fine. And the line, I've been looking for you, Bally McNosehair, are both in the same game. Man. So yeah, that was a mess. I do appreciate what they were trying to do, but I think Lost Words plot is a freaking mess. I'm sorry, it's just like, guys, you gotta pick one. Like, this is ridiculous. How do you want me to take it seriously? Because if you do, you gotta get rid of all the cartoony jokes and the flat cartoon shader and all that crap, nappy music. You can't have all that if you want me to take it seriously. Do you want me to take us not seriously, like it's a cartoon? Then you gotta get rid of the over-violent crap. Like, you know what I mean? Just over-the-top stuff. Do you appreciate what they were trying to do? I don't. Well, I think what they were trying to do was they were trying to write a plot that was different. They were trying to make a story that was... They wanted to put characters in interesting situations and do something that no one had seen before. They didn't just want to make another generic run-of-the-mill plot. And so I appreciate that they were trying. The writers were trying to, like, have something that wasn't forgettable. But I don't think they really cared. I think they tried to do that, and then they started writing it, and they realized it wasn't working out right, and they went, that's fine, whatever. And, you know, because clearly they didn't... If they would have put their all into it, it wouldn't have turned out that way. I don't know. But yeah, I definitely don't think making them overly edgy was the way to do that. Because I like edginess in Sonic games, but not like that. Like, there's a difference between being a little bit edgy and being freaking dark, right? Like, this sounds so weird to say, but Lost World was actually dark with its plot and its dialogue. Even though the game was so cartoony and bright, the plot was freaking... Like, what they were trying to do with that was dark. It was weird. It was like... You're making jokes about, like, actual death and things all the time, and it was like... Sonic? It's so weird. So definitely Forces was better in that regard. It didn't do any of that crap. It definitely had its share of weird lines and weird, like, Sonic being tortured. What the frick? It definitely still had edginess that was uncalled for and weird, but it was a lot less, I think. It felt a lot more consistent, but still not consistent. It still was like, what are you trying to do, though? I don't know, but at least I do think Forces was better tone-wise than Lost Words plot, at least. But it's still not great. The game gets less jokey as the setting run more and more rampant. Right. Which is interesting. Like, okay, so again, I get it. From a story-wise perspective, I can see how on paper it actually looked maybe even brilliant. I can see how they might have thought it looked really clever. Because the game presents itself as this fun, cartoony, goofy Sonic game that doesn't do anything. And then it starts off that way. But then as it goes along, it progressively gets darker and darker, and you realize there's depth to these characters and to this world that you didn't see was there before. And it makes you rethink things, because you're like, oh frick, right? So I see what they were going for. I can actually see how they thought, this is good, right? Like, we have something interesting here. But then the problem is it gets way too freaking dark. They don't really have any actual depth, they have, like, fake depth. You feel like has a little more to it, but then you think about it and you're like, no, it doesn't. They just made him do this all of a sudden out of nowhere. And the big problem is they never do get rid of the cartooniness, and in the end it overshadows. So you have this whole game where it's like it gets progressively darker as it goes, and then you would think by that logic that the final boss would be really like dark and it would be like a huge crazy circumstance, but they somehow win anyway, and then it's like, but at what cost? You know what? And it would be corny and stupid. But you would think that that's what they would be going for. But instead, they're like, how do we end this? Because we have to end it with a happy thing, don't we? Let's just 180 at the last possible second, and suddenly it gets happy again. Out of freaking nowhere. Tails is fine. Hi Sonic, I reprogrammed the robot suit. And actually, it was just a suit. It wasn't even like a surgery thing. Like, I can just take it off. Oh, great! And Sonic doesn't even react. He's just like, glad to have you back, Tails. And then it's never mentioned again. And then Eggman's fine. And he had a robot the whole time, and then you stop him. And then it turns out the planet was fine, and so was Amy and Knuckles. And so Sonic just goes back to lying on the grass, and the credits roll. And you're like, okay, well that was... It's a mess. That is a mess. Like, I'm sorry, that's a freaking disaster. I don't mean to be mean here, but like, if I saw that plot if I worked at Sonic Team, if I was a director or whatever, if I had authority over the game, and I saw that script, I would literally have said, I'm sorry, I see what you're trying to do here, but please, we gotta throw this out. You gotta redo this. This is not good. Like, what are you trying to do with this plot? Because it feels like you're trying to do everything and also nothing at the same time. It's such a waste of screen time. So you'd be hitting fanfiction writer. It feels, I've seen better fanfiction. Like, unironically, I have. That's why it was so bad. It was like, you guys understand. Like, they were. I think they were trying. I think they were trying to understand the characters better and to do something that was like clever. They were trying to be like, whoa, I didn't expect that from a Sonic plot. That's interesting and deep, and I enjoy this. But they ended up with something that was stupid because it was like too dark, and then it goes right back to being cartoony, and you're like, what? Why? Huh? You just ask yourself what throughout the whole game, and then you don't really care. And it All right, let's stop. The Little Sonic. Oh gosh. Yeah, dude, freaking Little Sonic, the best. What if they hired Little Sonic to write the plots for the actual games? I'm just kidding. Imagine Lost World with nothing changed gameplay-wise, but the plot is more consistently edgy and the music and graphics are changing to compensate for that. That'd be, yeah, I don't think I wouldn't like that either. To be honest with you, I wouldn't like that either. I think that would also be really weird. But I almost wondered if it would be better. As weird as that sounds, look, I wouldn't want that, okay? If I made a Sonic game, I wouldn't make it edgy like that. Freaking heck, of course no. Freaking heck, right? When you hear me say that, that's how edgy you know I am. Freaking heck. No, but seriously, heck no, I would never do that. Like, that's stupid. Like, no. You want them to be taken seriously, but you don't want it to be edgy and stupid. You want it to be, like, in the middle. Okay, you want it to be like Sonic Unleashed. Write it like a superhero plot, okay? Like a superhero plot for kids. You got a superhero, he goes through actual serious circumstances, actual problems, actual things that have to be stopped, you know, things that where if the superhero screws up, people can die, okay? So there's the seriousness, there's the plot. But then that's where it stops. It's a cartoon, okay? That's as serious as we get. So, like, beyond that, though, he's just a blue hedgehog and runs fast. He stops Eggman, so no one dies. The end. That's as serious as it gets, right? That's how I would write it. Like that sort of tone, okay? But I do wonder if Lost World was more consistently edgy, if it was consistent with the edginess instead of all over the place, and if the graphics were changed to compensate. Because when you say the graphics changed, you probably think like Shadow the Hedgehog. You think like, you know, make it dark and edgy and make everything washed out and gray, and that would be bad. But if it was just less over the top cartoony, if it was more like Unleashed, where it's like semi-realistic but also obviously not realistic, that would look better, I think. I mean, obviously Unleashed looks better, but you know what I'm saying, like, so I do wonder if the game looked and felt more like, this is not a game for teens or whatever, or adults or whatever the frick they were targeting. I don't know who they were targeting. If it was more so like that, I do wonder if it would feel less weird. Because then it would just feel bad. It would just, well, maybe not bad, but it would just feel like stupid. It would be like, okay, they went too far with the edginess. But it would at least be consistent. It would at least know what it is. Right? I wonder if that would be better. I honestly don't know. It's hard to say unless we actually got it. If it was fake Ken Potek Warren Graph edginess, like in Lost World, then probably bad, yeah. But if it was just, if it was toned down just a little bit, but it was consistent, it would be better than what they did. I think so anyway. The humor feels like it's for 6-year-olds, well the seriousness is stuff for like teens. Exactly! That's what's so crazy about it. It's like, what are you doing? Who is supposed to play this? If you're a kid, maybe you'll laugh at the stupid jokes. Maybe. I don't know if even the kids would laugh at some of them, but maybe you'll laugh at jokes. But then the edginess is gonna be, you're gonna be like, that's dark. Maybe it's not even freaking appropriate for you, I don't know. I don't think it's that bad, but it's pretty close to not being appropriate. Like, it's freaking dark. But if you're a teen, or an adult, you're like, well, this edginess is actually just kind of silly, this doesn't appeal to me, and these jokes are the worst thing I've ever heard in my freaking life. So either way, it doesn't really appeal to you. just don't understand how no one saw the problem with that. How did no one, like the QA team or whatever, how did they not go, maybe this is bad, maybe change this. Maybe they did. So I don't understand why Eggman tried to kill everyone with the sun. I don't get that either. I mean, it was a cool visual, I'll give him that. At least it was creative. I'll give him that. But I don't really get that either. If it like makes your illusions real, but also not. Huh? I never got the Phantom Ruby is a mess. It does different things based on what the writers feel like. And I don't even get how they got it that wrong, because it's not hard to get it right. You have a mystical ruby that can do anything you want. Cool. All you have to freaking do is say, right, here's the rules. The ruby can do this, but not that. The end. That's all you have to do. And then you just write the plot around that, and it works out fine. But instead, they never did that, I guess? And they just went, it's a ruby that does things. And what does it do? I don't know, it's something with illusions. Okay, and then they just wrote a plot about that, and there's not really any, like, limits on what it does, but there also are. It's like, at some point in I don't remember the name of the level. The one with the avatar in the Null Space City level, you know, the good one. The one that has all the, Capital City, is that it? Something like that. It has all the, like, infinite, you know, chaos-esque things everywhere. That's cool looking. That level was cool, right? But in that level, Knuckles goes out of his way to tell people, like, over the radio, like, they're not real. Don't look at them and they can't hurt you. It's just an illusion. But then most of them didn't listen. They were so scared by what they saw that they went into chaos. Okay? That's neat. That's a cool idea. That actually works really well. Great. So that says that the Phantom Ruby creates terrifying illusions that look and feel real. But they're not real, so they can't actually hurt you. Alright? Except for mentally, I guess. So just remember that, and you'll be good. That's what that says. That's a cool thing. That's a cool plot device. You can do a lot of cool stuff with that. But then, in later levels, they have the sun, and all of a sudden they're like, the sun is an illusion. Oh, but it can actually hurt you in real life. You'll actually die, though. So wait, is it real or is it not real? Like, if it's an illusion, but it can actually kill you, is it an illusion? Isn't that kind of the same as just having the sun be there? I don't really even get it. But okay, but maybe, but if it can, but let's say that it is an illusion, it just actually is, but it can still kill you. Okay, so then Knuckles was just wrong? So was Knuckles just wrong then? He's like, it can't hurt you, but it can. He was wrong. Because if not, it's a freaking plot hole. What? What does the Phantom Ruby do? What is it capable of doing? What is it not capable? I don't know. I played the whole game and I saw some parts of the comics and I've heard fan theories and I still don't get it. I don't know what the frick. It does whatever is convenient to the plot. In Mania, it lets you travel through dimensions, but in Forces, it doesn't. It shows illusions. And I think the explanation for that was that there were two different Phantom Rubies. Is that right? And then also in Forces there was a prototype Phantom Ruby that wasn't real. It was you could say it was an illusion ruby. It wasn't done yet. Like, it had some of the power of the ruby, but not all of the power, or something like that. So it's like the Chaos Emerald prototype in SA2, which I also thought was dumb, I'm sorry. You used a fake Chaos Emerald to perform Chaos Control? How did it... I know they say it's like your willpower, but like, holy frick. Anyway, whatever. Okay, but take that and multiply it by 10. That's the Phantom Ruby. It's so... I don't know how they messed it up, because it's so hard. It's so easy to not mess it up. You know? Just say it does this. It doesn't do that. Done! It's like ice cream brain freeze. It makes you think you hurt your forehead when it didn't in reality. You explained it better than Tails did. Okay, see, now that sounds like that makes sense. But then they're saying that the sun would actually be... Eggman was like, the sun will actually be the end of you all. So if you just think that it hurt you, but it didn't actually hurt you, then it wouldn't be the end of them. They would still live. They might be in pain, but they would still be fine. So why does everyone act like this is actually it? We're going to die. Like, what? Including Eggman. He's like, this is it. You're dead. It's like an illusion plus nervous system attacking thing. So I guess the idea is that the sun is fake. And the sun can't actually hurt you. But it feels so real to you that your nervous system freaks out to the point where it thinks that it's real and it thinks that you're actually dying, and it just doesn't know how to handle it. I guess it just kills you. So you just basically end up killing yourself through the fear. Is that it? Because I don't know how to feel about that. But that sounds like that kind of makes sense. But then all you have to freaking do to avoid it is just say, yeah, it's not real though. You know, like, I guess it would be hard, but if you can just remind yourself that it isn't real, which clearly they can because the Avatar does in Capital City, right? If you can do that, then you will be fine. So what they ended up doing, if I remember correctly, was they had the Avatar get shot up there with a prototype, Phantom Ruby, and somehow the prototype Phantom Ruby made the sun go away? And they all thought the Avatar was gonna die, but apparently nah. So the prototype can stop the illusions as well. But it's a okay. Gosh, it's so convoluted. Yeah, it's more illusion plus nervous, right? It's not just, it looks like it's there when it's not, but it can still hurt you. Downright, yeah, I see. I guess they just didn't explain it well. What if instead of sandhill with sandworms, it was a flooded green hill with multiple perfect chaos? Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be a lot better. Deadly pain, yeah, that makes sense. The Avatar had a fake Phantom Ruby prototype that cancels out the effect of the Phantom Ruby effects. Oh my gosh. So it's a fake Phantom Ruby prototype, but it acts like a real Phantom Ruby. It's the same issue I had with the Chaos Emerald prototype in SA2. It's like, that's not a prototype then. That's just like a real, like, maybe it's not as powerful, but it's still a functional, like, I guess a prototype is a functional thing, but like, oh my gosh. It wasn't written well at all. Yeah, it was just, I don't get how they messed it up that badly, because again, it's so easy. It's literally a magical ruby. You can make it do anything that you freaking want to, and you can explain it as just, it's magic. But somehow, they managed to make it confusing. Like, how? It would have been less confusing if they would have given no rules. If they would have just said, it's magical, it does whatever you want. Because then you would have just been like, okay, whatever. But instead they said, no, there's rules, it's just the rules make no sense. Doesn't Tail say that the fake emerald looks like it? Yeah, it has the same wavelengths and properties of a real one. So isn't it just a real one? Like, it's less powerful, sure, but it's not a fake emerald if it does everything exactly the same as the real. Like, I don't know, man. I can see you could argue it, but it's so. All right. Well, I do this every stream. I'm so sorry. So let me fix this in the fixed function. So we're gonna say header. Okay. Oops. And then we're gonna check if header version equals Mirage Magic. And if it does, support Mirage headers. Okay. Tells also said that the emerald would explode the Eclipse cannon. Right. Like a power surge. Oh, so the difference... So the only reason it's not like a real... But doesn't that imply that it's more powerful than the Chaos Emerald? Because if the Eclipse Cannon is specifically designed to harness the power of the Chaos Emerald, which is this immense power, right? Then it shouldn't surge because you put something less powerful in there, right? Maybe I'm just misunderstanding how that would work, but it wouldn't surge, it just wouldn't be enough power, right? It just wouldn't do anything. So maybe they just translated that incorrectly and meant to say it just wouldn't, it wouldn't work. But surging doesn't make any sense, because that implies that the fake emerald is actually more powerful, which is just... So okay. The weaker fake causes imbalance to the cannon? Maybe? Yeah, maybe the cannon is specifically designed exactly for the Chaos Emerald's power level and nothing more and also nothing less, to the point where it ends up hurting itself if it gets even less power because it's reliant upon the full power being there, or whatever, right? But it's like, there's ways you can explain it to where it makes sense, but it's like, you can tell it was like, I always thought it was kind of weird. That's powerful, but it's powerful enough for Sonic to be able to do chaos control, but maybe it tells Ray to explode its other emeralds, which is maybe the cannon? I don't know, I have no idea. Yeah, it must be... It's definitely powerful enough for Sonic to do chaos control, like, because he did it. Not that I don't know how much power that requires. I would assume that would require a lot of power to do something like that. But maybe it doesn't require that much. It must not if the fake worked. Unless the fake is basically as powerful as the actual Chaos Emerald, or more powerful. In which case, shouldn't Eggman be going after these fakes? Like, dang, bro. These are the real deal. You know, it's weird. It's either way, it doesn't make total sense to me, but I can kind of see ways you could explain your way out of that one. But the Phantom Ruby is really confusing and weird. They have a connection to each other. Maybe the fake Emerald can't achieve it to the same extent. Oh, maybe. I don't know. You know, you would also think that Eggman would set up the cannon such that if something goes wrong, it should be able to handle that a little bit. You know, like if there actually is a power surge, it shouldn't just die. Like, you know, because of course people are gonna try to stop him, and they might try to do that by surging it. Maybe, you know. But that's another argument. That's a video game thing. Like, well, but if he did that, there wouldn't be any game because Eggman would just win. He has to be a little stupid. You can't overthink it. Oh, you're right. Eggman did it. I forgot it was Gerald. Sorry. Okay, but just replace the word Eggman with Gerald, and what I said makes sense. Still. I think you figured it out. The other Chaos Emeralds are more powerful than, and they all should form a loop of power. But the fake one would blow the connection out like a light bulb, and the broken connection would cause the explosion. So basically the cannon is just reliant upon all the emeralds working as intended. So if one of them doesn't work, things go horribly wrong. Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that. This is why error codes and exception handling are important, exactly. He's like, what? The move constructor threw! Oh man, I love that. The idea that Eggman, because like Eggman has to program these things, right? He has to program his robots and the cannons and stuff, because someone's got to program it. Does he freaking use C++? I've made that joke before, but like, does Eggman program in C++? Yeah, what if he makes a freaking, he's like, drat! I'm trying to use an invalid pointer. How's you, Sonic? How did you find that vulnerability? He's like, I just smacked the back of the robot till it died. I guess you're not really good at your job, huh? That would cause code errors, wouldn't it? If you've got a robot that's programmed to work in a certain way, and then like all of a sudden the leg stops working because Sonic tore it off. Yeah, that would cause some things to crash. unless you accounted for that somehow. Eggman also dislikes C++. He should switch to C. Bro, if Eggman switched to C, he would win. I'm kidding, of course. Eggman uses Jai, and that's how he conquered 99.9% of the world in forces. He's like, Sonic always stops me because he finds some code error, and you know, he's like, I got it! No, he's like, I'll use Rust! It makes it freaking impossible for you to find errors, you know, to have errors in your code, and also to do anything! I'm kidding, Rust isn't that bad. Power levels less than 9,000, print, oh frick, here we go again. Oh man, that's funny. Alright. Well, obviously I'm not gonna get the FBX stuff done tonight, but we're gonna try something still. So we're gonna fix the standard header, and that'll ending swap that. It'll fix the offsets. Goody gumdrops. Then we're gonna no, we're gonna say got another pointer. Offsets. Okay. And get offsets pointer, and now with this, get offset table pointer. Okay, so we're gonna set that to header offset table offset, but except obviously we gotta add it. Oh, we already, yeah. Frick. Was it get? No, I already forgot my own code. It was, it's just lowercase. Yeah. Alright, there it is, except not really. You might be wondering why the frick you have to pass a pointer to the offset in order to get what the offset points to. There's a reason for that. It's weird, but it's a hack because of how, because of 64-bit architecture. So I've said this before, but this is a big problem. Pointers on 64-bit machines and 64-bit compilations are always 64 bits, so 8 bytes in size, okay? Because of the way that virtual memory works on computers, these days, it's for a long time, it's like the 90s, but anyway, basically Windows and other operating systems, pretty much every operating system, right, these days, it scrambles the addresses, so you might have something that's in memory position, let's say 170, whatever, right? But Windows won't tell you that that's at memory position 170, it'll tell you that it's at memory position 800,970,000,000, whatever, some giant random number. And it does this on purpose because it wants to make it hard for you to like attack other programs. Because if you don't know the actual position in memory of something, then it's a lot harder for you to take advantage of that and glitch out programs and things. And that was a real problem that like Apple had in the early versions of Mac, which didn't do this. The early versions of Mac didn't. They didn't scramble the addresses like that. And they actually had both malicious programs that would purposely screw things up, and also just badly programmed programs, which would accidentally screw things up. So like, you'd have a program that had a memory leak, and it would unknowingly be, or not a memory leak, but it would unknowingly be like accessing memory that it doesn't actually have permission to, and it would end up crashing not just itself, but other programs, because it might, or even the OS, because it would screw up memory that another program needed, and that was really bad. So now computers don't do that. You have memory is protected by each program. So like the memory that's being used by Visual Studio here is, I'm not allowed to edit that from my own code that's running, right? I can't touch that because it's its own memory space. And of course there are ways around this sort of thing, with Lost World code injection, for example, we go around that and we mess with the memory of Lost World, right? But it's not always easy, and it's something that's like you have to fight. The OS tries to stop it from doing that stuff. Anyway, virtual addresses. So because of virtual addresses, because of the way that works, they always give you a random number, and the number is almost always stupidly large. Just because I don't know how it works. To be honest with you, I don't really know how that generation works, but the number is almost always very large. And so because of that, you need all 64 bits of the 64-bit pointers to actually store the address. See? So that's all well and good, right? Okay, here's the problem. When you're direct loading a file like this, and the file has 32-bit offsets that are meant to be used as pointers, you now have the issue of having to store a 64-bit address into a 32-bit number. You cannot do that. That's not possible. You don't have enough bits. What do? So, there's a lot of ways you can try to get around that. The way I did it was, kind of weird. Essentially, you take the address of the 32-bit offset. So you get where that offset is at in memory, and then that's a 64-bit number, okay? So now that you have this 64-bit number, you can take whatever number is inside the offset, the 32-bit offset, and add that to the 64-bit address that you just got, and so you end up with a number that points to the thing that you're supposed to be pointing to. See? And that's how I do it. So that's what I do here. But the problem with that is, in order to do that, you need to know the, this is loud all of a sudden. You need to have the address to the offset. You can't just have the offset's value. So that's why I pass it in as a pointer. On 32-bit compilations, it's way easier because the pointers are 32 bits, right? 32 bits does in fact fit within 32 bits. So you just stuff the pointer in there and it works fine. So on 32-bit compilations, I don't do this. Instead, you can see here I check if it's 64-bit or not, and if it isn't, if I switch it, you can actually see what happens once it loads. See, this part lights up now, right? Instead of this part. So on 32-bit compilations, this is the part that gets used instead. And here, it's literally just a macro that will just dereference the pointer. That's all that it does. There's a lot of casting involved, but it's just using that as a pointer. It's easy. So, yeah. And the compiler optimizes out stuff. Oh, okay. So it works out pretty well. They could have the meta excuse that he didn't have enough development time to program the leg. Oh, that's good. I like that. Oh, frick. How did I do that? Someone probably noticed that. Maybe doesn't know how to program, he uses Scratch. Maybe he uses like PHP or something. He's like, I saw Mark Zuckerberg use it for Facebook. You like the Bug to Sonic 3 Air? Yo, nice. You had to find 6 message rings. You're playing as Tails, we gave up and look at the middle map and planned out your route. You had to go on the top path, then go back, and then go to the bottom one so the level could wrap around and you could get the other 2 rings you do. I don't know if this makes sense. I think I get what you mean. I've never played Sonic. Wait, yes I have. Sorry. I didn't know about the debug mode thing. That's cool. That's awesome, man. I know you've been doing that for a while, so good job. It's a big achievement. I need one more value. Another thing that I think is funny, and this one I know people are going to heavily disagree with me on. Oh, hello. Let's install the update. I love Okado. Yeah. That's been happening. Oh boy. I think I can fix it by reinstalling the driver, but I don't freaking care. It works. I've never played Sonic. Wait, yes I have. Oh, is that what I ended up saying? That's funny. I cut off then. Sorry, all I was gonna say was, okay, so C89 has a really weird requirement that no other version of C or C++ requires. That people, I don't know if everyone even knows about this, but yeah. So you know how in most programming languages you can put a variable wherever you want? You can do that and that's fine. Not in C89. Believe it or not, that is not okay. In C89, variables have to be declared at the top of the current scope before any code happens. You can give them a value with equals when you declare them, and so you can have code happen there. And that's fine. But you can't, like, do this. Whatever. Right? You can't call a function and then that's not okay. And that's a weird requirement, right? Why the frick would... would you be limited like that? That doesn't make any sense. The reason it actually was done is historical. It's just because old compilers had to run on really bad computers, and they had to, like, you know, they were already doing, like, C was really complicated for what hardware people had at the time. It was a lot of stuff. So the compilers were already doing something that was kind of amazing. So the variable declarations being able to happen anywhere was actually something that was kind of confusing for compilers, because they just wanted to look at a function and go, how much stack space do I need for this function? Oh, I see. And be able to just figure it out like that, right? But allowing them to be put anywhere meant that you would have to instead count it up and then go through the whole function count, and I don't know, it was like all this weird stuff. It was just basically a thing that made competitive a little bit tougher. So to deal with that, they just made it so you have to put variables on the top of the scope, and that's what they did at the time. By 1999, things already got a lot freaking better, and that was really not a requirement that made any sense at all anymore. It was like, okay, that's dumb. You can totally put them wherever you want, and it's fine. And so C99 says that you can put them wherever you want. So cool, that's all well and good. Why am I talking about this? Well, I have a weird opinion on this one. I don't hate having to put them at the top of the scope. In fact, I think it kinda helps sometimes. Because I know that sounds like freaking terrible, like having to constantly think about that, but it's not as bad as you think. First of all, the top of the scope. That doesn't mean the top of the function, that means the top of the scope. At any time, you can do this. That's a new scope. And then you can do that, and that's valid C89. It's totally valid to call some code up here and then do this, because you've started a new scope, right? As long as it's in a scope. And the thing about scopes is that, you know, when the code reaches the end of the scope here, this variable gets deleted, right? It gets taken away, essentially. You're no longer allowed to use that one. So it's good coding practice to do that anyway. It's good coding practice to limit your scopes and to limit your variable counts, and try to keep it as small as you can and relevant only to what you're doing at that time. So this, even though it's a bad requirement, and I wouldn't want this if I made a modern language, I wouldn't do this, right? It kind of forces you to write better code, like straight up, because like it's also a lot easier to read, because like you don't have to scroll through when you're scrolling through a giant function, right? And you're like, oh man, you know, where's all the variables at? Whatever. That was the worst file I could have opened. I mean, this is not good-looking code, okay? But when you're scrolling through a big function and you're trying to figure out where the variables are at, it's easier to find them. It's like, okay, at the top. At the top. They're always at the top. Always. Right? They have to be. And it makes it easier to find stuff. Like, it's not, they can't just be anywhere, they have to be at the top of the scope, right? And I don't know, I don't know. It's one of those weird things where it's like, yeah, that's a dumb requirement that's only there for circle regions, but, you know, I kind of like that in a weird way. It kind of, like, it's a weird thing that, like, once I started doing that, I was like, that makes more sense, though. I don't know. But it's strange. You thought if it was at the top of the, you thought it was at the top of the function? Dang, that would be useful in last year. Oh, yeah, yeah, it's at the top of the scope, and that's really nice, too, because people don't, that means a scope is anytime there's curly brackets, right? So if you have an if statement or an else statement, that's also a new scope. So you can put a variable here. That's fine. That's totally valid C89, because you're in a new scope now, right? Just not, like, you know, in between. It's a weird requirement, but I don't know. Also for loops, right, and while loops. That also, you can also do that inside the loop. Though this one's really freaking weird, and this one I don't like. Everyone does this, right? Well, they don't do that. They actually do that usually. But anyway, that's how people write for loops. Well, in C89, you actually can do that, believe it or not, because it's unless there's no code in between, like here, right? If you have any code in between this and the top of the scope, then you can't do this. And the reason is because of the same requirement. This variable has to be at the top of the scope, and these parentheses don't count as a scope. Only the curly brackets do. So to do a for to the C89, you have to do this.
which is not great, let's be real. Because almost always, when you write a for loop, you want to make like an index variable, and you want that variable to only be around as long as the for loop is around. So it's really silly that you have to... Like, I think they could have fixed this easily in C89. Just make it so that these parentheses also count as a scope in this case. Alright? And then, like this for loop scope starts here. That would have been an easy fix, but they didn't do that. So it's you know, if you use C99 or C++, it's not a problem. You can do that and it's fine. In C89 though, you gotta, you know, do that. And I don't like that. But the rest of it is honestly not that bad. Okay, sorry, let me get this. Get offset count, okay. And then increase offsets pointer. Oh, you know what? Okay, done. And then fix offsets. Frick. Get data pointer? Yep. We're gonna say data offset. Yep. Alright. And there it is. Okay. And that'll fix that. So I was gonna frick. I can make this constant, though it doesn't. Oh no, I can't because I got. Never mind. Frick, I was gonna do something and I forgot what it was. It was important, I think. Oh, no, it wasn't at all. It was just a thing that might be nicer. I was gonna do this change earlier, but then I decided, nah. I'm deciding, yeah, again. It makes more sense to call this offsets, because you're not pointing to the table of offsets, you're pointing to just the actual offsets themselves. Well, like, the difference is important because in the standard header, again, remember you have the count, and then you have the offsets. So you don't want someone to get confused by looking at the variable name thinking, when they see offset table, it sounds like you're saying point to this, because that's the offset table. But no, no, no. You want to point to the offsets. Right, that's what you want the pointer to point to. So that I think it's better to rename it like that. Anyway. You need some of the less friendly memes and memes breaks? Just asking before putting some excessive post? Sure. If you think they're really, bad. If you ever get what I tried Ratchet Clank suits and play all them on PS3. I wouldn't be against it. I would like to try it someday, yeah. I don't know if I have any plans to at the moment, because I already have a lot of games that I need to play. But someday I'd like to. Thanks, Blob, I appreciate it. I don't know how much longer I'll go, but I want to go for a little longer because I didn't, you know, because I did it again. So I want to fix that. So we're gonna support that later, yeah. But for now, okay, this works fine. So okay. So we should at least be able to fix the, you know, the offsets with this. So let's write a new test. So this is how you write test. You just say, as it says, name and code. So temp HH model test. Not to be confused with edit model test. It's different. You do this now. Via's syntax kind of bugs out because it thinks that you want it like that for some reason, even though I don't. But anyway. We're gonna copy paste this test, and then we're gonna just use that a little bit different. So, load HH model, and we're gonna load test temp. Do I have a HedgeLib model in here? Nope, but I can get one. Let's grab this. Do I have sorted by type? No. Yeah, not that. Not. The frick is TP bin even? I don't know anything about gens, man. Even after all these years. Alright, let's have a few models we can load. Okay. Eat that. Alright, so that's loading the blob. Then we're gonna say HL fix. We need to include the... Wait, no, it's go. Brain shut off for a second there. Alright, cool, we call that, and then we're gonna call HH model read. That doesn't do anything yet though. But we are gonna call that. Good. Oh no, it's different though. I'm gonna change that with the other one too, the other function too sometime. Just not yet. We free the blob and then we check to see if HL failed result, and if it did fail, then we return result. Okay. It's not Blaze's head, so let's mark it as such. Okay, there we go. That should be fine. So it's not going to work yet because we didn't actually tell it to... It doesn't actually load the model yet. It returns error unknown. For the time being, a really temporary... Oh, you know, these are also on INS89? That's stupid. That should be INS89. But, so I gotta make sure I don't commit this with that in it. Because while the Visual Studio compiler is MSVC, it's totally cool with that, and actually most compilers are, even though they're not supposed to be. They're not supposed to be, so I am keeping those comments out of this. Like, I'm trying to be as SAMLESS compliant as I can. We're gonna say it succeeded even though it hasn't. Just so that we can test. Okay, here's a breakpoint. It's actually hard for me to say if this end of... that doesn't look right. But what the frick is this? Where did it even get that 5? Oh. I'm a dummy dum-dum. I forgot that, the blob pointer, I forgot I changed that. There it is. Got it? Yeah, we got it. So, I love how this works. It's a buffer that starts off with... Oh, frick. This struct. And the struct is just a pointer to the data, and then the size of the data, right? Easy. And then the actual data. What's so good about it, right, is this blob struct and the actual data that makes up the blob is both, like when you call blob load, it puts it both in the same buffer. So you don't have to free the blob and then also free the blob's data, or the other way around, I guess. You just free the blob and it frees everything. So it's great. What's also really great about it is this is just a struct. And I don't hide this away in the code, I leave this in the header on purpose. And so this way, you can make your own blobs if you really want to. If none of these functions do it for you, like what you need to do, and you have some data and you just want to pass it into a function, you can just make your own HL blob and then make it point to what you want, pass that in, and it's valid. The code will work just fine. It's freaking good. Why is SaltyDK Dan streaming iCarly? Oh my gosh, that's gonna be hilarious. There's a game on Season 2 and the grind rails instead of SA2? Nice. The grind shows were not to be required in the game on the rails, you can jump and switch rails. That's actually really neat. Is speedrunning the freaking iCarly game on Wii? Oh. Living legend. Okay, that should be right. Yeah, that's right. The header, the version number is 5, that's correct. It's all good. Alright, so... You know, it is actually hard to say if that's right. Really, it's actually... Oh, yeah, I wanted to see if the end of offset is... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, stink. I'm sorry. It's not right. Holy frick. Whoopsie. So I need to fix that bug. What is that, what is that? Like, if I treat that as assigned... -20. Why? We have the header and we have... Wait, I don't get it. This should be... Did I call these wrong? Data offset might be right. 12. No. That's not right either. What the frick? I did something horribly wrong. You have the offset pointer and then the base. So, this is a pointer to the offset, which is what I passed in. And then this is the data pointer. So what you're doing is... This song is so good, man. You're getting the value of the offset. Is this... I'm really confused, actually. What the frick am I doing? For some reason, I'm treating offset pointer as a signed pointer. Okay, like an integral value, and then... Oh right, I remember why I'm doing that. Okay, yeah, and then I'm subtracting this pointer's address from, well, like I'm subtracting this from that. So like, pretend that the base address is 0. It's not. Pretend it is for simplicity. And then data offset is hex 18. So hex 18 minus 0, you get hex 18. Great. And that's proper. So then the resulting address is stored in there, and then I check to see if it still fits within the signed integer because we're going to cast to it, and then I store the resulting signed integer into the value of this. So then later I can just add that. Right. So this should be less than this. Yeah. It is. I mean, it really should be. Header is this. Header data offset should just be... Well, the address of that, I don't know what the frick. It should be, Yeah, it's not okay. It's the same thing, but it ends with 5C instead of 5. So yeah, it's header is less than data offset. So that's a difference of 12 bytes, but is it? Why? That's where the offset is, but that's not. Oh boy. Hard times, bro. I'm really confused. Hang on, what the frick? He's been participating for a few weeks, he said? What? He's listing out freaking strats? Oh my gosh, Salty. You legend. Living legend. Take the pointer and we subtract the address from it. Do I ever dereference the value of it? Like what? I do down there at the end, but... This is weird. I thought I fixed this. How the frick does this work? Hang on. I like when you write code and then you go, how does my code work? I don't remember how the frick my own code works. That's the best code? Because, like, this works. Somehow it works in the NN stuff. What? So I'm getting, hang on, I get the pointer to the data offset, which is exactly the same as what I'm doing here. And yeah, it's the same freaking, it's like the same line of code actually. I think it's literally the same, character for character, good. We also do this file's data relative to the beginning of the struct, yeah. Wait, to the beginning of the struct, yeah. So that's okay, that's fine because this should be relative to the, yeah, to the beginning of that. I'm confused. So, where do I... Wait, I add... Oh, right. I add base, and then the offset pointer. So that's how I end up with the resulting value. And then I take the resulting value and I do it right. Okay, so... that should just work then, so what am I doing wrong? It must be like, we're gonna put a breakpoint there, and then we're gonna put a breakpoint here. Just gonna see what the frick happens. Okay, this is... Did it just not, it just yeeted my breakpoints? Because I'm pretty sure I put a breakpoint there. No, I didn't, this is NN, I'm dumb. Okay, just keep going until... Okay, no, actually, screw that. Yeah. And now put it here. Okay. So. Here's pointer. And there's offset pointer. They're very similar. So pointer points to the data. Okay, good, as expected. And offset pointer points to, well, the offset. Good. So we take the address. Oh, it's the difference between the offset and... I'm sorry. It's totally correct. Good. A confusion wasted everyone's time. So this is not correct though. That's not correct. Because we're saying header plus 0. And then we're saying, try to stuff that into here. So it ends up being negative because it's trying to point backwards. Negative 20. Yeah, it points backwards by 20 bytes. So it's doing what we told it to do, of course. What we told it to do was wrong. Got it. So we could fix that, but I think the easiest way to fix that would be... What would be the easiest way to fix that? Just dereference it. So just say if right. You could also say if not, but whatever. This looks cleaner, I think, in this case. Then return early. Return early if the given offset is null. Okay, we gotta do it somewhere else too, I think. Here. Whoa, my freaking voice. This is not code that's ever gonna actually happen, but if it did, I really wanted this to compile on freaking everything. Apparently. Okay. Good, so that fixes a bug. Have to commit that. Let's go. So this should end up being 0. Yay! Good, it returned early. Alright, hopefully that didn't break anything. It might have. Looks like it didn't because everything else succeeded so far. Alright, so now we're gonna fix all the offsets. You know, it's hard to say if that's gonna work or not. So here we go. So data, so let's just check out the pointers. Data is correct. That's the right place. Good. Offsets, that's correct. I think. Yep, that's the offset table. Cool. And the offset count is... no. That's not right. Okay. Oh, I didn't swap it. I didn't swap it. I'm so goofy. Goofy rad. Swap U32P. Okay. Then we swap okay. We're gonna swap that. And then we're going to increase and yeah, do all that. And yeah, I swap it there instead of just returning it like this because I want the actual data in memory to be swapped. That's correct. Cool. And so now we can just pull that up. And it's correct, and then we can put breakpoint at the end there. And that happens. Good. Oh, the assertion failed. Interesting. If it's less, yeah, this is definitely a big Endian sort of thing. It's an Endianist thing. It failed with an assert. Yeah, the assertion failed. Okay, we're gonna fix that. So we want to swap the offset position first. Then we want to get, yeah, and before we fix it, Endian swap offset if necessary. How could I forget to do that? Okay. This song's spoopy. We can get rid of these. Okay, we're gonna look at the offset table now. Cool, we're gonna hit F5 and watch. Good. That got swapped, and it looks as though all the offsets should have been fixed now. So cool. Did they? I don't know. Did they get fixed? We'll find out. It says 4 is the first one, so here's the first offset, 1C. That means it points 1C away from where it's currently at. So if we drag in this model, gotta be careful with that. Okay, X20, that means down here. So from that offset, it is 1C away. Yep. So that is correct. And so all the offsets should be correct because they all ran with the same exact freaking code. So goody gumdrops. Of course, the Sonic Shuffle. Yeah, it's always if you're not sure of what it is, it's Sonic Shuffle. Oh, so this didn't work because when I went to because the read function that just returned success didn't actually make the model, so then when it went to write it, of course it didn't succeed because there was no model. It was trying to write one, so that's why that failed. Okay, so I'm gonna you know what? Screw me. I am gonna work on this a little bit tonight before I stop. I wanna get something done with the model before I stop. So let's do that real fast. Let's say let's have a little bit of code here at least. I don't know how much I'll get done, but let's get something done at least. So we want to say, oh frick, how do we know if it's a skeletal model or a terrain model? I don't think we can really check for that. So I think we just need the user to tell us that. So let's just do that. Let's say, let's say, let's have 2 of these. And, okay. So, we're gonna have to have a function that gets called from here, of course. Okay, so, okay, before we do anything else, we're gonna say HLHH skeletal model. You know, we're just gonna say model. Alright, so we have a pointer to that now. We can just use it directly. Direct loading is great. I love it. Kind of want to play Sonic Shuffle? I don't know if it's any good or not, honestly. I know very little about it. My voice is like dying now, so I'm going to try not to talk as much. And I will stop soon, but... Alright, so let's see. Mesh group count, mesh groups, offsetting skeletons. So we don't need to... We're gonna need to do something with the skeleton later. Right now I don't even have bone support really in the generic HL model, so we're gonna work on that later. In the meantime, we're just gonna skip that. We're gonna put a to do there, and we're gonna just work on the mesh groups. So if I remember correctly, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. There it is. Yeah, of course, terrain models have the same exact thing. So. Good. We can just have a function that's like mesh groups get required size. Okay. And then we can say we'll do that. Alright, so now we can say there we go. We need to get an actual pointer from this, so let's say okay. Good. It's a bit ugly, but it's okay. Yeah, and we're just gonna, say... It's gonna start off as being size of a model. Goodness gracious. Sorry about that. And then, we're gonna add to it, so we're gonna say... this. And we should be able to do everything else inside that function that we just called. So, get pointers and account for model and mesh groups. Now, you know, just compute total required size. Okay. We're going to do that here. Let's also have a function for terrain models. Let's put it here. Why not? And it'll be very similar, but it's a little different. Right? Oh, apparently I didn't name it the same. That should be fine. What? Oh. Wait, what did I just change then? Jeez. Oh, was this not called that before? Yes, it freaking was. Apparently I changed nothing. Good. Goodness. Oh, this is a weird song. I love it. Okay. It's Sonic Shuffle's pretty okay. I'm sorry, goodness. If you know how the CPUs work. If you don't know what type of card CPU you prefer to draw, it's mostly luck-based and not as fun. It's at very least better than any modern Mario Party games to CS. Oh wow, okay.
So it's, would you say, have you played Secret Rings Party Mode? If so, would you say it's better than that? Or worse than that? Because I think Secret Rings Party Mode is very, So if it's about on the same level, then I have to pass. But I imagine it's a little better than that. Well, this is basically the exact same freaking function, actually. The only real difference is the type. So this would actually be a perfect thing to use templates for. But, I might be able to, do something with a macro or something for that. But it's not really a big deal. It's not that much code. Because we're calling this function anyway. Okay, so when we call it, we need to do a lot of crap. So, okay, firstly, say 0. Right, we got each group, each slot, and then for each slot, we have meshes, and then each mesh. Oh, well, it's an offset. But then each mesh has. I can't see it now. All of this crap. Let's see. So each of these have faces, and they have vertices, which are of varying sizes, and they have vertex formats with vertex elements in them. So we need to account for all that crap. But it's okay because we don't really have to go in any specific order here. Sorry, we don't actually have the buffer allocated yet. We're just computing the size for the buffer. So as long as we just add correctly, then the buffer will be the right size. So let's go. Now let's say I, and then for each mesh group, we're going to go through it and I forgot I had one of these. Well, obviously we're going to do this for each one. So we go account for mesh group, and then account for mesh slots. So we're gonna start with the solid slot. You haven't played Super Mario Mode, but you say it's at least better than that. Gotcha. That's good, at least. I don't know what's going on with my voice. Sorry about that. Again, I think it's an allergies thing because I don't feel bad. It's just my voice is sounding weird. Meshes. Okay, so we're gonna say I guess we do that. Goodness gracious. I'm really sorry. I'll stop streaming soon. I'm just gonna not talk much in the meantime. Well, not 4, we're gonna need 1 for the special slot. Okay.
So we're gonna return that. Let's move this under. Stupid petty thing, but I like it better organized like that. Alright,
Worst thing about Shuffle is that the minigames don't happen after every round, and instead happen if you land on a minigame spot. Sorry. And then those minigames are Will Fever Dream-like. Gotcha. Yeah, I can tell from the OST. It's really weird. They really played up how bizarre dreams can be. So, I'm sorry, that's really cracking bad. Since that's what Shuffle is all about. Gotcha.
it's really strange that they did that. I gotta like hardly talk at all if I want to avoid that. I really do have to stop soon. But I want to get something in Blender, Doug, before I stop, Doug, on it. Because that shouldn't take long, actually. Well, you know what? Actually, maybe it will. I always say it won't, and then it does. It probably will. What does this point to again? No. I like when VS just fails. So that's a, that's not the right struct at all. But okay. There we go. No, that's still not the right struct. It's an HH mesh slot, but it thinks that I'm trying to look for a just normal mesh slot. That's a totally different struct. Ah, for crying out loud. Okay, there we go. There's an offset to an offset. Cool. So it's an array of pointers, essentially. So gotta cast that as such. No. You know what, no, let's say, this is basically what it is. So we're going to dereference that. It is a pointer to offsets to the meshes. I don't know why they did it like that, but they did. And then we obviously need to change this as well, which is bad. Okay, and then when we actually get the mesh, we need to say oh, it was a different version, okay. Oh no! I'm petrified. So we get the right value and then we get the address, yeah. And then from there we can actually get the real pointer to the mesh. What a mess. Alright. There's all the mesh stuff. Good. So now we need to start it up as the size of
End the stream before the bad thing happens? Brad, no! That was funny in your head. Still made me laugh. That's pretty good. Wait, some don't use tags because, huh? Oh, tags on videos. Yeah. It's okay, guys. I lived. We got to listen to a cool remix. It's actually not a cool remix. It's just the original, but
Anyway, Keys the Ruin. I don't know why I said cool remix. Okay, we want to account for the mesh, so... And then... Alright, so now we're accounting for that, and now we need to actually set up the mesh. Vertices and all that crap. Account for vertex formats. So every mesh is going to have its own vertex format. In the Hedgehog engine, every mesh has its own vertex format assigned to it. And sometimes it's actually the same. Like, I don't know how to put it. Like, you have like 20 different meshes, and each mesh has the exact same vertex format. It has the same layout, right? So they just repeat the vertex format data 20 times. And it's not great, but anyway, that's how they do it. So in HedgeLib I do it a little differently. With the generic HedgeLib models, instead of doing it like that, I have the model contain mesh groups, but also vertex formats. Just an array of vertex formats, okay? And then the actual meshes don't contain the vertex formats, they contain the indices of vertex formats, alright? And so that way, if you have 20 different meshes, but they all have the same vertex format, you can just have one vertex format. And then all 20 meshes say I use the first, vertex format in that array. And it'll just work, which is great. So, anyway, so it's a little different in HedgeLib. So because of that, I have to, for every one of these, I'm not going to actually go through the vertex format byte by byte and like compare all of them and see if they're the same, and if they are, not generate duplicates, whatever. In this case, I don't think it matters much. I'm just, if I load a mesh that has 20 different vertex formats that are all, 20 different meshes with 20 different vertex formats and that are all the same, I'm not going to actually optimize it to where I notice that and then generate only one vertex format, because like it's not really worth it in this case. The vertex formats are duplicated, which is bad, but it's really not that much memory it's going to take up, and the amount of time it's going to take to do that comparison is, it's not going to be major, but it's definitely going to be slow it down a bit. And I don't think the trade-off is worth it in this case. It doesn't save much memory at all. So I'll probably have another function that you can optionally call if you want to. That'll optimize that and bring it down. But it's not going to do it by default. So we're going to say, we're just going to treat every mesh as though it has its own vertex format, and we're going to add that to that array. And then we're also going to, I like this thing. We're going to need to do account for the vertex elements, but before we do that, let's account for the faces. I like to try to go in an order that's similar to how the surface actually laid out, because I think it's cleaner and it's also slightly more catch friendly and all that stuff. So it's good all around. Size of unsigned short times the face count. There. Yeah, HedgeLib is just always going to use unsigned shorts for face indices. So that's why we do that. Alright.
Now this is... Oh no, it's not. It's actually pretty easy. Vertices. The vertex size is the complete size of how big like a vertex is. It's like the stride, right? And so the vertex count is how many of them there are. So if you just do vertex size times vertex count, or the other way around, whatever, then you should get the total size and bytes of the vertice buffer, if I'm not mistaken. You know, I usually do size times count. It doesn't matter at all, because obviously multiplication doesn't matter what order you do it in, but I like to be consistent. Okay. We don't need to account for that. Well, yes we do. Sorry. This we're not gonna do yet. We're gonna do that later. For now, I just want to get something in Blender. It doesn't have to have textures and stuff yet. Just want it. Okay. So we're gonna say account for vertex elements. How about this? You know what? No. Okay. Let me make sure that that is what I thought it was. Yeah. Alright. Account for other stuff like bones and texture units. Okay. So it means okay, so we're gonna so this one is oh wait, what's oh yeah. Alright, so vertex elements, if I remember correctly, yeah, there's like a, it just keeps going until you get to one that has the offset to last entry, is that right? No, that's the format set to that. I'm sorry. And the type doesn't matter. So, yeah, so we check the format. Okay. So, while... Let's say curve vertex element. So the current vertex element, okay. So we're gonna check if the current vertex element's format does not equal this, okay? And we're gonna increase the current vertex element pointer each time. So that should add the correct amount, I believe. Once it does equal that, it'll stop immediately, so it shouldn't add for that time. So this should... I tend to make bugs, like, I tend to make mistakes with counting things like that, but this actually should be correct. Okay, so... we count for the mesh, the faces, the vertices, the vertex format, and the vertex element, as well as the mesh slot and the mesh group, and we did it for each slot, as well as the model itself. So that should be everything, unless I'm forgetting something. Obviously we don't have bones and stuff yet, but we're gonna do that later. Looks like that's good. Okay, so then all we need to do is, well, the material, but I don't have that actually. I don't even think I have this. Yeah, I don't even have it material struct yet, I don't believe. Yeah, I haven't finished it yet. So we're gonna do that later. There's no material stuff yet at all. That's gonna change, obviously, but I don't know how to do that yet. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Can you go on about the challenge set? Oh my gosh. You'd say the Sand Hero remix is better? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, then the song that just played. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, I really like a lot of the TSM soundtrack. I think it's all good stuff. I don't know how to rank it because it's all great. Alright, so after it's done computing the size for everything, we're going to need to actually do that. So let's start with this. compute required buffer size. Or this. Okay, so let's do that, and we're gonna allocate that in a bit. I actually straight up forgot. I usually put in at the beginning of things that are internal. Whoops. That would have been a lot faster if I didn't screw it up. Okay. I did make a mistake. Yeah. There might have been more where I forgot to put the in there. Now I can control H, but I'm lazy. Well, it's not so much that. It's just that I've had bad experiences with it screwing up stuff. Because I replaced something I didn't mean to replace. It's this song, the cool song. Yes, that's right. The song is fairly cool. I agree. We're going to say HL model buff equals alloc. And we're going to allocate the required size. Allocate HL model buffer. And of course, if it failed, we're going to return out of memory. Okay, so I'm indecisive. Okay, so now that we've done that, now we need to actually read it. So there's a better way I could do this for sure. Okay, how about this? Rather than having this be its own function, I could just copy paste this. Well, that sounds weird and backwards, but... Oh. I think it'll actually save... I think it'll be better in this case. Hear me out. So there's the mesh groups, and then here's how we compute the total size. So I can just straight up replace this. I can just be like... Can't sing right now. Holy frick. And then I can just eat this. Cool. And then I can just copy paste this in the terrain model one. I'm gonna eat that too because I'm gonna just copy paste it later. Because that's not that much code, and I'm gonna need to use these pointers and stuff later anyway, so I need to have them in the scope anyway, so it like... This makes more sense in this case, I think. Alright. So then... Read HL model, I guess we'll just say that. Alright, so we're going to read that by... I don't know what the frick we're gonna do. Let's just start writing code and then we can move it into another function later if we need to. So we're gonna say, so we're gonna want to move this to another function. We don't want to do all this here, because we're also gonna do it for terrain model read. That's bad, right? Obviously we want to avoid this if possible. I think we can move this whole thing into a function and just have it pass in the mesh groups pointer and mesh group count. You just have it pass those in as parameters. And then it doesn't matter what this came, you know, what type that is. I think we'll do that, but for now, let's just finish the function first and then I can move it really quickly. So, there's the model. Good, good. We're gonna set up the model first. So, set up HL model. Okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna say, well, this is one thing that's actually this one's different. For the terrain model, we have a name we can pass in. For this, we do not. So, we'll want to probably pass it in as a parameter too. Yeah, that's easy. Just pass it in as a parameter too. Alright. Mesh group count. I have no freaking idea what the mesh group count is. Good. Wasn't that part of this? Oh, it was. I'm being a Dumbo. Dumbo the elephant is back, boys. We're gonna set that to. Love it. Great song. Oh, see, this is where it gets tough because I don't know I don't know where all this stuff's gonna be at yet. I guess it's better to figure that out later. I guess mesh groups first, and then verse from, I don't know, whatever, we'll see. So, take the model buffer and then add the size of the model to it, and so we end up with the part of the buffer that comes right after the model, and that's where we're going to put the mesh groups at. Okay, so we're going to set those pointers later. I might forget, but we'll see. Okay, so set up HL mesh groups. Okay, so for that we're going to just say put this in its own function too, and I probably will. This is basically the same as what I was doing before, isn't it? What is the mesh group point? Oh well, I just did that before. Oh, I already have the pointer right here. Oh. Yeah, that's probably better to put that in its own function as well. Okay, so let's do that. Mesh groups, read. Okay, and then all we should need is the same parameters. That's what we did with the required size one. Okay, so let's move this up here. And it's actually going to be basically the same thing as before. $25 in a few days isn't that bad. No, not for like a new song. Just upload it. A nice old long classic recipe, exactly. It's been a while. I will stop soon though, but I really, really do want to get something on screen before I stop. I want to get Snog, alright? I want to get Snog the Hedge. Then I'll be happy. I won't be happy until I get Sonic. Isn't that every Sonic fan constantly? Anyway, sorry. There's a difference this time though, obviously. I need another parameter. I need to have this. And then you don't really need these, but I like to put it there anyway because it makes it. It has potential optimization capabilities, though it's not really big. Anyway. So we're going to set everything up. So we're going to say HL mesh groups. That's solid. We're just gonna basically set it up, right? So, I think we can literally just be like, that function doesn't exist yet, obviously. Yeah, you could just return that crap. This is pretty small, isn't it? Yeah, it's very small. Though, there's something I don't know if we can. We want to have it be able to fail, so let's do that. We're gonna put it there, yeah. We're gonna do that for each one of these, I guess. Wow, this is, this feels great. Okay. It's not a function yet. We'll make that a function. Mesh slot. Okay, that's, yeah, that's fine. That's pretty close to the 100 character limit I try to keep myself to, so I'm gonna do that. Kinda looks worse, I think. No it doesn't. It's fine. Alright. We're trying to show a cube on the screen. Oh, it's fun stuff. I have this game engine I'm working on. I've mentioned it a million times now, called Sugar. It's in Direct3D 12, and I did it in that because I wanted to learn Direct3D 12, even though I knew it was going to be a nightmare. I was like, no, I want to learn this because this is how graphic technologies are. Like, I know modern rendering APIs are going to be like that in the future. Like, D3D 12 already is, and Vulkan already is. And it just makes more sense to do it the way that those APIs are doing it, even though it's a nightmare. It makes more sense because it just from a practical standpoint, it's like, we want our games to run as fast as we can. We don't want them to lag and stuff, you know? How can we do that? And it's like, well, we would want to minimize overhead, right? We would want to make them as direct as possible. Like, game says, hello, do this thing that you absolutely must do for the game to work, and nothing else. And then the hardware goes, okay, and it does that thing, right? And that's how it should be done. We don't want there to be like a lot of random pauses and things that we can't control. And so it doesn't make any sense to have the graphic API be like, you know, doing all this stuff for you that you don't know about. It's like behind your back or whatever. That doesn't make any sense. You should be in control of that stuff, right? You should know exactly what it's gonna do. So it makes sense that that APIs are heading in that direction where you control it entirely. But yeah, it's really it really is difficult. Anyway, Sugar is currently, let me check. The include, well, it's hard to say without actually, there's probably a tool that you can use that just counts up all the lines of code that's in it, right? I don't know exactly, but there's an include folder which has 18 files in it so far that are, totals about 51 kilobytes, and then there's a source folder with 11 files in that totals 33 kilobytes, and then there's a backends folder which has 8 files in it which totals 62 kilobytes. The majority of the code is in the backends folder, as weird as that might sound. and it's Sugar's written in C. It's not C++. But the D3012 stuff is C++, and the only reason it's C++ is because you can technically do D3012 stuff through COM through C. Like, COM does allow C calling or whatever. You can use COM from C, but it's a freaking nightmare. It was clearly designed for C++, so that's why it's C++. But it's actually written the exact same way as the rest of the C code is, even with the limitations that C89 has that you don't need to follow in C++. I did that there too. So if I do want to switch to doing it with the concept in the future for some reason, I can. But yeah, with D3012, there's no reason really to not do C++. Anyway, it's freaking it killed me. Anyway, the reason to bring it, yeah, so yeah, getting a cube to show up is ridiculous. It's so difficult. So, but once you get it, it feels really good. I'm not gonna try to sing now, it's gonna sound awful. Or maybe that's why I should sing now. Maybe that's what you want. Just kidding. Oh, frick. Thank you, Taz. Stop talking about Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm sorry. Thanks a lot, Taz. I really appreciate it. Oh, I didn't consider this. VS saved me there. Thank you, VS. Very cool. Thanks, Taz. I really appreciate it. I can't acknowledge the game? Oh, yeah, yeah. As long as if I just don't talk about Sonic, then it's okay. But as soon as I say, so Sonic, it's like, no, stop. End the stream. You want a sugar stream? Thank you for telling me that, because that helps to know what people want, actually, with that. I've thought about it. I don't know if I don't know. The thing is, I'm not totally sure what I'm doing with it yet, still. Like, initially it was gonna be to, like, try to make programming easier for people, but then I realized that what I ended up writing was more like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with it now. I think right now I'm just working on an engine that's easier for me to use, and then from there I can figure out what to do with it. But I have some ideas, and I'm not totally sure. The big thing is I'm not sure what I'm gonna make with it, right? And I'm not sure if what I make... There's a few ideas I have that might not be open source. I might end up wanting to make an actual project that I can sell or whatever. And I'm not totally sure if I'm gonna... I'm not sure, right? So, the thing is, I don't really want to show the source of it just yet, because if I do decide that that's what I'm going for, then, you know, it wouldn't be open source in that case. And so it wouldn't really be good to have these streams where I show all the code, you know? So I'm not sure. But on the flip side, I'm almost certainly going to use a lot of that stuff in HedgeEdit as well. That was part of the plan. I want to use a lot of that code in HedgeEdit. So I don't freaking know what I'm doing. If I use it in HedgeEdit, obviously it would be open source, right? I don't know what I'm doing. We'll see. But I probably will do one someday. As long as it's gonna be, I don't know. I want to get this exported first, and then I'll stop. Not too much longer at this point. I'm gonna cut myself off if it takes more than, like, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. Because I don't want to stay up too freaking late, but it already is 2, so I probably should. At some point I'll stop. Okay, so hang on. So here's the mesh slot. So, okay. Here's the mesh's offset. I got that pointer already. Good. And so yeah, this is where you get the mesh pointer, and then from there you do the rest. Okay. So again, we can copy paste a lot of this from the required size thing. So okay, so here we get the mesh pointer. Now that we have the mesh pointer, we need to... Let's have 2 pointers. You know what, this is gonna be interesting. Maybe I can say end pointer? I did that trick somewhere else. You can just use that for anything. So, okay, here's what I'll do. We have all the mesh groups right there. And at the end of that is the end pointer. So we're gonna say equals this. You know what, I can make it even simpler than that. So the end pointer points to in the buffer at the very end of the mesh groups. Okay? So then we're going to pass that in time here. The obvious problem with that is that the end pointer doesn't get increased each time. So what we can do is we can make this a pointer to a pointer, and then we can increment that, so that way it'll be the same every time. So, okay, we only call this once, right? We don't call it at all yet, but we will only call it once. Okay, so good. Alright, so here we go. So get the mesh pointer. And then once you have that, first of all, set up HL mesh slot. So we're going to say HL mesh slot. Set this stuff up. Mesh count and meshes. Okay, so the mesh count is going to be this, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So the mesh count is going to be wait, what? I'm confused. Oh. Yeah. I don't need to explicitly cast that, but I like to. Because it makes it more obvious that we're casting something. This is, okay, so this is the fun part. So the end pointer. There you go. Gets set to that. So we're actually gonna use the end pointer like this. So then we're going to set up the mesh, I guess. Now the other problem with this is I have no freaking idea how I'm gonna do the vertex formats, where I'm gonna put those. Oh jeez. Because those have to be an array, so I have to think about that. I guess the elements don't have to be. The vertex elements can come somewhere else. Same with the mesh data, though. We'll figure it out. I think I'm just gonna put them at the end or whatever. No, you know what? No, I won't. I'm gonna have the meshes here, and then after the frick, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, let's say at the end pointer we're gonna have we're gonna do this. Vertex format. We're gonna cast that. Okay, and so now that we have the vertex formats pointer, we're also gonna need the end pointers. So vertex formats, and And then you want to have verdicts elements, though. That's where it gets hard. Frick, like, I don't even. I just don't even. I guess we'll just do it in 2 different loops, right? Let's just do 2 different loops. That might be easier to reason about. So, the first loop, we're gonna get the verdicts... Yeah, okay, here's what we do. End pointer. In the first loop, we're gonna say, verdicts format read. Okay. And, that's gonna be a function that... I don't know, but we'll figure it out. It'll take, something. It'll definitely need the end pointer, and it'll need the... It won't need this. It won't need the end pointer. So I guess we'll do that. Okay. Let's see. The mesh offsets, there we go. Read mesh slot, okay, we're gonna do that. Get the mesh pointer, goodie. Set up the slot, but we can't do that yet. We're just going to, once we have this set up, HL vertex format. Okay. So we're gonna do that by saying hold up. Okay, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna say I don't freaking know. Can the next gaming stream be the game I get? I mean, I'd like to. Yeah, I don't know. I'm in a weird spot now because like anything I stream, I'm gonna upset somebody. I feel like. It's like I know once if once Geometry Dash. I feel like a bottom episode mostly went Super Mystery Dungeon, and Plush once Minecraft, and some other people said they did too. I can't remember exactly who said that, I'm sorry, my memory's awful. There's a few other things as well. So I don't know, I don't know what to stream. I really don't. Stream something that no one asked for? That's funny though, actually. I thought about that. Like, I also really wanted to do Freedom Planet sometime, so today I was like, yeah, maybe I'll stream Freedom Planet. And I was just not in the mood. I don't know, I'm weird. Like, sometimes I'm just like, I just want to program, dude. Oh, you want Super Mr. Dungeon. They want to explore this. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I meant. I always think it's called Super Mr. Dungeon, even though it's not. I don't know why, I'm sorry. No, but thanks. But yeah, I will play that soon, Taz, I swear. I don't know when. I'm gonna try to figure it out. I might just go randomly, right? But I think the problem then is, I feel like I have to balance it. I feel like I have to be like, one stream of this, one stream of that, one stream of this, you know, I can't just be like, here's 17 streams of this, you know, because then people who don't like that will be upset. Which makes sense. I get it. But it's like a thing I need to be careful with. Because I don't want to be like, I don't want to stream crap that no one wants to see. Which is why I streamed this. No, I'm sorry, I don't know. I asked people who were interested in this, and it seemed like a few people said they were. So I'm like, okay. Sorry, I forgot this. Yeah, so vertex format. So we're gonna say. Yeah, I think we'll call it that, and then okay, so right after the vertex format, we're gonna have the current vertex element pointer, so we're gonna set it to this. Oh boy, is that what I think it is? Song I'm skipping. I don't know why. So might play this. I'll fix that later. We don't know how many vertex elements there's gonna be until we do the whole conversion. So we're just gonna set that up by saying you like sand. What the frick? I thought you hated everything. What do you mean? What do you mean you like sand? You can't like sand. I'm gonna be upset, like, with the vocal cracks, you know, to where I sound like a child. You'd be like, what the frick? What the frick? I'm gonna sound like semi-classic Sonic fan, like a monster. I'm sorry. Yeah, it feels like Friday, right? Because I always did programming streams on Friday. I would, but I don't think I can tomorrow. I'm sorry. It's rough and coarse and gets everywhere. Oh, that's just how you want it. You hate me. Okay. What the frick? I'm very upset. Let me try to finish this real fast. Okay, so we're gonna say wow. Look at this beautiful code. It's so much typing. Vertex elements offset. Okay. That's what I did last time, isn't it? Oh, I literally verbatim, I think. No, but there's an HH at the beginning of this time, so you don't get confused with the HL one. Okay, whatever. Copy paste that then. At least I'm consistent. Alright, we go through each vertex element, and then we're just gonna set up the appropriate one over there. So we're gonna say... we're also gonna actually increase the... Oh, we can just increase... Okay, gotcha. So we're gonna... First off, we're gonna say... What do you mean number is available? IntelliSense, what are you on? Why is it always on something? Vertex element count. Okay, we're gonna say set up HL vertex element. See, very different from the previous comment. Yeah. Let me post something on twitter.com. Oh, good. I'm hyped actually. So first we have type, then we have offset, so we're gonna do that now. The type is gonna be a nightmare to figure out. So, okay, fun for the whole family. Here's what we're gonna have to do. It's actually not gonna be a complete nightmare, it's gonna be kind of fun, actually. But a bit of a nightmare. Also, we're not gonna increment it this time. Here. We're gonna increment at the end. Okay. So the Hedgehog engine current vertex element, we're going to... Okay. Getting the offset's really easy. So we're gonna get the... Okay, we're gonna get the format. And then based on what the format is... this is kind of redundant, by the way. Because we could just put like a break if this case is... But... I think it should optimize it, so we should be fine. So, okay, here's the formats. So if it's index byte, then what we want to do is we want to set the type to vertex lm format. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not sorry. Index byte is just a byte, right? I don't freaking remember. I'm gonna pull up this old code. No, not that code. The old code. Oh, frick. Apparently it was so long ago. Beautiful. Okay, except I went to the wrong folder. This is it? No, this is it. Oh my gosh, I got a thing. Okay, so, I'm gonna look at this because this will help me remember how the formats work. There we go, Taz. I'm kind of interested to see what you tweeted, but I'm also terrified. So if any of these, so these are all just, for some reason these all just mean treated as a uint. What? Wait, what do you mean index byte is actually a uint? I don't remember that crap. Apparently it was, because I seem to remember fixing this. The messy thing about HedgeLib before was that a lot of stuff was in HedgeLib. Oh jeez. Like instead of HedgeLib, it was in here. Okay, so I end up repeating a lot of code. Yeah, that. Find that, please. Oh, you did. I'm shocked. Okay, here we go. This format is correct, but apparently the game does something weird with the data itself. For example, 0122 consistently becomes 005B42 in memory. I'm not sure why this is or what these in-memory values actually mean. Also not sure if the forces shaders do this or the model serializer. If it's the latter, you have to convert these ourselves. Does Gens do this too? Oh good. This is a reward? It's something bad, it's not even funny? Well now you just made me more interested. Everyone stop. Everyone stop it. Gotta listen.
Thanks, Bert. What day is today? Today is Sunday. Thanks, Bert.
I don't know if you could hear that. He says, what date is today? Today is Sunday. And then thanks, whatever the engine's name was. God, it's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Holy frick. Well, you didn't share it. So I'm sorry. All right. Well, okay. So so good. So this is the right format apparently. Goody gumdrops. Okay, we're gonna use that. RAGABA8 uint. So that's the equivalent of that in HedgeLib now would be it's a byte and it's also 4D. So there's 4 bytes. See? 1, 2, 3, 4. And also, you want to say what it's for. But we'll do that later. Oh yeah, index tech. Oh yeah, we don't need that. I think this is right. Yeah, that should be right. Okay, so let's. Alright, we're gonna add a bunch of them. So here we go. Index. I have no idea what the frick index is. Oh, it's well. Apparently, I never did figure out what it was. Star doesn't twinkle, the moon doesn't shine. Do I have an S-Byte? Oh my gosh, I have an S-Byte type. I forgot that I made that. What the frick is this? It's a Pokemon. His name is Birdie, but Twitter likes to cut the second off of it. Gotcha. Yeah, Twitter does that. It's dumb. He likes Sonic Shuffle. Wait, one more thing about Sonic Shuffle. It has a 2D arts. Well, that 2D art with the Sonic Adventure art style often appearing in events on loading screens and in the ending. Hey, that's really cool. I didn't know that. I haven't seen hardly any gameplay footage of it. Twitter's dumb and stupid and dumb, and you hate Twitter. You hate Twitter. Oh my goodness. Holy frick. Taz, stop it. Holy frick. Man, I love Twitter. It's benefited me in so many ways, such as... Yeah, Twitter's not great. It used to be great. The main thing to do is just, like... Seriously, though? This is legit. Like... This is gonna sound crazy, and I think I've mentioned this before, but, like, this is a real thing. I'm not making this up, this is a real thing. In 2016, Reddit banned several 100,000 accounts, if I remember correctly, that they identified as being, literally, they were Russian agents, apparently. And again, I'm not making, like, I think I've said this before, but, I don't really care, because I don't think, like I said, like, sometimes different people watch the streams and stuff. But yeah, anyway, it's, that literally happened, and they banned these accounts, but they took a different approach than you would usually do. Rather than outright just deleting them and saying, no, you can't be here anymore, you're literally a Russian agent trying to do something, they instead banned the account. Well, they disabled the accounts, but they kept them up. They made it so you could still see what they had said. And, you know, why the frick did they do that, right? Why would they ever do that, you might wonder. Well, it turns out the reason was very simple. They thought that, oh yeah, I need to add a half format. We'll do that later. Sorry, they kept it up because they wanted people to be able to see what that sort of an attack looked like, what those sort of like social attacks look like, and they thought, what better way to do that than let people actually see what they posted, but just knowing that they were posted by bot or whatever. Taz pushed on the door. That's right. I've heard this story over and over again. Exactly. I'm scared. I was scared to talk. I'm like, man, he's gonna be upset. I don't want my friends to be upset. No. Anyway, so oh, this one I don't apparently have support for yet. Okay. So they kept them up, and so you can look at them and see what they say, right? And so what that kind of attack actually looks like, and it's really interesting. Basically, the entire point of those bot accounts, and well, not bot, those accounts, right? And what those people were trying to do was they were trying to, literally the point was to create division. It was to make people fight each other, right? It was just to try to make people freaking mad at each other, like straight up. That was the point, because the idea was that you can destroy a country a lot more easily if you kill them from within, right? That's literally what that's like. This is a real thing. Like, I swear, it sounds stupid and made up and like you're going crazy, but like, I swear, look it up. This happened. These Russian, you know, agents were actually paid to try to disrupt other countries from within by making people attack each other, essentially. And the way that they would do that is they would just go around all these random freaking subreddits. It wasn't just Reddit, it was also Twitter and Facebook and all those other sites, okay? But Reddit was interesting because they left the accounts up for a while. I think they took them down recently, but for a long time anyway, there was a page where you could go to where you could see what they had said. But yeah, they would actually try to post things to try to infuriate people. So the intent was to say something along the lines of like, look at how messed up this is. Look at how messed up the world is right now. Look at how messed up this political party is right now. Notice how all these bad things are happening because of these other people who aren't you. Those are the bad guys. Fight the bad guys. That was the idea, to get that thought in your head. And once you had the thought in your head, you would naturally from there start attacking people who had different beliefs than you, right? And you can't really do, you're not very resilient against any sort of outgoing attack if your nation is fighting each other from within anyway. Like, holy frick. So all it takes is some other country to just go, you know, and start and try and attack. Once they feel they've gotten to the point where everyone's disrupted enough. And yeah, dude, I mean, it's scary, but like, that's really a thing that could happen. So here's what I recommend you do. Seriously, it sounds really stupid and it sounds like it doesn't work, but you see, here's the problem. The first thing that they get you to do, with the first thing that these people are trying to get you to do is to make you think there's another side and they are the enemy, and so you have to attack them. That's the first thing they try to do. That's not actually the truth. Life is more complicated than that. People are more complicated, right? People have different opinions and crap. Sometimes people are mixed, sometimes people understand both sides, you know, whatever. It's more than just good guy, bad guy, right? It doesn't really work like that. So that's the first step, to try to make you believe that it works like that. The second step is to then make you not trust anybody, because perhaps you realized that you were actually misled or confused by some post or something, right? Maybe you realized that that was even an agent or something, right? And now you're freaking paranoid, because now you don't trust anyone at all. So every post you see, even from posts that actually are real people, you think, oh, that's an agent, that's a bot, right? And you don't trust anything. So either way, it doesn't matter. Like, I said step 1 and step 2. What I meant to say was, like, they can get you in 2 different ways. Basically, it doesn't matter if you know that they're an agent or not. Either way, they can attack you, right? Through these sorts of posts. And they make you think differently. And it's freaking scary, because it's a real thing that countries are trying to do. What you're supposed to, like, do to stop it, from what I understand, the best way to counter it is just to actually just pretend that everyone's a human. Just be like, yeah, dude, even if you think someone is like an agent or whatever, you suspect something, whatever, you know, just be like, I don't freaking care. You're a person and you're great. I don't care. If I disagree with your opinion, that's fine. We just disagree. And just basically treat people with kindness. It sounds corny and stupid, but that's literally what, like, a good way to fight against that. Because that way, if it actually is just a person with an opinion, then great, you're treating them nice, right? So nothing bad there. But if it is like someone trying to attack you, it's not going to work, because you're not going to be paranoid, and you're not going to be attacking others, right? None of the things they're trying to make you do are going to work. So that's what you want to do. But yeah, anyway, Twitter has been hit really freaking hard by that stuff. That's why I bring it up. Like, Twitter, especially lately, you can freaking tell. Like, it's nothing but people trying to say, bad guys, they're the bad guys, stop them, right? It's just, seriously, it's freaking insane. Anyway, sorry. But really, dude, seriously though, like, that's, like, just don't be paranoid about that, but, like, do pay attention to that, right? So that's a thing that's happening. Like, people don't realize a lot of it, I don't think. What, like, oh, seriously, all I need to freaking do is go on Twitter. It's just constant. It's like, there's always somebody arguing over something that doesn't really matter, right? Or they'll make it sound like it really, really matters, but it's about something that no one thought about this as being an issue 3 days ago, or even, not even 3, yesterday, that morning. Nobody was thinking this is an issue we need to talk about, it's a serious thing. It wasn't until someone made a tweet and then everyone starts arguing about it, and then they cannot stop arguing about it. You know what I mean? Like, how could that doesn't actually change anything, right? It just makes everyone mad at each other constantly. Anyway, sorry, So hang on, this is an S norm. It's a 4-byte S norm. Wait, why is it 4? The flying frick? That was fun to say, sorry. Do I have a normalized flag even? I don't know if I do. Maybe I should make one. You know what? I think Sugar has one. I think you're a bad guy, but that doesn't mean you're the bad guy. That's good. Yeah, the movie was actually really good, and then the second one was terrible. But anyway. This is the Sugar stuff. This is copy-pasted from HedgeLib, and then I changed it a little bit. Oh. Yeah, I do have normalized, and also a half format. That's better. Alright, grab this. Wait, what do I have on my clipboard? Okay. I felt like I had something important on my clipboard, and every time I feel like that, I never actually do. Is that just me? Let's see what we have here. So the format mask is yeah, it's smaller than it needs to be. The dimension mask is about right, but I need to change it. The LM type mask is interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that the same? Yeah. And then the indices are also the same. I'm just gonna copy paste this whole thing because this is better. This is actually literally a newer version of the HedgeLib stuff. And then obviously we want to change the like so. I don't think that should break anything. We'll find out. No, it isn't. This was already that good. So S-byte norm. That's so good. Oh my gosh. I forgot how good this is. I'm sorry. I'm so proud of that. Holy frick, dude. I fit this all in one freaking int. That's so good. I love that. Wait a minute. Wait, huh? No, that's right. Sorry, I got confused for a second. You have this empty bag of Doritos with you, and whenever you glance at it, you get sad. I'm sorry, I feel that. Whenever you're on your phone, you copy a link to certain kinds of tweets or certain kinds of art. You always copy some random text just to get rid of it. Same, dude. Oh my gosh. It's like, but what if someone gets my phone and then they figure out my PIN and then they sign in and then they go open up an app and then they go to a text box and then they hit paste. It's like, well, if they can do that, they can also figure out other things about you. But for some reason, I still feel the need to clear it every time. I just clear a clipboard. Can you even do that on iOS? I didn't freaking know that. I'm sure you can on Android. I don't know about iOS. There's probably an option in settings somewhere or something. I don't know how to get to it. I'll just copy a URL of some other random tab I have open or something. And then I'm like, good. You can on Android, nice. You can do everything on Android. Sorry, S-byte norm, right. So, yeah, these are not normalized, that's cool. This is RAG8B8A8 mate great, whatever. I might have messed up some of the NN formats when I did that. I don't think I did, but they might have relied on something being normalized and it wasn't, and now I need to change. I don't think it's a big deal though. I can fix that pretty easily in a bit, but we're not gonna do it tonight. We're gonna you're gonna post in Discord or something? Yeah, I'm worried I'm gonna like be sending a text to someone and I'm gonna hit paste and I'm just gonna hit send and I'm gonna be like, wait, what the frick? No. But it's like that even, it's like with anything. Not just like, I don't know, anything that's on my clipboard that I like don't want to paste. That could be like weird or whatever if someone sees it, I'm like worried about. I'm like, please copy something else. It's freaking weird. It saves all the things you copied until you clear your clipboard. Or you can view your clipboard and see links you copied months ago you never bothered to clear. Oh, so it's like Linux and Mac, I think, as well. Actually, Windows now too. Hang on. This might be a bad idea. Let me hide my display for a second. What is it? Windows V? It wasn't a bad idea. It's fine. I just want to make sure it's not freaking passwords or something. Windows has that now. Did you know that? Windows, you can't really see it that well. It's on the corner of the screen. For some reason, I can't move it, so that's terrible. But anyway, yeah, it's clipboard history. Did you know that Microsoft also syncs this up to your, like, there's a setting where it's called like something like Universal Clipboard, and what it does is every time you copy something, it'll add it to this clipboard list, and then not only that, it'll take this clipboard history and it will store it in your Microsoft account, so that when you sign into Windows on another device or use another device where you're in the same account, basically, your clipboard will be synced there. So the idea is that you can hit Control-C on one computer and then Control-V on another computer, and it instantly, magically pastes, because, you know, it put it in your Microsoft account and then downloaded it and went that fast. That's the idea. Does it actually work well? I don't freaking know. But the point is, your entire clipboard history is now sent to Microsoft. So anyway, how do you clear that? No idea. Well, you hit this apparently. That's terrible UI. Holy frick. If you're you want to clear all, right? Clear all of this. You're like, how do I clear this? You don't think click on the buttons on one of the random items. You think click up here or something, right? There should be like a trash can icon right here. There isn't for some reason. So instead of clicking that, you have to click on a random item and then there's a clear all button. Okay. You can pin items as well and then they won't get cleared, but the pin items look exactly freaking the same as the non-pinned items. It says tip, no more sending email to yourself to share text between devices. There's a better way. Okay. I never did that. Did anyone do that? If I was on my phone and I wanted to I had a long link that I had to get onto my PC or the other way around, then I might have done that once or twice. But it was very rare that I would ever do that. And that doesn't help me regardless, because my Microsoft, I can't access this clipboard from my iPhone, I don't believe. Because, I mean, maybe there's a Universal Clipboard app or something I can download and then that'll let me sign into my Microsoft account and then I can get it. But that seems pretty convoluted. Get this app so that you can copy some text. Like, oh man, I'm never gonna use this crap, but it doesn't matter, it's on. I think you can turn it off. I mean, yeah, you have to be able to turn it off. But I don't know how to do it. And really it doesn't matter, like, I feel like if they want to spy on you, if the company actually is being malicious and they, like, I'm not saying that Microsoft is, okay, but it's just hypothetical, okay? If a company actually freaking did want to spy on you, then you really think they're gonna let you turn it off? You know what I mean? Like sure, I can turn off the clipboard history, but it won't turn off other things they're doing, if they are doing other things, you know? I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying, like, it's silly that it's like, no, bad Microsoft, bad, you're spying on me. But it's okay, I'll just turn it off. Now they're not spying on me anymore, because they provided me with that very handy turn off button. Thank you, Microsoft. It's like, what? It's like, no, either they're not spying on you, or they are, And either way, the toggle isn't really going to do anything. It'll turn off one specific thing that they're tracking, but that's all. And maybe not even that, but, you know, if they get caught, then and doing that when you turn it off, then that's illegal, so... Hopefully they're not freaking doing that. Apparently this is, Unorm's. Oh, it's Unorm. Oh, gosh, dude, that's so freaking good. I love this. There's so much power and flexibility out of this crap. And just with these basic enum values, I'm so happy about that. We're just gonna crash it if... No, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna say, return unsupported. Okay. Remember when I said to stop after 30 minutes? Good times. No, I meant to say format, and now I'm gonna say type. There it is. Hold up a second. What do you mean there's no results for that? Oh. I'm an idiot. Now we gotta do that in this file too. Oh, look, I see. This is why I don't use Control-H a lot of times. You break things that you didn't mean to break. Oh, jeez. HH vertex element. No, that is right. Just have to fix it again. Are you fixed now? Good. Hey, Adventure T, how you doing? I'm doing alright, thanks for asking. What is the practical reason? I have no idea. It's so that Microsoft can spy on you. No, like, legit. That's what it is. Because, like, here's the thing. Windows 10 is... Well, actually, I don't think it's free anymore, but for a long time it was free. Why would they do that? Like, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist here, I'm just saying. They sell data. That's what, like, you agree to it when you use the OS. It's hidden away in their terms of service that nobody reads. But, like, they, you know, of course they freaking do stuff with your data. Like, every big company seems to these days. So yeah, you can turn this feature off, but it's on by default, and there's a reason for that. Type, right. This should be a fairly one-to-one conversion. Oh my gosh, Sonic Lost World. After struggling with all of his friends dying, Sonic finally gets to rest on some grass. Man, I sure love grass. Don't take that out of context, I swear. We're gonna do this. Normal, we got UVs, we got tangents. I'm gonna go on a tangent, am I right? Red, please don't. Anything but that. I'm sorry. It has to be done. And these should all be the same. Oh, I love this song. Wait, I think I do. Is this a song I think it is? Well, I call it text chord. Yeah, it makes more sense to call this text core too, to be honest. Let's do that. UV is... I mean, everyone knows what UVs are, I think. Well, everyone who's done modeling stuff. But text coord is more specific to what it is. It's texture coordinates. That's what it is. UV is like, what? Those are 2 letters. Okay, we're gonna need these, and that's all. I'm sorry. I did put the wrong freaking thing in. I'm sorry for wasting your time is what I'm sorry for. Sorry. Here we go. Whoops, not that one. Index. There we go. We're gonna do it like this. Yeah, let's put on another line. And that's actually just 0, so okay. And after that, I don't support any of the rest, so it's not right. Yeah. I just wanted to see if there was a 4th one I couldn't remember. Eevee as an Eevee? Wow, I love Pokemon. Sure. We'll pretend I said that. This one is actually just straight up unsupported. It's never going to be supported. I mean, it might be someday, but like, do you really think that... I don't think any Hedgehog Engine game has ever used more than 3 channels for anything. To my knowledge, it never, ever has. And I don't believe it will. At least not anytime soon. So... I'm not sure actually, Blue Core. I know they were going, they're hoping to, but I don't, to my knowledge, no. I did say UV, but it does sound like EV, somewhat. So I can say I thought that. Marcus said, "So a party get it trending on Twitter. We're really in their careers." Man, now I feel bad. Can't forget that they're actually people, huh? Okay, we got format, we got type, we got index. Now we just gotta do offset. That's easy. That's freaking easy. You wanna see how easy that is? Watch this crap. Ready? Here we go, gamers. On 1. Is this a... Yeah, it's an unsigned int. That's it. That's the entire... It's pretty easy, right? And then we increase those pointers, we increase the vertex element count, and we do that whole thing until we get to the end. There we go. We just set up the vertex elements. Now, the nightmare here is... Once we've done all of that... Oh boy, wait a minute. Ow, frickety frockety. Get off my property if you know what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I won't say that again, but... Why? Okay, here's a... frick, I don't know what to do about this. No, yeah, I do. Okay, here we go. Get pointers. That's right. We're gonna say vertex formats. We're gonna say oh, actually stop soon. I don't. Yeah. Of course, it'll take longer than I thought. It always. Oh, look! I did it again. Oh, for crying out loud! Ah, holy frick, I'm gonna scream. I won't actually. That's awful, I hate that. Okay, is that right now? Okay, good. I probably screwed up other things in this header too, when I did that. I did. Control H, man. I love it. Alright. They chickened out? What the hell, lame. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't think they chickened out. They might have actually done it. I don't know if they did. I'm not aware. But, I think it was, if I remember correctly, the intent was to contact them once they had a certain demo released, finished. And I don't believe it's been finished yet. So I think it may still happen. But don't count on it, because that was an idea that, I don't know if everyone was... I don't know if everyone was on board with that one. There were some people who wanted to do that. Taz, how do you know I didn't? Okay, well, I'm gonna stop this real soon. Frick. No, let's say curve vertex elements. I think this is right. So we're gonna get, so we say there's the end pointer, we're gonna have our vertex formats there, and then after all the vertex formats, we're gonna have the vertex elements, and that's, sure, that'll work out fine. And then we put all the elements there, and we're gonna generate them and all that crap. Then we increase the pointers. Yeah, because we're increasing the pointers, it should work fine. Oh, is this the... That's the crap quality one, yeah. Oh well, too lazy to change it. HF works. Oh yeah, so. Ooh, ooh, that sounded good, Rad. Ooh, good singing voice, man. Good. Ooh, good job. Ooh, spicy. Sonic Boom. Okay, once you're done with that crap. We want to set the end pointer to point to the very end of all the vertex elements. So, set end pointer and return success. Alright? So we're going to say... Well, so we do increase that, but then we're never going to... Yeah, so we just set it to... this. That should be correct. I didn't make a mistake. Alright, we'll find out if we did in a moment. Sonic Boom more like Sonic Boomed. Sonic boomed in the 80s. But then, after that, he started making games on the Sega Genesis. That's when Sonic got bad. Green Hills and Sonic 7 was the best one. Every other zone is bad. Okay, so that increases the end pointer every time. So now the end pointer should be set to what's the... Wait, frick. Yeah, okay, yeah. Mesh groups are in the right spot. Okay, so now we're gonna have the actual meshes go here. Oh boy, it's the one with the drum beat that goes insane. I've been doing this on, like, cups and things, randomly. It sounds terrible when I do it, but like, seriously, for like freaking weeks now I've been going... It's really fun to do. Sonic had a rocky transition into the game industry. When I was a kid, Sonic was good, but then I became an adult, and now Sonic is bad. I don't know what I meant by that. There's like a million different ways you could interpret that. So don't be offended because I probably didn't mean what you think I meant. Just take that as you will. Okay, so this is where the actual, the mesh... Yeah, am I using the HL mesh slot here? That's not right. This one. Do. I don't think I am. In fact, no, I'm not. So this really should have been an error or something, but okay. Do. Glad you guys could hear that. I wasn't sure if you could. Sonic had a rocky transition to 2D. When Sonic started off as a fourth-dimensional being, Sonic was great, but now Sonic is bad. He's only 2D, and that is half of what he used to be. We did the math. Sonic is objectively bad. We did the math. I'm sorry, I'm going insane. Everything's funnier at 3 AM, but seriously, holy frick, just imagine if someone did that in a review. We did the math. This game is objectively bad. If you like it, you are inferior to the average human being. It's like, holy frick. Chill, IGN. You have to work a good 3 seconds of a level because I didn't take water into account when designing it, and you worked hard on those 3 seconds, bro? I'm sorry. No, dude, I actually really get that. I'm sorry, man. Playframe is a good channel because they'll narrate extra credits ones. Oh, really? Cool. I used to love that, extra credits. I used to watch them all the time. I haven't for a long time now. They're really cool. Well, they were anyway when I last saw them. Here's the mesh count. Goody gumdrops. Here's the meshes. We're gonna set the 10 AM pointer. Yeah, that's actually correct. Oh my gosh. Mother, I'm winning. I'm winning in life, Mother. She's like, that's good. Shut up. Alright, frick. Okay. I will actually stop very soon, but I think I'm very close to doing this. It's hard to say, but I'm fairly certain I am. It should be, basically, we just have to copy over the vertex buffer and also the faces, and I think that's it. If that isn't it, I'll stop. Either way, I'm gonna have to stop really soon, but... Wait, no, what am I doing? Okay, that's the current mesh pointer. Not that, that was actually wrong. Alright, good. You made cloth physics yesterday for the background novel from level 10 and round 99, yet they haven't declined whatsoever. They're still awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. You're done? Nice, dude. Rod's invincible. Holy frick, I'm invincible? Oh my gosh. That's because of all the... something I ate. I don't know. Funny joke. No. Wait, why does it say My Sweet Passion and it has a Sonic 2 thumbnail? I didn't remember the Genesis sounding that good. Wow, holy frick. Amy really was around from the first game. Well, the second game. I'm not even gonna correct myself on this thing stupid anymore. I'm just gonna go with it. Sonic 2. It still says Sonic 2. Why? You know, the voice crack made that. I'm not even upset. That was great. More of that, please. Okay, we're gonna set up the mesh. This shouldn't be difficult, hopefully. This crap's bad. I hate it, but we'll set that up later. You know what? Hate that line. We don't even need to set it up now because like it's not gonna be used yet. But I will use it. We'll set it up later. Makes me want to be his speciality. I like that she says that and then she says, mm-hmm. It's like, man, okay. And what does that have to do with anything, Amy? Just in general? She's not simple-minded. And she'll be a pearl. In some capacity. Da 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 da. That's gonna be where the vertices go. Put them there in a second. And then face count. You don't have to worry about a single thing. We are also free to do whatever we want. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. Alright. There's nowhere to hide. Sonic's in freaking trouble. What the frick is he gonna do? He's a yandere. Following them. She doesn't have a knife, but she does have a hammer. He's dead. Well, that is if he. No, I think he's dead either way. I think that's correct. I honestly. Well, at least she's honest. Alright, that's fine. And copy vertices. Oh frick, where am I at? Okay, I got lost. Holy frick. Now but actually copy faces first. I think we're actually gonna use a for loop for that instead of mem copy. Yeah, because unsigned short isn't necessarily 2 bytes. It is gonna be realistically on, you know, on Windows and on most operating systems, but I'm gonna make this a size T actually. Face count. I too. Okay. Oh boy, it is 3:13. I need to sleep soon. HL faces, and we're gonna say that equals unsigned short. We're just gonna copy it the old good old-fashioned manual way, because this way we're casting each time. So if we're for some reason compiling on a system where unsigned short is not 2 bytes, which is actually more likely than you think, it'll still work. And if we're compiling this on Windows or whatever, it should be smart enough to optimize this where it's not really a problem. The frick was I? So obviously we have to get that first. It's a U16 pointer. Wait, that's the wrong one. That's terrifying. Alright, I think we're seriously almost freaking done. So first we copy the faces, then we copy the vertices, and that should be about it. I'm probably forgetting something because I always am, but we'll see. For this, you should just have to mem copy, but we'll see. I might have forgotten something. We're gonna copy it into HL vertices, and we're gonna copy from HH mesh vertices. Yeah, but we obviously need to get the pointer first. We can honestly just have this be a void. HH vertices, there we go. Okay, we have that now. And then we're gonna have the size be HH mesh vertex size times vertex count. That should be all the vertices stuff. And then we need to set the end pointer. That's not a big deal though. That's why I didn't even mention it. It's really shouldn't be difficult at all. Wait, is this right? Oh, it will be once we set the end pointer. Here's where I'm doing this. Alright, and then do that. And also we can say end pointer equals HL vertices plus this, which should be correct. I don't even think anything can fail with this one. Yeah, but whatever. I was really good at finding invincibility monitors. Thanks, I've been finding a lot by sitting here. I don't know how the frick that's been happening. Sonic and Tails R2 came out. What? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that is. Was that like a fan game or a mod or something? I'm sorry, I probably do know what it is, I'm just tired. Ryan and Lisa cannot do the Sonic and Evil's anymore? Really? What the frick? That's sad. I thought Ryan could still do it. What did you think of the US version of Speed Me Up? I listened to it. I don't know, it was interesting. I'm trying to remember how it went. If I remember correctly, yeah, there's like lyrics at the beginning, and then like about halfway through the lyrics stop, so I guess they never like finished the lyrics for the rest of the song or something. But at least not that prototype or whatever. I don't feel like, yeah, I feel like the lyrics were like very, I feel like it was better that they changed it, to be honest. It wasn't bad, but it was very rough. It felt like someone wrote it simply based on like what a Sonic fan might like, but they didn't know anything about Sonic, so they were like, they used the word fast a lot, and that kind of stuff, right? It gave me a similar vibe to like Gotta Go Fast, as weird as that sounds. Like, in that it had lyrics that just basically amount to Sonic is the guy who goes fast, right? But I don't know, like, because then the final lyrics are honestly nonsensical. I like the song a lot, but you gotta be real. Like, have you ever looked up the lyrics to Speed Me Up? Anyone like in the chat? They're very weird and bizarre. And so I don't know if the final lyrics were a positive change or what, but I feel like it. I don't know, something about it it feels like less. It doesn't feel like cringy to me in the final, really. So I feel like it was better changed. Which how to feel, to be honest. Yeah, I get that. The audio drama from Andy Jones. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. It's cool though. I think Ryan was nailing it. You thought it was great. At least he never likes, so you have no opinion. Ryan sounded different, but you still thought it was a great sound for Sonic. Yeah, I always thought Ryan sounded pretty good. Interesting. Okay, so I'm returning success. I've set everything up correctly, I think, hopefully. There's probably a coding error that I made there somewhere. But it seems like I did okay. I should also be able to get rid of this and just return that. They really hold that note. Holy frick. Okay, so the only other difficult part is this. It's not difficult, it's just the only other thing I have left to do, really. And maybe ask this thing about the object exporting, we will find out. And then it should just run. So HH mesh groups, so... frick. Did I already get that? I did. Good. Mesh group count. And then the out pointer for the mesh groups. That should just come right after the model, like in buffer. So we're gonna is that already a? Apparently not. Okay. You know what? Now we're gonna do even simpler than that again. We're gonna say HL mesh group. We're gonna say HL model plus 1. And then I'm almost certain that I did something wrong here because I wrote a lot of code and there's a high probability that I screwed up. We'll see if I did. Let's put it up here because that's like a frequently used thing. Right now it looks like we're only using it once, but we'll probably need to use it more later. Because that sets up the model, and then that sets up the mesh groups, and I think, yeah, that's all you need to do. So then, well, you just need to set the pointer. Set model pointer. HL. You can put that up here. Alright. Will this work? No, it almost certainly will not. But let's... Because I'm fairly certain I made a mistake. How could I not have? But we'll give it a shot. We're going to put a breakpoint here. We're gonna run it and watch as it dies. Oh, I forgot to close this too. And also, it looks like we got 1,000,000 warnings. Holy frick. Wait, I did something wrong. Wait, this shouldn't be broken. What did I do? Wait, why is this broken? I shouldn't have broken this. Mesh groups is not called that anymore. You frick. Did I rename it by accident? Oh, I renamed this earlier. That's what I freaking did. Okay, so now somewhere in... Because I knew I broke something like that earlier, but I didn't know what it was. Gotcha. There's the pointer. Okay. Oh, we got a warning. Wait, that was fast. What the frick? That's the NN model. Okay. Let's fix that warning real fast. From unsigned char pointer to... Oh, that's easy. That's easy to fix. Gotcha. than that. Don't go in expecting a better Sonic, go in expecting a good Sonic. Fair enough. I knew that was gonna freaking happen. So where did it die at? Here. Okay. When we tried to read the offset, oh, unable to read memory, really? Okay, you can't read this because you got it from here, and oh, yeah, that's wrong. Slot, meshes offset. So let's go to the slot first. We'll see what we got here. Mesh count, and meshes offset. Well, those both just straight up look wrong. Don't they? Let's see. Here's the mesh groups. Okay. And then that's called by, let's go up the call tree. I forgot to ending swap something, but beyond that, what else did I do? Okay, so that's, well, correct so far, obviously. There's the model. Okay, so we're gonna drag that in. Okay, and the mesh groups count is that. And then the offset is that. No. No. That's wrong. Both of those are wrong. So let's see why. If we pop this open again. Or die trying. Temp. Where is the Sonic model at? I might just cut it short. Depends how quickly I can fix this. Okay, I know I said this kind of thing before. I think I'm gonna give it actually 10 minutes. So it's 3:26 right now in my time, but it's 3:36. If I don't have it figured out by then, I'm gonna say, okay, we'll do it later. Last time I was doing the song with Forces. Oh, good. I'm back to my old self. I love this freaking song. It's so good. I've heard Tropical Resort like 8 million times and I never get tired of it. That's the model. Okay, let's go to the blob's data pointer. Here it is. Oh! Well, something was done wrong there. For some freaking reason, it like set this as though this was an offset. That is not correct. Wait. What the frick did you do? What? Wait, something is really wrong. Oh! Haha, I'm an idiot. Oh, I love when it's that easy. Hang on, did I do that here too? Oh. Tell you what, for the model stuff, it probably, it probably makes more sense to, instead of passing in the blob, I think it makes more sense to just pass in the data. Right? No, yeah, we will pass in the blob. Get the data. No, let's do. Okay, we're gonna. This will be real fast to fix, but I gotta do something to fix it. What do I call this in NN? I just said get data. Cool. So we're gonna copy that essentially, as you might expect. Is that after all the fixing stuff? It sure is. Okay. I also forgot to Indian swap. Oh, that's. I don't think I'll ever. I don't think I'll be able to finish tonight. We'll see. Ooh, holy frick, that sounded bad. Yeah, again, my voice is dying. Sorry about this. Where's the part where I... Here it is. If it's Mirage, then we don't support that yet. We will soon. It's not Mirage. Then we're gonna do this. We're gonna say. Let's put this there so the compiler doesn't complain. Okay, and we're gonna say header data offset. That's the data. So that's fairly simple. Okay, so we're gonna take that now. We're gonna use that in model stuff. Okay. I guess I never included that, so we're gonna do that real fast as well. Oh, this song's great. Circuit is one of my favorite songs in Guitar. I know it's lame because it's such a vanilla song, you know, it's like, of course you like the songs on, you know, first level, but like, dude, it's freaking good. It's so good. Yeah, so the other big problem here that will probably take too much time. Wait, did it just crash? It sure did. Why did it fail? Oh, I know it failed. There we are. Okay, HH model should now actually point to the model. Yep, looks like it is. No, actually. Oh, no, it is. It's just big endian. So we need to fix that. That's kind of a problem. Jeez. That's the thing I said might take too long. I don't know if it will, because swapping is pretty easy usually. But I'm just getting tired. Another hour or two. I don't know if there'll be a break. If there is a beef, it'll be short. We're gonna see. Does this also swap it? It does. Oh, so I should do that here too. When I say fix, I swap it as necessary. But I also, oh no, fix just, okay. Da, 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 da. You crashed? Oh frick, I'm sorry. You never beaten set colors? That's good, I like it. You gotta go into it expecting a game that, like, you can't, like, don't go into it expecting, like, your level design and stuff, obviously. Well, you were saying you never finished it, so I assume you played it, but... We're also gonna have, obviously, versions of this for, I was gonna say model. We're gonna have versions of that for the train model too, but not now. Wait, if swap offsets is, oh. Did I even do that in, I don't remember doing that. I'm in the wrong file again. Holy frick. Oh. Okay. Right, so... this should hopefully be fast. Let's go. So we're going to, before any of this... well, that's a lot of code, actually. Wow. And there's a few other functions we're gonna have to make for that as well. I'm gonna try to remember this. I think that's right. Can't recall what it is. Seems like it is. Good. So if you're not big Indian, you need to be swapped. And I don't actually know if why did it open up this file? That's not what I typed. It has the same problem as Windows Search, I think. So don't swap the offsets. Okay. Last time was screw around number 7. Forces was 9.5. Oh wow, Forces was really freaking long. Jeez. Okay, so this is all I think I need to do with the fix one. If you're not big Indian though, you don't need to actually do anything at all. So probably better to have this be a macro, right? Because like, yeah, whatever, we'll do that later. You remember how I said 10 minutes was the cutoff? I don't know. I think frick, this just I know I'm wasting time. I'm trying to be fast. I feel like I can do it relatively quickly, but I'm not sure. Because all I need to do is just swap these values, and that's it. Unless I made a coding error, which is very likely, so if that's the case, I will just stop. But I want to at least get this to work. And oh, we gotta swap the skeleton. I will do that later. Skeleton. You know when people like make that joke? Like on Valentine's Day, you get a card that is a skeleton and it's like, I love you, a skeleton. And you're like, what, you're saying you want me dead? Is that it? I want someone to get like really offended by it, even though it's obviously not what they meant. It's like, I can't believe that you would say that. Oops. Okay. We'll swap that later. For now, I don't care. We're gonna swap the mesh groups. Oh, we also have to swap the other stuff. Sans. Oh wait, Skeleton Sans? I hate Sans the Skeleton. What the frick did he do? Well, I guess the final boss. That would be a valid reason to hate Sans, I guess. I mean, I suppose. trying to make this as quick as I can. Alright, so we're gonna swap the... No. I'm gonna make another one. And also, you're probably gonna want to think about the offsets for this one. Yeah. Let's put that here too. Skeleton? For some reason, it's just like, that's a joke that's been used so many freaking times that like, just saying skeleton, I feel like the entire pun was just made. Do you know what I mean? Is that just me? Oh, this is stupid, actually. Oh, dang it. Why did it have to be stupid? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, we don't need it in the mesh groups. Stupid. Why did it have to be stupid? It's like Indiana Jones. No, I don't know. Just don't show anything personal, Windows, please. For the love of freaking macaroni and cheese. See, when it becomes almost 4 in the morning, my humor gets better, as you can tell. Alright, here's the mesh group. This one actually will call that. This one should too, yeah. You don't want to be recursive, but you do want to solve everything within the struct. Oh wait, no, so you do have to do that. Oh, back to that again. That is freaking good sounding, I like that. What is that? Oh, it's Windsy, cool. And then to swap the slot, you gotta say... Well, no, you just swap the mesh count. And if you were told to swap offsets, then you also swap meshes offset. Thank you for streaming today, Rad. You're welcome. Thank you for saying that. But it's I like stream. Okay, we're gonna swap the mesh. And oh lord. Hopefully we don't have to swap much else. Because I'm gonna lose my mind if we do. Da, 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 da. Sounds like that. Okay. Oh, it's crap. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a sad song from the best Pokemon game. Well, no, this doesn't actually make sense. I'm sorry. I feel that, though.
swap the face count, vertex size, bone count, texture unit count. I gotta be careful not to get too crazy with the copy paste, because I'll end up swapping use short as though it's a either the 2, for example, which you don't want to do. Okay, we're gonna make a swap function for this. Oh, goody. Oh, it's the Crush 40 version. Good. I caught that. I almost swapped it as a Ryu 32, but I didn't. Oh, you don't need to swap that, those are bytes. Cool. And I think that's... Okay, so that's all for the swap functions. However, we need to call them now, and that's going to be a little bit. But that, I think, once I call them, I believe it's literally all I freaking have to do. And if it's not, I will actually sleep after that. Alright. So, that's already there. Good. Okay. I'm breaking now. Yeah, you can if you need to, Wesley, no worries. We got this track made into X and Y. I'm falling free in the wind. I am falling free in the wind. What's this? Don't swap the opposites. Okay. So don't swap from there, don't swap from there. And so now we've got the mesh groups swapped. Let's do it like this. Hang on. So now that we swap the mesh groups, let's actually like collapse the ones that we've already done. Okay, so that also swaps the mesh slots. So then we just need to swap the meshes. That song's freaking good. Like it's very good. I love it. Into the ever knowing. I'm not gonna sing this, it sounds terrible right now. No, let's say. Let's give it the same. Oh, that's silly. What would it take for you to make? I like the idea of someone being really late. Like the whole song finishes and then they're like, I'm falling free. Let's say mesh group swap. Why am I working? Okay, I have that. Alright, so let me just tell you what happened. I just stared at this code for a second and I stopped. And I felt something. And I thought, I think Sky's here, dude. And I was like, I don't know. Then I turned my head slightly to the right and Sky's here.
Holy frick. Hey man, how you doing? Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my voice right now. It's, for some reason, like, freaking, it's just out. I don't know what's going on. So my voice is cracking a lot, so sorry about that. But, hey, how you doing? Sorry, I've been freaking, dead. I've been barely on Discord at all for a long while now. I'm gonna be more active soon, I swear. But I love you guys, I really do, you know, no homo, but unless you want it to be out of. But anyway, I really do miss y'all. I'm sorry, I've just been busy and freaking social issues. I always have trouble with like what to say and all that. But I will actually come back on soon. You saw the new vertex horn stuff, right? 16-bit indices, 8 bone indices per vertex. I heard about it, yeah. Wait a minute, 8 bone indices per vertex? That's freaking weird. Huh. Interesting. I gotta look at that. To be honest, I'm not totally familiar with how bone indices work in just HedgeLib Engine 1. Well, just HedgeLib Engine 2, sorry. Just normally, I don't know how they work. They're a little weird. I have some comments somewhere. I don't know if this is true, but apparently I had at some point noted that the bone index stuff, for some reason, like, I noticed that 0122 becomes 005B42 in Force's memory. I don't know if the shaders are doing that crap. It's probably the shaders, or like the game just like sets it up to do that, right? But I don't know why the frick it does that. Like, what? I thought it was just, yeah, it's just indices to the bones, right? It's just 0 and then 1 and then 2 and then 2. So that's like bone 0, bone 1, bone 2, bone 2. But then, to be honest, I don't know if I totally even get that, because, like, there's 4 bones per vertex? I'm sorry, I don't really know enough about how skeletal models work. I need to figure that crap out. I always assumed it was, like, you had, like, each vertex could be assigned to, like, 1 bone, you know? It's weird to me that there's 4. Like, what? But okay. Don't forget to take mental breaks. Oh, thanks. Well, I've been gone for a while though. I really have, so I need to fix that. It's one of those things where it's a problem that I have, and then it gets worse the longer I don't do anything about it, because it'll be like, you know, I'm offline for like a few days, and then it's like a few weeks, and then it's several weeks, and at that point, then I feel like I should come back, and then I'm like, but it'll be weird. Because people will be like, where have you been? And I'll be like, I'm sorry, I don't really know how to tell you. It's just me, I'm weird. And so then I feel like, I'll do that tomorrow, you know, and it's just a self-perpetuating freaking cycle. It's my bad. I'm sorry. I swear I'm gonna fix that soon. That's indeed strange. Yeah, I don't freaking get it. I don't know why it does that. But yeah, I don't understand even why there's 4 indices per vertex, to be honest with you. Like, what? So there's 4 bones that... So, like, that vertex can be manipulated by 4 different bones? Is that what it is? So, wait a minute. So then, is there, like, a weight assigned? Because there's also weight somewhere, isn't there? I don't freaking remember. How does that freaking work? Like, I guess, like, okay, like the... upper arm, like a vertex that might be part of like the center arm would be manipulated by the upper arm bone and also by the lower arm bone, right? So you would need it to be able to be kind of pulled by both. Like if you just move the lower arm, you want the center vertex to pull too. A little bit, right? So I guess you would need to have them have multiple bones that can connect to each vertex. So that's why they have 4 different indices. And if you don't need all 4, then you just set one of them to a repeated vertex. So like, I noticed they have 2 at the twice there. So I guess this vertex is manipulated by bone 0, bone 1, and bone 2, but that's it. There's no bone 3 or anything. I guess, I don't know. So So in Sakura Wars, they're saying that there's 8 of these, and each one of them is 16 bits rather than 8. If I understand correctly, that is. I mean, that's not weird, to be honest. That actually makes sense. I guess they just need more. They wanted more detail in the way the bones move or something. But wow, interesting. I guess they'll probably do that in the next Sonic game too. Because if they make an update to the Hedgehog engine, they usually want to do that. You'll say some things about the Vertex format. The structure is basically the same as D39. The Vertex element description. Vertex type is the same as D39. One of the formats you already sent. Thank you. Let me reread that because I'm getting tired. I need to make sure I understand. So it's basically the same structure. Okay. And the Vertex type is the same as the D39 one. Wait, what? Wait, freaking what? I didn't know that. And the formats you already sent. Thank you. I sound super tired? Yeah, I probably do. Sorry. It's mostly my voice. I'm not that out of it, I'm just kinda just a little out. I'm gonna stop real soon, I just wanna get this one freaking thing to work. That'd be nice. And of course it's taking a lot longer than I thought it would, so that's fun. I had no idea that the, Nah, you told me about the Vertex type before, and I forgot that. That's crazy. Because I looked specifically for that at some point and didn't find anything. So that's weird. Okay, the one time I rely on VS to do the formatting for me, it doesn't. Love you, VS. I don't know why I even have this, because this is an internal function. I'm never gonna need that. And if I do, I can just add it back later, but... Okay, so swap the mesh group, and then you want to swap the meshes within the group. Oh jeez. Oh, I forgot it's a colon. That's why it's tripping out. Yeah. Let's actually put recursive at the end, just to make it clear what we're doing. Move that down too. Wait, why is that a problem? Oh. Well, yeah. What the frick? It's terrifying. Well, it's actually scary. Holy frick. Okay. And of course, swap the special slot. That's always a to-do. That's always like, I'll do that later. I need to actually do that sometime, but anyway. Alright, so now, do I sound like the most popular? Like, honestly, I don't know. There's a lot of those channels, and I don't really get it, to be honest. It seems to be the ones that do the most clickbait that always get the most popular. That's sad, but that seems to be how it goes. I really do gotta sleep, though. I'll sleep soon. Ooh, that sounds just great. Okay. We're almost freaking done. Really are. You want to swap the mesh? Mesh swap. There we go. Now first, we gotta get the mesh pointer. Mesh. No, I'm doing it wrong. Is that right? Wait, what? Yeah, it's a pointer to two pointers. So you want to get the U in there, and then yeah, that should be correct. Okay. Hopefully. Swap the mesh, and then you want to swap the vertex format. I think that's it. Yeah. Now that one's a pain, but okay. Swap the vertex format. And for that one, you can just... copy-paste this. I hope I incremented that in the other place where I copy-pasted it. I don't think I did. I should fix that. But before I do that, vertex... let's swap. I'm just gonna say, you want to swap this one too, though, yeah? Let's change this to be a do-while. So we swap the current vertex element, and we keep doing that until, yeah, so then after we swap, we check if it's that, and that should be good. And yeah, we'll put this back how we had it. That should be fine. Alright, and let me, I think that's all. So now let me just double check that I didn't do something stupid that I might have done. No, I didn't. We're good. Okay, now let's run this and watch it crash, and then I'll sleep. If it worked, that'd be great too, but, wait. There's a warning. Function with different const qualifiers? Oh. Yeah, that was dumb. Okay. Okay, we're gonna open the file. So we're gonna redo that. Good. Wait, did I forget to... I forgot to call it. Wait, did I really... That really doesn't make any sense to say skeleton model fix, skeleton model read like that. Like, I gotta be consistent with it. Either pass in the blob all the time or don't. Don't be doing this crap. Hang on. Skeleton model fix. Here we go. Okay. Oh
frick? Why did I copy that? The blob itself is constant, but the data that it manipulates is not. So I think it's a bit misleading to say it's constant. Let's not do that. Okay, and then let's say blob. No. And that should work fine.
It won't, but let's go. Here's the stuff you found. Gems. Well, wait. Yeah. Sadly, I can't see the link. I'm sorry. Freaking YouTube chat is terrible. I have it turned on to where you can actually send links, but it still doesn't let people send links. It's really annoying. You said it's a pastebin link, or is it haste? Is hastebin actually what it's called? I guess it's. I think hastebin's actually a thing, so I'm gonna go with that. You should be able to just send the ID at the end of the link, and I should be able to just put in the hastebin URL, whatever that is, and then whatever the ID was that you put in the chat at the end.
Because it doesn't seem to block that. It's never clever enough to do that. Oh, okay. What went wrong here? When I went to swap this, it died because this value was not correct. It got it from... Oh, I didn't swap to the offset yet, I guess. No, but it should be freaking swapped. I'm confused. What? Is this... That's... No, wait, sorry. The mesh count is not freaking correct at all. Unless it is. Never mind. It freaking is. What am I even looking at? What is this crap? It should have been fixed already. That's the thing. That's weird. Oh, this one worked, I guess. Wait, did it? No, it didn't. The offset should have already been fixed when I called HHFix. That should have already changed all the offsets. So I'm kind of confused. I already double-checked that it was working, so... I must have passed something in wrong. Or something like that. Is the mesh group swapped already? Maybe I accidentally swapped the mesh offset back. I think that's what I did. Let's find out. No. No. Wait, this is already swapped correctly? What? That isn't right. I guess I'm swapping that like it's an offset or something. That's horribly wrong. So that's incorrect. That is correct. And that's not being swapped yet. So if we go ahead by 1. Yeah, this is now swapped, nothing else is good, and then mesh group should be correct. Yeah, but why the frick is it little endian? That doesn't make any sense. Those must be the offsets.
You sent me on Twitter? Thank you.
Let me pull that up.
Hold up. Thank you. Oh, that's freaking good. Thanks a lot. Yeah, you sent me this before, right?
I seem to remember something like this. Okay. Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much. That seems very similar to D39, actually, yeah. Cool. Well, thanks. I'll have to, I'll definitely hold on to this.
That's extremely helpful. I'm gonna make sure I like try to implement those. So wait, so those are the names of the values actually in D39 as well, I think? Well, at least it's close to it, like the color obviously is like a color. Cool. I didn't even know they had tessellation factor and stuff. Oh, fog? Oh, holy frick. Oh, there's a lot of stuff that I don't support. Yeah, okay, I need to do that. Thank you. The Surfer D9, yes. Okay, cool. I highly doubt that most of the Hedgehog games actually support all of these, but good to support it nevertheless. Thanks again for sending that. I appreciate it. Oh man, I'm just gonna have to sleep. Like, literally, it's getting late. But I'm confused about something. Hang on. Well, the main thing is just. Yeah, like this should be where the offset points to. But that doesn't make any sense. Let me pull up the model again. That 000D is correct. So that is an offset. What? Is mesh groups an offset to a freaking offset? Oh, it is. Oh, I forgot. That's really terrible. Okay. Well, that's a fairly easy fix, though. So at least we have that. Oh, frick, I got lost. Click on it. There. Well, that's, I'll just pass that in, then. And then we get each mesh group, so... Why do they do that? I never got it. Like, why do they have offsets to offsets like that? It's stupid. Yeah, that should be correct. Oh my gosh, it's Sonic Forces. Holy frick, it's Sonic Forces. Did somebody say Sonic Forces? Well, I gotta do that for the other stuff now. That should be right. That's definitely right, because I just fixed it. Unless I'm really bad at what I do or something. There's the mesh group. Okay, so... That is so fun. I'm losing my mind. So I like to sound like I'm going insane. One of these days, someone's gonna fall for it. They're gonna be like, oh my gosh, Red's actually losing his mind. Holy frick, thank you so much, Tess. Really appreciate it. Oh, you're going to bed. Later, man. Thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. I know it's really freaking late for you. It's probably a good call. But yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. Take care, man. Why do I sound like defeated? I'm just trying to keep it a little quiet because it's freaking 4 in the morning. And then also my voice is incredibly, you know, it's dying. No, freaking. What a great predicament I put myself in. Is that gonna work? Of course not. How the frick would it work? Alright, it should, so let's go. That's not apathetic? Oh, okay. Not what I was going for, but I can see it. Error? No, wait, we got an error. It's because I have it open and Hex edit. I also like how I have 0 to 10 open, but I'm still using that. Because I'm just so used to it, I can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. You know what they say. Alright. So now it should be correct. Let's find out. Maybe. It's, you know, it's hard to say. I think that is correct, actually. I think there's some pointers they don't freaking use. It's terrible, but... Okay, alright. Well, we got here, and it seems like it's working so far, so let's keep going and watch as it fails horribly. That seems about right. Okay. Now this is where we die. I told you. Read access violation. Was the format never that? Why was it never that? If the current format does not equal the last entry, then you keep going. Okay. So it never freaking equaled that? Really? It should. Weird. When count is 0, they point to the end, so that looks right. Yeah, I think so too. I remember that they did that, but it's been a long freaking time. Wait a minute, why did it work the first time, but not now? It gets the required buffer size correctly, but then it doesn't... No, wait, this is already wrong. Is the mesh pointer even right? No. I did something wrong. What the frick did I do? Okay, hang on. It works right the other way, so let's figure this out. Verdicts format git. Oh. Okay, search for that crap. Here it is. So this time it works, but the next time it doesn't. Slot meshes offset, okay. Okay. It's like the same exact freaking thing. So... Okay, maybe my mesh slot pointer is bad. Are you not swapping the verdicts format element type? I think I am. And even if I'm not, it shouldn't matter because the last entry one should always be FFF. Like, even swapped or unswapped, it should always just be Fs. Fs in the chat, as they say. This is... sorry, this is freaking right. Holy frick, my voice is dying. That should be correct. So... I know it's weird that it's 13, but that's just the number. It gets set to a number that's relative to itself. So that should be correct. Verdicts formats, right, that should be correct too. So, this one... 0. That is a bit strange. That might not be right. Yeah, that looks wrong. That is... That's not the mesh state, I'll tell you that. Okay, so let's see where we're going again. Here's the slot. No, the slot looks right. Wait, did I forget to do the... I think I know what I did. I did the same mistake I did earlier. It shouldn't be aligned unless you divide it by 4. Yeah, you're right. Oh, good point. I think I know what I did though. I think I know it's like the... It's the same mistake I made earlier. I did it again. Yeah, freaking great. I did it. I'm pretty sure I did it again. Weird. Wait, why did it work here though? Oh gosh. So this is the offset to the mesh groups, and then the actual. Yeah, I didn't change this, right? It's actually needs to be this. That is a long freaking looking thing. Okay. And then whenever you get a mesh group, say get mesh group pointer, and you say let's not be confusing. Let's say that. Alright. And we're just gonna repeat the same thing we did last time. I said I would stop even if it didn't work, and then I didn't stop. What's freaking wrong with me? Oh, it's almost been as long as Forces, I think. I streamed almost as long as in the Forces one. Holy frick. I am still going, yes. I've lost it for sure. It should be correct now. Yeah, that's correct. At least it looks correct this time. So we're gonna let that keep going. Okay, we're gonna hope that this is right. Cross our fingers and toes. Okay. Alright, so this is the moment of truth. So we're gonna look at what we got here. So this is what that function has generated for us. Here's the models. There's only one of them. The name is null. Mesh group count is 1. That should be correct. That is not correct. Oh, I forgot to set that. Oh, oops. So we want to do that, of course. That's correct so far because I haven't set that yet. Mesh count is 13 in this group and the others at 0. That sounds about right. I don't know why it's showing that to me as though it's Chinese. That it's freaking it's an unsigned short. I guess the VS memory previewer treats unsigned shorts the same as WTRTs because freaking Windows. So it thinks it's UTF-16, but it's not. But that actually should be correct. Oh, that actually looks about right. Oh wait, that might not be right. That doesn't seem right. Okay, there's some stupid crap going on. Do I want to fix it now? I don't know, man. I do, because I feel like I'm really close to fixing it, but I also want to sleep, so I think I'm going to sleep. Sonic Team's trying to give you a message. It's a plea for help. I will forget to do this though. If I don't do it now. So I should do it now. The vertex format's pointer I gotta set. And no, oh my gosh. Let me do that before I forget and then I'll sleep. Do I set the model? Okay, I don't. Good, good. Where even is that pointer, man? It's end pointer at first. So that's why I want to set it to it first. Wait, why did I not? I can just set it right here. Is that right? Well, obviously it's not right, but... What did I pass in for that? Third one... Oh. Whatever, I'll do it down here. I can change my comments in a bit. That's terrible, I hate it. Good, let's commit it. And also the verdicts from a count should be the same as the... no, not the mesh group count. No. It should be the mesh count. Ah, frick. So, I'm gonna need to set that inside the... Okay, we're gonna, we're gonna do that so I don't forget, and then I'm gonna sleep. You can only code too much. Yeah. It's more so just that I wanted to do it, because I'm not gonna have any time tomorrow. But yeah, sleep is good. I did push, Skype. Please don't yell at me for pushing, because I've been scared to for a while because there's a change that people aren't gonna like, but I swear it's better. And I seriously will not keep doing that. You are? Okay. I'm really glad to hear that, actually. Thank you. I'm actually gonna try to push from now on. Like, I'm trying to actually push things, like, when they're, like, even small things. Like, if you actually look at the, oh jeez. Where is it in that? I have a million windows open and I don't know why. I don't even know how this happened. This is a travesty. How did I do this? Well, that's just blinding. Hang on a second. Yeah, there's like a commit that just, it's like this to the editor config. There's a commit that adds like one function. I'm trying to actually commit stuff smaller like that. This one's a bigger one. Because this adds a whole header and a source file. I'm gonna add streaming to it. I might need to ask you for feedback on that. Because, I want to stream it, but there's a few things about it that are a little difficult. The big one is, for like Gen's archives, for example, you don't actually know where the data, like you have the ARL, which tells you the names of all the files in the ARs, which is great, but it doesn't tell you where in the ARs that data is at, or those entries are at, right? So to actually get that, you have to open up the AR, and then you have to like search through it all until you find one with the matching name. And so, the way I have it set up currently is I have in archives struct, which is just an array. It's not even a list. It's not supposed to grow. It's just supposed to be a fixed size, for simplicity. But there were some complications trying to make it like a list. But anyway, it just is an entries pointer and then entry count, and then the entries are just 4 values. One of which is a meta value, which explains information about what type of entry you're dealing with. One is a data value, which is the data that this entry presents. If it's a directory, that's like all the children entries. If it's a file, that's like the data. Or you can have a streaming flag set in the meta. And if you have that set, then instead of being a pointer to the data, it's a position, which sets where in the archive, or archives, I guess, the data is located. And so then you can load it really easily because you just open up the file, go to that position, and then you just read, right? So that's nice. But yeah, with ARs it's tricky. For what I want to do, what I'm definitely gonna do is I'm gonna add PFI streaming support. So I already have a function for that. I just haven't implemented it yet. This one here. I want to make it so you can give it a PFI, right? And it'll generate an archive that has all those streaming entries in it, where it has the data position and all that stuff. It has the names, but it doesn't have the actual data yet, right? And then you get that when you load up the... You stream that as you wish from the PFD later. It's been a while since I've looked at PFIs. I don't actually remember if they have all that data in them. If not, I might have to change how that works, but I want to do that. For ARs, I don't know if I'm going to have streaming support for them, because I don't freaking know the best way to do that. There's a lot of complications. The big one is, I don't know the data position until I read it anyway, and I don't... How do I keep track of what split it's in, right? Like, from what I understand, the game just direct loads the ARs anyway. So for the ARs, I don't feel that bad just direct loading those. But for the PFDs, I 100% absolutely need to stream those, because those are giants, and they're designed specifically to be streamed. So I'm gonna stream those. I don't know if I'll stream the ARs, but I will have streaming support for the PFDs. It would be serious with HDI, Remy just goes like 2 get holy frick. Yeah, that's definitely something that needs that I'll try to fix with this. Wait a minute, you say you read only the entries and skip the data? That should be fine. Yeah. That's what I basically am well, yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I thought about that. So like you mean give it like the ARs, not the ARL, and then you just skip the data. That would work. Though you still have to keep track of what split the data is in for each entry, and at that point you're literally loading up the file and going through the whole thing, but only loading certain parts of it, and it's like, well, it's at that point it's just straight up, it's like a lot faster to just load the whole thing. And memory usage, I don't think is that crazy insane. The absolute biggest AR I saw in the entire game, and I don't know if this actually is the biggest or not, the biggest that I found was Fig000, which I can't find on the system, but on Extracted it's 91 megs, so it's fairly big. But that's the biggest set of ARs I've seen in the entire game. That's not that big. The PFDs are obviously very big. So those you want to stream. I don't know, maybe I can find a way to stream those too. I feel like the only way I can really do it is if I add another... sorry, my voice is really cutting out. I apologize for that. I think the only way I could fix it is if I add another value to the archive entries, where I would somehow have to keep track of what split it's in or something as well. I don't know about how to do that. I guess you need to store the files then, instead of making the user open them? Why don't I need to store the files? I'm sorry, I'm a little out of it. Mods tend to go crazy though, take that in mind. Since tonight's at like 20 splits, oh jeez. Well, yeah, what I was thinking about doing for that was, for Forces Lost World, if I recall correctly, in those games, all of the information about the... Well, actually, no, I don't think so. It lists out all the names of all the, files in all the splits, but it doesn't, I don't think it lists where the data is adding split, actually. I don't remember if it does. Frick. So I'm gonna have to change this regardless, aren't I? For some reason I thought it did, but I don't think so, but now that I think about it. Whoops, okay, so... Yeah, what would be best? Yeah, what did you say you did again? You said you read only the metadata and you keep the file stream open and then return a subview when the entry is requested. Okay. I'm gonna have to think about that more, because I don't know how best to do that. I think I would need... I don't really know what I want entirely with it. I guess I just want you to be able to load up the archive without actually loading all the data. So just load a file list, right? But then beyond the file list, I also want you to be able to load individual files without having to load all of them at once. So you should be able to say, get me the Sonic's model from the Sonic pack, but don't give me the rest of the files, I don't need those right now. And have you load just that. That would be nice. Have some intense brainstorm, but go to sleep. Yeah, I definitely will first. I have to think about that, yeah. I guess all I really need to store is what split it's in. So the split index. And, I don't even think I need to store the data position, because I don't think I'm gonna know that. Like if I load up a Lost World, okay, because I can Lost World and Forces with the PackX format. The root pack has all of the, it lists out all the names of the files that are in the splits. But I don't believe it lists the data positions, it only lists the names, and I think what splits they're in, I don't remember if it even lists that. It might not even list that, oh frick. If it does list the split index, then I could just, instead of storing the data position in the data value for string files, I could just store the split index. That'd be an easy fix. And then when I go to actually, then you could have the user later pass in a pointer to the file, which represents the split, and then the archive entry that you want to load, and it would be able to automatically figure out from that information alone what entry you want, and then load that information and give it to you, right? Something like that. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but I'm definitely going to need to think about that a lot more. What if I'm using that because, believe it or not, C89 doesn't support //. It's dumb, I know, because basically every compiler in existence does. But I want to be totally standards compliant as best as I possibly can, because I like compiling code on stupid crap, like smart toasters and stuff. Yeah, I know, that threw me off on the first two, but you know what? You get used to it pretty fast. You'd be surprised. I guess you can have utility functions that return a file to the user with given split index and file name. Even better utility functions simply for streaming archives. You could fopen all archives in a struct and let the user handle streamed archives through that. I'm a bit tired now, it's hard for me to process exactly what that looks like in code. But yeah, I'll definitely think about that, and I'll figure something out. I might have to ask you for help on that, actually. If you don't mind, sometime I might have to, because I really don't know the best way to stream all that. This is incredibly peaceful, and I think I'm gonna pass out if I don't sleep. Like, if I don't sleep on my own, the song's gonna put me to sleep, so I gotta do that. Anyway, yeah, Skyth, I'm sorry that I changed the API again, because I know you were writing HGI, and I felt bad because I was like, oh, you know, people are right when they say that I rewrite it too often. They're freaking right, obviously. And I don't want to keep doing that, so, yeah, but I've said this before, but basically, no matter what I freaking did, I was always not happy with my code. Like, I would always write code and it just wasn't right. I knew there was something wrong about it and I was going to rewrite it later. I just was never satisfied. And I just randomly, I saw this video where this guy was talking about how he's been using C and how he genuinely enjoys it a lot more, and I was, maybe I'll give that a shot. Why the frick not? What do I have to lose? And I started writing other projects that I was doing in C instead of C++, and genuinely, I found that I enjoyed it a lot more. Like, I didn't feel like that at all anymore. Like, suddenly that just went away. I was like writing code and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm okay with this. I like this. This is alright. And I don't know what it is, but there's something about it. And that, I thought that might just be a temporary thing, but no, I worked in these projects for months, and I was happy the whole time, and I hadn't felt like that throughout all of 2019. It was crazy. So I'm like, there's something to this. And then I went to go, I was like, let's keep working on HedgeLib, and I didn't want to rewrite it. I told myself, don't freaking rewrite it, because you keep doing it, and I went to go try and work on it, but every time I tried to, like, work on it, I was just so... It instantly came back. Like, as soon as I would work on it again, I'd be like, oh yeah, I remember why I didn't like working on this. I'm just not happy with any of this, you know, and it's... I would be happier if this was at C. I would actually work on this if this was in C, and that's what I kept telling myself, but I was like, no, don't rewrite it, you can... And finally I was like, maybe try it, and I did, and yeah, I've been way, way happier. It's been great. So I really do like it being in C, but I swear I think this will actually be the final rewrite. I know I keep saying that, I'm sorry. I have this terrible problem of keeping doing that. I know I'm gonna try my best to stop that, but I think this one actually feels right. Like, none of the other ones really did. So hopefully, C's consistency was yeah, exactly, freaking exactly. That's the big thing. And just with C++, you have to spend all this time designing your code. You have to think constantly about how everything is structured, and then you write it. And C, you just kind of write it, you know? I mean, there is some thought into design, of course, but it's not anywhere near as bad. Yeah, Death, I was just gonna do that. How you doing though, man? Yeah. But anyway. Holy frick, wow, it's been almost 10 hours. Okay, well that's definitely better to see. Anyway, yeah, but I'm happy with this, and I'm actually gonna stop doing that. Hopefully the new API is alright. I'm actually really happy about it. I try to make it as nice as I could. One more thing, Skype. The main difference this time is there's structs, which can be used if you direct load it, and then there's also read functions, which take data from blobs, and it parses it and serializes it into, you know, another struct. So it's very similar to how C# HedgeLib works, right? And so basically you can either choose to direct load it, in which case you have to do everything yourself, or you serialize it, which is slightly slower, but it's a lot more powerful and it's a lot easier to use. So that's the trade-off. And both of them are available to you now. And it doesn't even mean I have to write twice the code, because I'm using the direct structs in the read functions anyway. So I'm actually only writing one piece of code for every format now. And I'm really proud of it. I'm really liking how this is turning out. But yeah, that's the main difference now. Beyond that, it's pretty much the same. Anyway, user loading, scary how fast it was. Thank you for saying that. That really means a lot, actually. I'm glad that it was working well for you. But yeah, hopefully this will work even better. I'm gonna stop now. So thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Did this beat the Forces stream? I don't think it did, because that was really long. But let's find out if it beat the Forces stream. Hold up. Let's find that out, and then I'm gonna sleep for real. The Forces stream was 9 hours and 31 minutes. This one's 9 hours and 42 minutes. Let's go. Oh, I'm insane. I hate myself sometimes. Okay, that's not healthy at all. I'm sorry. I'm gonna sleep. Thank you for watching. Good night.